What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku had win Quirk and got a harem. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Karintendo09 for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. Third person POV. In world where evolution took humanity to new heights, gifts of power called quirks emerged, giving people unique boosts. It was an unruly age filled with people who only used their powers for their own gain. While the government was stuck making new sets of laws to fit the standards of the new quirk-powered people of the world, some had already stepped up and used their quirks to stop others using it for personal purposes. They are referred to as heroes, chosen protectors of humanity. But not all who desired to be one had the chance to be one. While 80% of the population received some kind of uncanny ability, 20% didn't. They were dubbed quirkless, powerless, weaklings. Desire is not enough to change reality. One particular boy was gifted with great power, the chance to be a hero. His parents were wonderful heroes, the number 2 American hero, Draken, Hisashi Midoriya, and the number 5 Japanese hero, Esper, Inko Midoriya. While he had the power, he lacked the control. His quirk was never tamed, so he never used it. Whenever he did, just a small breeze would emerge. People laughed at him for having such a weak quirk, not knowing the untouched potential lying dormant inside of him. Izuku Midoriya had grown facing bullies left and right. From the day he gained his quirk, his parents knew he was special, but unfortunately, others didn't and looked down on him. I didn't want to be born like this. Losing his parents, the only people who saw the light behind his shadow, didn't help at all. He knew what true pain felt like even at an early age. I won't let anyone feel like this, it hurts. And from that day on, he made his vow, I'll become their hero. The years had already passed. The day was bright. Birds chirping. Sun gleaming. Breeze sweeping through trees. Everything Izuku gazed upon just outside the window to his left made him smile. Sure, his classmates made the mood a little boomy with their loud chattering, but what is school without it? Plus, today was their last day as classmates anyway. They'd be moving on to high school in about 10 months from now. Izuku's hopeful and wide-out joyous smile widened at the thought that he would somehow get the opportunity to become a hero if he tried hard, and granted that he passed the entrance exam. His chin perched up on his palm, left elbow planted on the top of his desk. The school bell rang, signaling the beginning of homeroom. All the students had settled down, stopped their talks and went back to their seats with wide toothy smiles painted on their faces. The pitter-patting of their shoes on the tiled floor of the classroom serving as the waker for Izuku's daydream. Moments later, the teacher walked into the room carrying a bunch of papers with him. Izuku couldn't help but smile once more. This teacher was his favorite, always the one to take his side whenever the class bullied him. Intelligent gray eyes that matched his hair as he strode confidently into the front. He stood parallel to the chalkboard behind him and surveyed the class from the back of his table. I see you're all in high spirits today, he said. Cut the small talk, teach. These extras are just celebrating the fact that they barely got through middle school. I don't got time to waste here in this crappy school. UA's waiting for its new top student, so make the announcement and be done with it. I gotta train. An ash-blonde, spiky-haired boy proudly announced. Setting his feet nonchalantly up the table, he leaned back and bore his crimson eyes into their unamused teacher as his classmates attempt to defend themselves from what this bully had claimed. Without even needing to look, Izuku recognized the guy immediately. Katsuki Bakugo, his ex-childhood friend now turned into his local bully. Katsuki Bakugo. Quirk. Explosion. Can secrete nitroglycerin from the palm of his hands like sweat and can trigger them to explode at will. The teacher merely faked a cough in response, silencing the students, but still not enough to make Bakugo cease his confident, laid-back grin. Well, you're not the only one taking the entrance exam there, I'll have you know. What? Who the hell in their right mind would do that? One of the students said, raising an eyebrow of absolute confusion. He's right, sensei. Another one, this time a female student, added. She nervously glanced at Bakugo before continuing. We understand that Bakugo has a chance with his quirk, but the others from here would just be taking it to fail. Izuku silently sunk back into his seat after hearing that remark. His teacher, noticing this, frowned. Izuku can definitely pass if he tries hard. Laughs immediately drowned out the remainder of his reply. Everybody found it insane that arguably the weakest 16-year-old in the entirety of Japan, Izuku, would be trying out for the best hero school out there. While everybody voiced out their teases, Bakugo thought it wouldn't suffice. He stood up and slammed his palm on Izuku's tabletop. The green-haired teen visible shook. Kaka. Bang. Thud. His explosion quirk had sent Izuku flying to the back wall, crashing onto it, and limply fell back to the floor. Don't even try, nerd. What can you do with that stupid quirk of yours? You can't even hold a candle to any one of these people in class, and these extras are just pebbles. But you're worse than a pebble. You might as well just jump up your own ass and die. The world doesn't need you." Bakugo exclaimed with a cold evil grin while kicking Izuku on the stomach repeatedly until he fell on the classroom floor, holding his stomach in pain. Silence. Everybody went silent as they watched it all unfold in front of them. The teacher, evidently worried about the green-haired child, but could do nothing. He was threatened to be fired and killed at the same time by the principal if anything were to happen to their explosive star student. His face scrunched up with sympathy pain as Izuku gritted his teeth to at least stop himself from screaming over the agony. In contrast to their teacher, every student produced a smile on their faces but one. The single girl with blonde hair and blue eyes who had spoken up earlier about Bakugo's gap from themselves. She knew of Izuku's plans of entering and needed to find a way to convince him that he shouldn't go through with it. That statement earlier was her last shot that missed by a mile. "I know I see can't beat you." She wanted to beg him to stop, accept everything, and the hurting will subside. Confident that she knew him better than anyone at this point, her mind stopped him. It saw her idea as something impossible to accomplish. He would never give up. "But I see can still try." The teacher had enough of this. They've been doing this to the poor kid for years. Why doesn't he fight back? He thought, then yelled loud enough for the whole class to hear. "That's enough, get back to your seats." The students heard this and clicked their tongues. TSK, there he goes again, protecting this trash. They all thought, but they also knew that he was to be respected. They all left Izuku alone and went back to their seats, and the whole day continued normally. When the last class had finished, everybody already went their separate ways except for Izuku, Bakugo and two of his lackeys, packing their things. "I didn't say we were done, stupid nerd," Bakugo said as he and his friends walked towards a terrified Izuku who was previously packing his stuff but stopped to look at Bakugo nervously. Not this again. He thought. Bakugo took the notebook Izuku was presently holding. It had a number on it. 13. Bakugo opened it and saw sketches of pro heroes, their costumes, quirks and even ways to use them properly in a battle. What the hell is this, huh? A notebook about pro heroes? What, are you some kind of creepy stalker? Don't make me laugh, you can't be a hero by just studying, nerd, you need power. He yelled loudly to get his point through. Just give it up. Then Bakugo threw the notebook in Izuku's face and started to walk away with his friends. "You don't even belong with people, you trash." Then they left Izuku in the classroom staring into nothingness. His spirit broke down completely. After a long session of crying alone in the classroom, Izuku decided to go home and rethink his dream. Now that Bakugo shoved reality at his face, he's right, with this stupid quirk, I shouldn't even be thinking of becoming a hero. While he was walking, he felt a presence tailing him. Izuku is sensitive to wind currents, that's why he was able to sense that someone was blocking the wind that was coming towards him. But he swatted the thought away, probably just another classmate just looking for someone to make fun of. He then walked towards a secluded beach area where almost every trash of the city and trash that was swept away by the currents were washed into. The sun was slowly setting as he sat in the middle of a small clearing on the edge between the sea and the mountains of trash. So this is where trash like me are supposed to belong in, huh? He asked himself as he tried his best to smile through tears. With the orange rays of the sun and calm waves hitting the shore, the image looked bittersweet. He didn't know there was someone watching him, feeling his pain. The kid he saw reminded him of his mentor. "You don't belong there, child." Then suddenly someone's voice came from behind him saying, "You aren't trash, young man." When Izuku looked behind him, he saw a blonde skeleton-like figure with sunken blue eyes screaming raw intimidating power. He stared at him with awe and who was the only question running through his mind at the moment. The blonde man walked towards him, sat beside him and asked, "What's a future hero doing in a dump like this?" I'm no hero, just a waste of space, mister," was all Izuku could answer as he stared at the setting sun with a pained-looking smile. Then the blonde man sighed. "You're in pain, yet you can still smile. I don't know about you, young man, but someone who could smile through pain is plenty strong to me," he said as the greenette's focus went from the horizon to the man sitting next to him. The man looked back at him and continued, "You can't control your quirk." Then his arms suddenly filled up with muscles and buffed up with smoke releasing from his body. "You're in a pathetic state." Then his legs and other arms slowly became larger in a similar manner like earlier. Smoke enveloped the man, but when it all cleared up, the blonde skeleton he saw earlier was now someone he wouldn't even dream to meet, and that man proudly said, "I will help you because of one thing you have that even some of the top heroes don't, you have the heart of a true hero, young man. Now stand, this is the start of your rise." The greatest hero that ever lived was standing before him. All Might had said those words to him. He couldn't hold it all back and broke down, letting all his tears out as the thought All Might said, "I can be a hero," rung through his head and heart. Right then and there, Izuku stood up and smiled at his hero. He gratefully said, "Yes sir. Someone rescued me." As Izuku took All Might's hand, he knew that learning to properly control his power would be everything but smooth, but as he stared into his electric blue eyes, he knew he was in good hands. Then a sudden realization washed over him. Oh, that's right, I haven't told you my name yet sir. I'm Izuku Midoriya," he frantically said as he shook All Might's hand while wiping away his tears. All Might laughed genuinely at him. "Meet me here every day for the next 3 months, we will train your mind and body without rest. The path of a true hero is thorny young man," All Might said as a warning. Izuku gazed at the setting sun and made a grabbing gesture towards it. He said the words. "If I don't work myself to the bone, I won't be able to surpass, let alone catch up to the people who told me I can't be a hero." Which amazed All Might. This kid has got what it takes to be the next symbol, a hero that has the heart and drive to be the greatest wall between good and evil. Ran through his mind when he saw the determination lying inside Izuku's eyes. "You're going to go far kid." Then All Might suddenly received a call. "I'll be right there," he said. Izuku looked at him with worried eyes. "I shall go now young man, make sure to remember our training," All Might said as he jumped away. "How could I forget? Third person Pav." While Izuku was walking home from the beach where he had met All Might, the sun had already disappeared and it was completely nighttime in the city right now. He was still shocked from his encounter with All Might and was lost in thought, but his eyes caught a glimpse of a child being ganged up on by grown-ups in a dark alley. He squinted his eyes, so he can be sure his eyes weren't deceiving him. Then he saw it was real. His eyes widened. There's no way that those guys can be the kid's friends, right? He then approached them slowly with a fake smile to try and hide his fear. Then he heard something before he got to them. "How about you give us some money kid, those clothes look awfully expensive," said the guy in the middle while slowly approaching the kid who suddenly yelled. "I'm Yaoi Rozu, if you hurt me I'll tell my dad about you guys." To try and scare them off, but Izuku knew that would only backfire. He was familiar of the name Yaoi Rozu. He stumbled upon it when he was studying the books about families that supported heroes with money, and Yaoi Rozu was one of those families. He quickly ran in between the kid and the 3 men while smiling nervously. Please stop, why you're scaring the sea child," Izuku pleaded. He knew there was no other way to get out of there unharmed, but to his surprise, they each pulled out knives and grinned. "Quite heroic of you kid, but what can you do alone?" Then they all started closing in on them, and Izuku only had one choice. He turned around, knelt down and hugged the kid to cover him while smiling to reassure him. The 3 men showed no hesitation and continuously cut Izuku's back until they were satisfied and left while laughing at him saying, "You sure know how to shield someone kid, you're a true hero for sure, but man, you're weak." When they were gone, Izuku turned to the kid and asked him why he was out alone in the city at night. "I ran away from home, I think my family doesn't need me," he answered while sobbing. Izuku couldn't help but pity the little guy. He gave him a hug and said, "I'm sure your family loves you so they need you. I'm sure." With warm calming smile to put him at ease. "But I'm quirkless, I'd just be a burden, they all have useful quirks, but I don't," the kid suddenly said, catching Izuku by surprise. He pulled away from the hug and stared at the kid with wide eyes, the feeling of being useless. "It's painful, it could kill you." This kid even ran away from home just because he thought he was unwanted. "It's fine to be quirkless and weak, look at me, I was weak, but I was able to save you right?" Still smiling at the kid to calm him down. "That's true," the kid said, seemingly rethinking his choices. He then turned to face Izuku. I wish to go home but there might be dangerous people out there. Would you accompany me mister?" he asked. Izuku was dumbfounded. He talks like a young prince, he thought. "Of course, what's your name first? I don't want to keep calling you kid," Izuku said with an awkward grin while scratching the back of his neck. "Oh how rude of me. You may refer to me as Chisai, you earned the right to call me by my given name when you saved my life," he answered with a blindingly soft smile aimed at Izuku who needed to squint. Chisai looked like an angel clad in holy light at that moment. "Lead the way, Chisai," he said. Then Chisai grabbed his arm and pulled him along. He needed to lean down a bit. Chisai was a little small, and his grip was tiny and cute, so Izuku didn't want to let go and just went along with it. When they arrived, Izuku was surprised about how big the mansion was, even the gate alone was gigantic. Then suddenly the front door opened and a girl with black hair tied to a spiky ponytail, onyx eyes, and a body that looked too mature for her age, walked outside with a worried look. Izuku waved at her, then she quickly noticed him holding Chisai in front of the gate. The girl stared at them with wide eyes for a second, then suddenly ran back inside in a hurry, leaving Izuku guilty. Thinking that he scared her off. "What were you thinking you stupid Izuku? You're a stranger Dumbus. Don't suddenly wave," he thought. Then the girl came back, but this time she had two people with her. One looked like an older yet still beautiful version of her with similar hair and eye color. They even looked the same, but her hair wasn't tied. The other was a tall guy that resembled Chisai, same slick black hair and onyx black eyes. Their parents. Izuku thought. They all walked over and opened the gates to welcome Chisai home. They were now all facing each other by the gate. Izuku let Chisai's hand go so he can join his family, but when he did, Chisai suddenly hid behind Izuku. He's probably having second thoughts, huh? Then he looked at the girl and her parents looking tired. They were probably searching for Chisai like there was no tomorrow. He knelt down and faced the kid, smiled and said, "Your family really does love you, look. They look like they used every method they could to find you because they care." Then Chisai looked over Izuku's shoulder and saw their exhausted faces. "You're lucky to still have a family, enjoy your moments together with them, you won't be together forever." Then the kid suddenly asked, "You don't have a family, mister?" Izuku stared for a moment and chuckled at the kid's innocence, rather than getting angry at him for touching the subject. "Yes, I don't, they already left, but I had good memories with them." He smiled again. Then the kid glanced back at his family again and finally decided to let go of Izuku, then ran to join them. Izuku turned around to see the joyous reunion of the family, but to his surprise, their attention wasn't on Chisai anymore, they were looking at him with concern. Then the girl asked him to turn around. Izuku remembered the cuts he got from the three men and realized they were pointing that out. I'm fine, real." Then his eyes slowly dimmed. Moments later he blacked out and felt two hands catching his fall. The next morning, Izuku woke up in a bed that wasn't his and was surprised by how much his back hurt. What happened yesterday? Izuku asked himself as he groaned through it all. Then he heard two voices, a man and a woman. "Do you think she'll want to marry him?" the woman asked. "I certainly would like that," the man answered. "She did ask us to lay him on her bed for the night, maybe it could happen, and I love you, honey, but did you see that body on him?" the woman then exclaimed, giggling. Izuku added everything up, the bed, this she, then what happened yesterday, and realized they were talking about him and the girl he saw that night. That means. Izuku then slowly looked beside him and found the girl resting on his chest and hugging him. "Ah!" Izuku yelled inside his head, being careful not to wake the girl up. While waiting for the girl to wake up, Izuku took a look at her face and realized it was perfect. He saw her yesterday with her hair tied into a spiky ponytail, and she looked beautiful, but now that she had her hair down and was sleeping so peacefully against him, she looked absolutely gorgeous. Then Izuku blushed, realizing he was so close to her. Then he remembered he had to train with All Might today and panicked. Izuku whispered into her ear as gently as possible, Miss, I need to go." Then the girl's eyes slowly opened. "A little more time, please," she requested, still half asleep, not aware of what she was doing. "I really have to go," he repeated. The girl then shot her eyes open. She stared at Izuku for a moment. "Gee, good morning." I didn't mean to," she said as she turned away from him and sitting up, trying to hide her sudden blushing. Izuku got up and realized he was half naked. They looked at each other and blushed intensely. Then the girl said, "I'm Momoyaoi Rozu, nice to meet you." Then offered Izuku her hand, which he shook and replied, I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you too." Then he realized she wasn't staring at him anymore, she was focusing on his bare upper body, which Izuku quickly covered. "I'm sorry, I can't let you see that, can I?" Izuku said while awkwardly smiling. I have to go now, see you later, Miss Yaoi Rozu." Then he quickly grabbed his clothes and got dressed, but suddenly felt a tug on his shirt and looked back to see Momo blushing. "See, call me Momo," she said. Then Izuku agreed, gave her a big smile and took off. His body was rock solid, but his skin was so soft. Momo said, blushing as Izuku took off. While Izuku was walking out of the mansion, he came across Momo's parents, which walked over to him near the door leading outside. Thank you for letting me stay the night, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoi Rozu," Izuku said. "Don't worry about it, son, you can come over anytime, call us mom and dad," Mr. Yaoi Rozu said with a smile which took Izuku by surprise, making him blush remembering the conversation he heard earlier about marriage. Really?" Izuku asked with an awkward smile. "Really?" said Mr. and Mrs. Yaoi Rozu with a big smile on their faces. After an incredibly uncomfortable and long engagement talk with Momo's family that he wasn't able to get out of, Izuku was able to exit the mansion and cried inside as he headed over to the beach where he was supposed to meet All Might to train. He then saw him in his skeleton form and waved at him. All Might smiled widely with beaming determination as they began training. They started with simple imagery to train Izuku's wind manipulation quirk. After a while, Izuku was able to make little wind currents swirl around him, which surprised even All Might. "You learn quick, young man." Thank you, sir," Izuku answered, and they continued their training. When the day ended, All Might had to leave because of some work he had to do, and that left Izuku all alone at the beach. When Izuku was satisfied with his training, he decided to go home and rest, but then he realized something missing, something important. His necklace, the one his mother gave to him before she died. Izuku then went back to Yaoi Rozu's mansion to check if he left it there. When Izuku came back, Momo was outside and looked like she was looking for someone. That better not be Chisai missing again, Izuku thought. When he came over to ask Momo what she was doing, she suddenly spoke up. Welcome back, Izuku. While blushing intensely. Hi there, Momo, who were you looking for? Izuku asked. I was waiting for you. I had hoped that you would come back. I am glad I held on to that thought. Momo said immediately, making the young green-haired teen blush madly. Why, you didn't have to. He replied. I wanted to. She responded. What? I feel kind of attached to you somehow. I am aware that we don't know each other that well, but I feel like I want to be close to you and get to know you better. She answered, intensifying both of their already red as a tomato blushes. Oh, okay then. We should get in. Then they both went inside. When they got in, they were greeted by someone that seemed like he was a butler. Ma'am, the family is waiting for you at the table. Madam Saki requested that you bring your boyfriend. He said, making the two teens blush more. Thank you, Jin. He is not my boyfriend. Yet. What was that? Izuku suddenly asked. Nothing. Let us move, we cannot keep them waiting. Then she grabbed his arm and dragged him to the dining area. Chisai and their parents were at the table already. When they saw Izuku, their eyes seemingly turned into stars. Hello there, son. Mr. Yaoi Rozu said enthusiastically. You may sit next to Momo. He added, gesturing to the two seats in front of Ms. Yaoi Rozu and Chisai. Come, Izuku. Momo said with a rather nervous tone and a painfully obvious blush. Why, you're all red, Momo, are you and not feeling well? He asked, surprisingly making her blush even more. You're worried. About me? She asked as she sat down and patting the seat beside her. Izuku went over and sat next to her. I'm fine, Izuku, rest assured, but thank you for worrying. She replied. Oh, okay. Then they began eating. After a long talk about how to manage the Yaoi Rozu industry and other company-related stuff, Izuku spoke up. Hey Momo, can we maybe go to your room for a little while? Which shocked everybody around the table aside from Chisai. Such a bold move. Mrs. Yaoi Rozu thought with a rather upbeat manner. Does he want to seal the deal tonight? I do not think I am ready yet. But according to the romance and novels, if my man desires it, I should please him without any further objections or he might leave me. Momo thought with her blush still imminent. She suddenly put on a determined look despite the nervousness she was feeling. Alright, Izuku, if you wish to do it, we can be, but please be gentle, it is my first time. She shyly said, leaving Izuku with a confused expression aimed at her. Oh, okay. He replied, not sure how to answer. First time for what? He thought. Then they went inside after dinner. Momo's parents followed and were listening intently, pressing their ears on Momo's door. Izuku then asked Momo if she saw his necklace while he looked around her room, but when he turned around he saw Momo undressing. What the? He thought as he quickly walked over and dragged Momo's sweater down before she could take it off, then said. I am still here, Momo, why are you taking your clothes off? While he looked away blushing. Momo was surprised by Izuku's actions and decided to ask, scared of him leaving. She had found herself attached to the green-haired teen and wanted him close to her, even if it means doing things against her will if he wishes it. Do you not want to? Is my body not enough to please you? Are you going to leave me? While looking at Izuku, who then tried to reply. I can't say I don't want to, but was cut off by Momo's sudden kiss when she pulled away. If you won't take him my first time, at least take my first kiss. She said, making both Izuku and her blushed. Then Izuku and Momo started looking for his necklace silently. When they found it, they went out only to find Momo's parents standing in front of Momo's door blushing intensely. Her mother even looked at Izuku almost lustfully. I see it went well. Momo's father commented. Such a fine man you are, Izuku. Mrs. Yaoi Rozu added as she winked at Izuku. Then both of them went back to the living room, leaving Momo and Izuku by themselves still blushing by the door. Izuku then decided to break the silence and said. I should be heading home now. And awkwardly smiled at Momo. Do you hate me now? She asked, looking at Izuku with teary eyes. Izuku heard the question and stared back at Momo and replied. Why would I? Then gave her a warm comforting smile. She then moved towards Izuku and hugged him as she cried, letting all the nervousness she felt earlier flow out. As Izuku was walking home, Momo was staring at him until he was out of sight, then turned around only to see her parents and hearing them say. You can marry him, sweetie, we won't take any other man to marry you if you don't. Then they smiled as they all went inside, with Momo silently thinking about how she feels about Izuku. I feel like a heroine of a romance novel when I'm with him. Third person POV. 3-month time skip. The last day of Izuku's training under All Might has arrived, and they spent the morning perfecting each and every ability Izuku's quirk can perform at the beach. He and Momo didn't see each other since that night. I guess she's avoiding me, it's only natural, he thought as he continued training. He can now manage to turn parts of his body into air to avoid enemy attacks, even attacks as powerful as All Might's. They tried turning his whole body into air to increase the effectiveness, but when he did, his muscle tissues ripped and cuts appeared around his entire body. Looks like a quirk as powerful as that has its own respective backlash. Young Izuku, I must warn you, only use it when needed. All Might stated, staring into his eyes, checking if his chosen student would dare lie to him, but to his surprise, the greenette was too pure to lie. I will, thank you for the warning, sensei. Then they continue trying out his other movesets. He has mastered his wind manipulation quirk to the point where he can even use it to change the density of the air he is controlling to make a wall or even stepping pads. Finally, I was able to do it, sensei. Izuku said as he happily jumped up and down. I'm not weak anymore, I can save people now. He added with a determined look on his face. All Might just glanced at him and smiled proudly at how much Izuku had improved over just 3 months. You were never weak, young man, believe me. No part of you was ever weak. I feel like I cheated, you did all this for me, All Might, I'm too blessed. He said, looking down, trying to wipe his tears away, but the more he wiped, the more came pouring down until All Might decided to speak up. This is not because of me, this because you worked hard, you were at the lowest point of your life, always being looked down on, but you didn't quit, you made a move and attained power to save, power to fight, but most of all, the power to live. Izuku finally stopped his tears and smiled back at his hero. Still, thank you, All Might, for saving me, he said. After a long talk about All Might stories about heroes, Izuku had left to get ready for the exams in the afternoon. I forgot to tell him I was going to teach at UA, didn't I? All Might asked himself as he laughed it off. Izuku already arrived at UA and was walking around fanboying all of the pro heroes present there, which caught some of the eyes of the incoming examinees as he just here to get autographs. They all thought. As the announcement to gather came around, Izuku walked towards the main building of UA for orientation. But the determination in his eyes, you wouldn't think that anything bad could happen until Izuku suddenly tripped on a rock, slowly falling face first towards the pavement. This is quite a stupid way to start the exams, it hasn't even started, and I'm already a casualty. When he had accepted his horrible fate of landing face first on the ground, he suddenly felt something slimy wrapping around him preventing his fall. He looked to his left, only to see 3 figures standing in front of him, a blonde guy with a simple cartoonish face, a girl with periwinkle hair that seemingly matched her eye color, and a guy with purple hair and octopus tentacles for hands, which took him by surprise. Sorry, I used my quirk on you without asking, my name is Tamaki Amajiki. The purple-haired guy said as he put Izuku down. He realized that the 3 of them were wearing UA uniforms. Thank you Tamaki-senpai, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said, looking at awe at the 3 students, they must be exceptionally powerful to be able to get into UA. Izuku thought. The periwinkle-haired girl was just staring at him, and the 2 guys with her noticed this. Weird, she usually gets all chaotic and twirly by this point. I thought she would have asked this kid some questions by now, but she actually stayed silent for once. Wonder why. They both thought but swatted it aside for now. They both turned towards Izuku. Well then, see you later, good luck on the test, Izuku. The blonde guy said with a bright smile. Thank you, senpai. He replied. Then the 3 of them walked away and into the main building. I talked to UA students. Izuku thought with a goofy look on his face. He could tell everybody thought he was incomprehensibly stupid because of the stares he was getting on the way to the main building. Izuku POV. As I entered the room for orientation, I could feel the tension of all the examinees in the air. This feels like a competition. Ran through my head at that moment. I sat down on my designated seat, but when I look over to my right, I saw Bakugo glaring right at me. I was scared for my dear life when luckily, the speaker walked in front. Present Mick, the voice hero, oh my god, I always listen to him on the radio. I whispered to myself, then Bakugo told me to shut up, so I did as I was told. I didn't want another beating after school. Third person POV. Alright, everybody make some noise. Present Mick yelled to lift up the tension in the air, but no one answered him. He yelled again, and again no one answered him. Quite the boring audience we got over here, huh? He muttered and started to explain the setup of the entrance exam. There will be a written exam and a practical exam that will take place. The written exam consists of the rules and regulations of the Hero Society. The practical exam, however, will be held on different training grounds. You will be faced by foe villains, 3 with designated points on them. Then a guy with glasses suddenly raised his hand for permission to ask a question that was granted by Present Mick. There are 4 faux villains in the printouts. If this is an error, UA will be held at fault for false information regarding the entrance exam, and you there with the green hair, if you came here to fanboy on the present pro heroes, you may go out," said the guy with glasses, which made Izuku jump from his seat in fear as everybody laughed at him. "Okay, chill out examinee 7777, as I said, 3 faux villains have designated points in them, but the 4th is worth 0 points, so it would be easier to avoid them rather than fight," President Mick explained. After the orientation, they all went to their respective rooms to take the written exam, which was easy for Izuku, as he was always studying hero work all his life. Being a nerd finally paid off, Izuku thought. Then the practical exam was about to begin. He was lucky Bakugo wasn't in the same testing ground as him. Things could turn south if that happens, for me at least, he thought as he let out a sigh. Suddenly, the guy with the glasses came over and said, "If you don't want to take the test, then just go. The others here are serious about getting in to be pro heroes, so please take the test seriously." He must be offended by my sigh just now, I have to explain, Izuku thought, then he frantically tried to explain the situation while making no sense at all. The other examinees were all laughing at him. "Ha, that kid doesn't even have the courage to talk to us. How does he expect to be a hero like that? At least that's one less rival for a UA high spot," they muttered with evil grins, looking down on him. Then President Mick loudly yelled over the microphone, "Go. Go. Go. What are you all waiting for? There's no go signal when you're fighting villains." Then they all ran, leaving Izuku behind, staring down at the ground. The spirit that All Might managed to fix was already shattered by the words of his fellow examinees before the exam even began. "They're right, how can someone like me be a hero? All Might was wrong, I'm trash, he shouldn't have wasted his Tim." Then someone suddenly puts a hand on his shoulder. When he looked over, it was the 3 that saved him from tripping earlier. The blonde-haired guy was the first to speak up. "Don't give up just yet. You haven't even gave your all, don't mind what they all say, not everyone can be strong right off the bat, we aren't All Might, all top heroes came from a bunch of nobodies too, didn't they? That's what my mentor told me and he's right, the pros you see today were kids too, they worked hard to get there, so don't throw in the towel just yet buddy, give it all you've got, and when you fail, you can quit knowing that you didn't waste an opportunity to walk into the limelight, now go out there and show them what you're made of." Then they all shot him encouraging smiles. "Give it my all, yeah he's right. Who cares what they think? If I fail, I'll give it all up, but only if I fail giving it my all," Izuku thought. "Thank you senpai. Watch me ace this test. I think." Then suddenly, he vanished, leaving with a sudden gust of wind blowing the 3 students away. What was that? Is he dead? He just vanished as if he was taken by the wind. The periwinkle-haired girl frantically asked the blonde guy, seeming overly worried for a guy she just met, but the 2 guys with her didn't question it. "It's his quirk," the blonde said with a wide smile on his face. "What an all-powerful quirk, does that mean he can be untouchable if he chooses to be? He's kind of like you, Mirio," Tamaki commented. "I can tell he worked incredibly hard to master that quirk of his, the stronger they are, the harder the drawbacks. There's no need to worry about that kid, he just needed a little push, we'll see him at UA for sure," Mirio stated with certainty as they all walked away from the testing ground to watch the test with the school staff. Mirio Pav. "We watched the whole test together with the teachers, we were lucky we were given special passes to watch it." Almost all the teachers stared in awe at Izuku as he destroyed faux villains after faux villains with high speed and accuracy. He seemed as free and strong as the wind as he disappeared and reappeared in front of his enemies, using that quirk he used to vanish when we encouraged him to give it his all, but we all noticed one thing. His body has cuts all over. Backlash. Izuku was able to reach first place in under 2 minutes since he entered the field, but then suddenly he stopped in his tracks and was breathing hard. He's at his limit. Amazing. That kid blew past all the examinees in just 2 minutes, such power, even though he had a late start, but that quirk of his has a pricey drawback to it, Cemento Sensei stated, and all the teachers agreed. "I guess it's time to bring out the big one," Principal Nezu said as he clicked a big red button in front of him. "They aren't heroes if they can't break out of a tough spot, right?" he added. Izuku Pav. "Looks like I pushed myself too much," I said, squinting through the pane of the cuts and leaned against the wall of a building. Then suddenly, a gigantic faux villain appeared in front of me and the other examinees, towering over all the buildings and heading towards us. That moment, we all knew that there was no way to beat that faux villain. All of us frantically tried to run away to just let the time of the exam expire. But suddenly I heard a scream coming from behind me. I looked back and saw a girl with pink skin and 2 small horns, whose foot was stuck under a huge broken chunk of a damaged building and is about to get run over by the huge faux villain. I wasn't able to move a muscle. The fear added to my exhaustion locked me down right at that spot as I stared helplessly at the girl in danger when suddenly, The guy with red spiky hair ran past me and yelled. Mina. Don't worry, I'll save you. As he covered the girl with his body. Suddenly I flashed back to the day I saved Chisai when he was being ganged up on. I remembered how I helplessly covered Chisai and didn't fight back because I lacked the power to do so. This guy is trying to protect that girl even though he can't beat the enemy. What the hell are you doing standing around, Izuku? You want to be a hero, don't you? The thought rang through my head. I gritted my teeth and finally walked over to help the guy and the girl who looked at me surprised. It's that wimpy kid from earlier, you can't do anything against that. Just run. The guy warned as I came to a stop, standing between the faux villain and the two of them. I gathered all the wind in the area and compressed it all into my right palm, then I gathered all the strength left inside me and hurled the wind I was able to amass from my palm directly to the head of the villain. Wine Javelin. One of the moves All Might taught me that generates a spiral of wind that pierced the head of the faux villain. I turned around, smiled reassuringly at their surprised faces to calm them down. Why, you're safe now, sorry I wasn't able to come as soon. Then I blacked out and felt two arms catching me. I heard his words. Thank you, you were very manly. As my consciousness leapt away. Third person POV. What the hell was that? I thought that kid was at his limit. He blasted that faux villain in one move like it was nothing. Present Mick said as he entered the teacher's viewing room after the practical exam. On top of that, he's very cute. Midnight Sensei commented playfully. Oh no you don't. Nijire suddenly yelled, much to their surprise. She's been acting weird around that kid. Mirio and Tamaki both thought. He was very jumpy when we went to talk to him earlier. With that power you'd expect him to be arrogant. I wonder what kind of life he had to live for him to end up like that. Mirio stated. Third person POV. Izuku woke up the next day, staring up at the familiar ceiling of his room. He realized he was already home. But suddenly, he heard some sort of sizzling as if someone was cooking something downstairs. Izuku had no more family members. His mom and dad both died in a plane crash. The only support he has is his aunt and uncle currently living in America. His eyes went wide. It couldn't be them, right? He thought to himself. He then began crawling off of his bed and grabbed one of his pillows to use as a weapon. He tiptoed down the stairs, making as little noise as possible, then came to a stop when he reached the third step from the bottom. He mustered up all his courage and asked. W, who's there? I have a W weapon and I'm not afraid to use it. While shaking intensely, no matter how you looked at it, he was scared to death as of that moment. Then suddenly, a man walks up to him and began talking. Hey there bro, sorry Wheela. Until he was bashed by Izuku in the head with the pillow he was holding. Then he saw the familiar glint of red hair sticking out of the pillow he clobbered the guy with, remembering the course of events yesterday. He then realized it was that red-haired guy from yesterday and began apologizing. I'm sorry. I thought a W was a burglar or something. The guy lifted the pillow off his face and laughed out loud. What's a guy as powerful as doing with a weapon, much less a pillow at that? Don't tease him that much, Kiri, he's kinda cute that way. Someone from the kitchen had said. When Izuku looked over, it was the pink girl that was stuck beneath the rocks at the exam. She was apparently cooking bacon and eggs for breakfast. He and the red-haired guy approached her. Hello, I'm Izuku M. Midoriya. Izuku said with an intense blush flushing over his face. He was never the kind of guy who did well around girls, especially someone as beautiful as this one. The red-haired guy came over and said. Please don't tell me you like my girlfriend, you know, with all the stuttering and blushing you were. And no. I'm just not that good with talking to girls. He replied while shyly scratching the back of his neck and smiling awkwardly. The girl just stared at him with her mouth wide open, seemingly shocked by what he just told them. Really? You're that cute and you're not good with talking to girls? She asked with the most energy the green-haired teen has ever witnessed from anyone that had talked to him, but then held her excitement back immediately, upon realizing that she hadn't even introduced herself yet. Oh right. I'm Mina Shido, by the way, nice to meet you Izuku. The girl added with a bubbly tone and reached out her hand, then Izuku shook it. I'm Kirishima Ijiro, nice to meet you too Izuku. The guy said as he gave Izuku a friendly smile and shook his hand as well. Thank you for bringing me home, Mina-san, Kirishima-kun. You even made breakfast, it's been a while since I ate homemade food. Izuku commented with a cheerful smile painted on his face. What do you mean? You never eat your parents' home cooking? That's bad, Izu. You should always eat what they give you. Mina scolded with a pout, waving the spatula she was holding, causing Izuku to flinch a little bit. I don't have parents anymore. Sorry if I came out rude W when I said I haven't eaten home cooking for a while now. He replied with a painful smile. Guilt washed over the pink girl and immediately threw her arms around him, making him blush from head to toe. What are you doing Mina-san? he frantically asked. Being touched by women he wasn't related to was new to the greenet, he didn't know what to do at the moment, so he just stayed still, stiff as a board, while she hugged him tightly. "I'm apologizing," she muttered, and at that moment, all the nervousness he was feeling turned into appreciation for the girl's sympathy. He smiled at her and replied a genuine, "Thank you." Then she pulled away, seemingly avoiding eye contact. Her cheeks turned from pink into a violent shade of purple. "Why, you're welcome." Then she continued cooking. "Hey Kirishima-kun, see, can you come with me for a second?" he requested. The redhead smiled at him and nodded. "Hey Mina, me and Izu bro are gonna hang out while you cook. Call us when it's all set." Kirishima said, only to receive a nod from the pinket, not even managing to look at Izuku. He is one hell of a lady killer with that smile, not to mention that suave body. For a second there I forgot that I had a boyfriend and just wanted to rip his pajamas off. She silently thought to herself, still blushing over him. "Alright bro, where we headed?" Kirishima asked, waiting for his new friend to answer. Follow me." Then Izuku began walking upstairs and went inside his room. "See, can you model for me for a bit, Kirishima-kun?" Then at that moment, the man in question's jaw dropped through the floor and onto the first floor of the house. "Excuse me, what?" he asked. I need a drawing of you. I saw why you're Quirk in the exams and I thought it was cool. I kind of want to write about it in my notebook." Then Izuku walked towards the shelves on the left side of the room, where a bunch of notebooks were lined up numbered from 1 to 14. He grabbed the 14th one and opened it to an empty page. "So you're saying you, the guy who destroyed that gigantic faux villain, want to know about my quirk? Why?" Kirishima inquired, confused as to why someone he thought to be evidently more powerful than him wanted to know about his quirk. I collect notes about people who I think have cool quirks. I wanted to ask Mina-san too, but it would be wrong for me to suddenly just make a G-girl model for me," he explained. Kirishima looked at all the notebooks on the shelves. 1 to 14, he grabbed the last one which had an empty page halfway, which means these notebooks are all filled with information about quirks. This guy is next level manly, Kirishima thought, suddenly beaming with admiration for the green-haired teen in front of him. "Alright Izu bro. I'll model for you, you seem manly." Then Izuku shot him a bright smile. He felt as if the room got brighter when that hit him. Pureness at its finest. Then for the next 10 minutes, the two spent their time on dedicating a page for Kirishima inside the 14th notebook. "It's done," Izuku exclaimed, happily staring at his work. Kirishima couldn't help but smile at the pureness of the greenet. "Let's head down then. Mina might be finished already," he said. Don't you want to see?" Izuku asked, but he shook his head to decline. "It's yours bro. It won't be manly to peek," he answered proudly. If you say so." Then Izuku returned the notebook back in its place on the shelf. They walked out of his room and down to the kitchen. When they got there, Mina had already set the table and was sitting there alone, waiting for them. Sorry for the wait Mina-san," Izuku said as he and Kirishima joined her. "It's fine. Anyway, eat up before it gets cold. I'm not that good at cooking, so don't expect much, alright?" she stated. Then they all took a bite. Izuku's eyes suddenly lit up. "It might be because I haven't eaten home cooking for a long time, but this is good," Izuku exclaimed, making her blush yet again. Thank you Izuku. Man. He should really be careful of what he does when he's around ladies or he's gonna have to deal with a lot of lovers," she thought. Then minutes later, they were done eating. Izuku said he was going to wash the dishes later, but Mina insisted that she does it instead, so the two guys just ended up sitting on the table while she did just that. Thank you again for taking me home, but may I ask how you knew where I live?" Izuku asked. With genuine curiosity as to why they did. "Oh. A blonde man came over to us when you were out cold. He wanted to take you home instead, but we insisted that we do it to repay you for saving us back at the exam. He gave us your address, and we took my car here," Kirishima explained. "Blonde man. Must be All Might, I better thank him later." Then he and Kirishima began talking about other things while waiting for Mina to finish. Kirishima Ijiro. Quirk. Hardening. Can harden his body to tank damage or to inflict damage. Mina Shido. Quirk. Acid. Can secrete acid from her body to use for mobility or melting enemy defenses weapons. Momopov. I had heard from my parents that Izuku had tried out for UA and had passed out by the end of the entrance exam. My parents were granted special passes to watch the entrance exam, given the fact that they are one of the most prominent figures in supporting the Hero Society when it comes to their funding. Flashback to earlier. "Momo, Izu just passed the UA entrance exam," my mother exclaimed enthusiastically as she walked into my room. "Though he passed out by the end of it, he saved some girl stuck under a rock from a giant faux villain. He was so cool, I wish you would marry him already," she added. I bolted straight out of my bed and asked her the one single question running through my head at the moment. What girl? But she just giggled a bit and gave me a piece of paper containing an address. Go to him, he might still be at home, he was extremely exhausted from yesterday's test after all. Then I quickly nodded and got dressed. End of flashback. I was now on my way over to the address my mom gave me, which was surprisingly closer than I had initially thought it would be. Turn right here. And now left. Go straight. And stop. Then I arrived in front of a modern-style wooden gate with black steel grids. I rang the doorbell and heard the speaker buzz, and what surprised me was the fact that the one speaking was a girl. Maybe it's Izuku's sister. Wait, he doesn't have a sister. My mind went on and on about the possibilities. Then the girl asked. Who is it? It's Momo Yaoi Rozu, I came for Izuku. Then the gates opened and I walked in to see a lawn that had flower beds on either side and a pathway made of rocks leading to a modern-style house which consists of glass and concrete painted black and gray. I never knew Izuku was rich and he lives alone. I thought as I walked down the pathway and was welcomed by a girl with pink skin. She's hot. I thought to myself when I saw her well-developed body and beautiful figure, not to mention she was cute in a way with the two small horns on her head. She said, "Welcome Miss Yaoi Rozu," and smiled at me, then stretched her hand out for a handshake. "I'm Mina Ishido, Izuku's friend," she said. "I'm Momo Yaoi Rozu, nice to meet you Ishido-san. Well, shall we enter?" Then I nodded and we both walked inside. Third person Pav. When Mina left the table, the two guys got to talk for a while. "Hey Izu bro, do you have a girlfriend?" Kirishima asked. "A girlfriend?" Izuku asked frantically, making sure he had heard right. "Yes, a girlfriend." Kirishima answered while laughing at how flustered the greenette was when he brought the topic up. "No I don't, I told you I'm not good with girls." Izuku replied, embarrassed about the fact that he can't even get a girlfriend. He glanced over to the redhead, waiting for him to laugh, but what he saw surprised him. The guy looked like he didn't find it funny and looked like he was thinking of something. "How about we go get you a girlfriend later? You're good looking, tall, polite, plus you're hot, we'll just go to a mixer later and you'll be sure to walk home with a lady." Kirishima exclaimed enthusiastically, which surprised him even more. He didn't laugh, instead he even tried to help. Izuku thought, making him smile in appreciation for the kindness he was showing him. "Yeah sure, the mixer huh?" said a sudden voice, effectively cutting him off mid-sentence. Kirishima and Izuku slowly rotated their heads to see where the voice came from. "Whose idea was it?" Mina said while glaring at Kirishima. "It was obviously Izuku." Kirishima lied with a straight face and pointed at Izuku. "Hey. It wasn't me I swear." Izuku was again cut off by Momo, who then said. "You can have me as your girlfriend Izuku, I mean we already slept together, didn't we?" in a playful tone while she and Mina joined them on the table. "I feel betrayed," Kirishima said, looking at Izuku and Momo across the table. "Not good with girls huh?" he added, grinning proudly at the little green-haired teen who was now presently blushing like a madman, from head to toe. It was an accident. I was out cold. And nothing happened." He frantically tried to explain. "Yeah right sure, you hugged me real tight, didn't you?" Momo asked while playfully poking him on the chest. "That was you." Izuku replied, blushing intensely, while the other three began laughed at him. "Anyway, how were your test results?" Momo asked the three of them. Kirishima. "Passed." Mina. "Me too." Izuku. "I don't know," he said while awkwardly smiling. "Check it already will you?" they all said in unison. "Yes, ma'am sir and ma'am." He suddenly blurted out, stood up and ran outside to check his mail. When he got outside, there were two mails waiting to be opened, one from his aunt and uncle and the other one from UA. He stuffed the mail from his relatives inside his pocket and headed back for him and the others to look into it together. "Hey guys, I'm back," Izuku announced while walking towards the table. "Hurry up bro. We want to see it," Kirishima exclaimed, gesturing him to walk faster. "This could be rather humiliating on my part if I fail, so bear with me," he requested while awkwardly smiling at the other three. "Oh, come on you got this bro." Then Mina and Momo nodded along with him. Alright then, let's do this," Izuku said with a nervous look as he sat down and slowly opened the mail, then a hologram came out. Kind of like in the anime. "Hello there young man, I'm glad to announce that you have passed the exam. Be ready, you will be moving to your dorms tomorrow." I passed. Izuku exclaimed happily as all of them jumped around hugging each other to celebrate. Then the whole day passed with them just hanging out together. When it was time for them to leave, they all had content faces knowing that they made new friends and are all going to the same school. This will be fun, they all collectively thought. Izuku and Momo insisted that they see Mina and Kirishima off. "Yes, we will be seeing each other again tomorrow." We'll be leaving now, see you on the flip side. Kirishima yelled while waving from the open window of his car, then Mina decided to tease the greenette a little bit. Goodbye Izu. I miss you already darling. Making him stiff as a board and red as a tomato standing in front of the gate while the other two left in Kirishima's car. Darling? Momo suddenly asked, jolting him back into reality. I have not even gathered up the courage to give him a simple nickname, yet Ishido-san can do it so easily. She thought, doing her best to hide her sudden wave of jealousy. She just likes to tease. He answered. Very well, I believe you. Say, would you be fine if I give you a nickname? She asked. I will not stand around and get outdone. Sure, what nickname? He inquired. How about Izu? That's fine by me. He replied, still blushing from head to toe. A nickname. He thought, glancing over to the happily jumping Momo in front of him. Alright then, I should be heading home by now, see you tomorrow Izu. Momo exclaimed with a huge satisfied smile on her face. I have given him a great nickname. She thought. Wait. I'll take you home. He suddenly said, making Momo blush a little. You don't have to. Momo replied. Someone was looking at me suspiciously while I was checking the mail earlier, it wouldn't be safe for you to go alone. He added with a serious tone that Momo couldn't possibly decline. If you say so. Then Izuku and Momo left. While walking, Izuku found the perfect chance to talk. Hey, Momo, were you avoiding me over the last 3 months? Izuku suddenly asked out of nowhere, catching the woman off guard. And no. I wasn't avoiding you, I would never. I was finishing up my applications and tryouts for UA's recommendation slots. Momo explained, and at that moment, stars replaced Izuku's eyes, he jumped up and down enthusiastically. Whoa. You got in through recommendation. You must be really powerful. Momo giggled at how much excitement the broccoli boy was feeling and replied. I guess you could say that, I'm special. Not strong, that's why I got recommended. They were both talking and laughing up until Izuku sensed a figure obscuring the wind heading towards them. Show yourself. He suddenly said with a serious expression which shocked the Ravenette. Izuku, what are? She got cut off when Izuku pulled on her arm so that she would be behind him in case something popped up. I see you can sense people, kid. Right there in front of Izuku appeared a man with gray hair and disembodied hands all over his body. This guy is a villain for sure, I need to get us out of here, and fast, Izuku concluded as he looked around them looking for an opening to get Atlas Momo out of harm's way. Don't worry child, I am not here to harm, not yet at least. I come bearing a message. The fall of the symbol of peace is coming, go tell everybody that will you? Then the man calmly walked into what seemed like a purple mist with an evil smile painted on his face. Izuku couldn't do anything but stare with wide terrified eyes, he knew he wasn't ready for a fight. That was close, are you okay Momo? Izuku asked her, Momo nodded, then asked, what was that? A villain. Don't worry about it, I'll take you home safely. Then he gave Momo a reassuring smile. Very well. She answered, still worried for his well-being. He was going to get me out of there and leave himself behind, I'd put him into more danger than he already was. She guiltily thought as they began to walk again. Momo unconsciously grabbed onto his hand at one point, she was going to pull it off and apologize, but she felt like he needed it, surprisingly enough, he gripped her hand tightly in return, making her smile genuinely not knowing that as he walked her home, only one thing was on the greenette's mind. I have to at least warn All Might. When they arrived at Momo's mansion, Izuku held onto Momo and looking her in the eye to try and get what he was about to tell her through. Don't tell anyone about what happened okay Momo? If this news spreads that the symbol of peace is being targeted, it would cause a panic on a worldwide scale. He needed to make sure she would stay quiet. Okay. Momo answered, then Izuku shot her a smile, turned around and walked back home, leaving Momo by the mansion door, staring at him walk away. Momo's pav. I have never seen him act so serious, the moment he stared at me with those cold eyes asking me to stay silent about it all, I knew he wouldn't take no. For answer, it's as if we had a confrontation with the devil himself. Third person pav. As Izuku was walking back from taking Momo home, he thought back to what the villain had warned them. The fall of the symbol of peace, who could possibly beat All Might in terms of power? That means they're planning something underhanded to beat him instead of a fair confrontation. Izuku thought. I'm better off just talking about this with All Might, my brain can't handle all of this. He said to himself as he sighed and continued walking home. When he got home, he remembered the letter from his aunt and uncle that he kept in his pocket earlier. He got to his room and put the letter on his nightstand to open later. Then Izuku went downstairs again and took a bath, cooked dinner and ate. I wish they would have just stayed overnight, eating alone again after eating with friends just makes it sadder, he thought as he sighed and continued eating dinner. After he was done eating and cleaning up, he went upstairs to quickly read the letter and go to sleep. He sat down on his bed and started opening the letter, but what Izuku read inside brought tears into his eyes. Dear Izuku, we heard that you passed the entrance exam, sweetie. My and your uncle are very proud of you. We sent $2 million into your bank account. Just a little push from us. We won't be able to come to Japan for a while, but when we do, let's have a proper celebration. Yours truly, Abigail Midoriya. He suddenly ran downstairs to his phone and called his aunt with tears still falling down, even though he tried to wipe them away. Hello Izu. What's wrong? It's so late, sweetie. Aunt Abigail said with a yawn as if she was woken up. Thank you, Aunt Abby. Izuku replied. Wait, you're crying again, aren't you? You really are as kind and fragile as your father. Don't worry about the money, it's just a little more than usual. She said while giggling over the phone. And no, I'm not talking about the money, I'm saying thank you for telling me that why you guys were proud of me for passing the exams. He answered. Of course we're proud. We watched you since you were 4 years old and all you could talk about were heroes, and now you passed the entrance exam for the most prestigious hero course in all of Japan. There's no way we wouldn't be proud. Aunt Abby said. Now go to sleep, tomorrow's the start of your school days, right? Knowing you didn't pack yet, so try to wake up early, okay? We'll save our celebration for when we get to Japan, alright? Bye, your uncle's already snoring. She added while laughing. I will, say hi to uncle for me when he wakes up. Izuku answered as he wiped his tears away and replaced it with a big smile. Those two never gets what I mean by I don't need that much money. Don't they? He said while laughing all the way back to his bed as he started to fall asleep. Izuku's aunt and uncle owns the biggest support company present in America. Izuku woke up extra early the next morning to pack his things to bring to the dorms they would be moving into today. When he finished eating, he took a bath and changed into his school uniform and went outside. I won't be coming back here anytime soon, am I? Izuku thought as he locked the gates and stood in front of them. Goodbye, Mr. House, I'll be gone for a long time, I guess. He said, only to be cut off by Momo, Mina, and Kirishima's stares behind him. What was that about? Were you just saying goodbye to your house, bro? Kirishima said as the three of them broke into laughter. I won't be back here for a long time. I thought I should at least say goodbye. Izuku explained with an embarrassed face, which made the three of them laugh even more. After they were finished with teasing. Enough of that, let's hurry up, we're going to be late. Mina said as she dragged Kirishima back to his car. Agreed. Momo said as she went back to her family's limousine. Then Izuku started to walk towards UA talking to himself. I wonder what quirks our classmates have. This is going to be fun. While smiling excitedly when suddenly, Momo went back outside and said. What are you doing, Izuku? Get in already. Which caught Izuku by surprise. EHH. Aren't you worried if other students see us? What's Miss Yaoi Rozu doing with a loser like him? They'll probably think. He said with an awkward smile on his face. That's for them to worry about. Now get in or I'll beat you up. Clenching her fists, which surprisingly made Izuku flinch. I will. Calm down. Izuku said as they both entered the limousine. I can't believe a threat like that worked on Izu, bro. Don't fall into the clutches of women. Ride my car instead. Kirishima said while Mina bashed him in the head and said. God, you boys are dense. As they all departed for UA. Momo's pav. As I sat beside Izuku. I can't believe threats like that would work on him, lucky me. I thought. I wanted to be able to get close to him again, like that time we slept on my bed together, so I lied. Izuku, CC, can I rest on your shoulders? I wasn't able to sleep last night. It's fine if you don't want to. I said while looking to the side so he won't see my blush. No, it's fine, you probably weren't able to sleep because of the excitement too, right? Izuku said with such bright enthusiasm, it was enough to blind a person. I guess he's so excited about UA that he doesn't see anything besides it, so it probably doesn't even matter what I do. That works for me too. I thought as I leaned against him and said. Wake me up when we get there. As I surprisingly fell asleep pretty quickly. Third person pav. When they had UA High's gates in their sights, Izuku began to wake Momo up. Hey Momo, we're here, wake up. He whispered into her ear as she slowly opened her eyes and said. Let me sleep a little bit longer. Until she realized that she was hugging him tightly, which made her blush intensely as she pulled away and faced the other side, hiding her face. What's wrong, Momo? Are you okay? Izuku asked with a concerned look which made Momo feel guilty. I'm fine, don't worry. She replied, still looking away. Izuku's attention then shifted from Momo to UA High as they arrived in front of the gates. Momo. Look, we're here. He said as he stuck his face on the car's window facing the school. Momo looked over and saw how excited Izuku was and genuinely smiled. You really do like this school, huh? Izuku. She said. I love it. I can't believe I passed. Izuku replied without even taking his gaze off the school gates. I bet you love it more than you love me. Momo said while pouting to the side. What? He asked as Momo just smiled at him and said. Oh nothing. In a playful tone. Then they both got out of the car. Suddenly Izuku bounced up and down with enthusiasm. Ha! We're here. I bet everybody here is an elite. He said as he faced the school gates and smiled. What's up with that guy? One of the two passing students asked the other. Let him be, he's probably feeling lucky to barely make the cut. The other said as the two of them walked away laughing at Izuku, who stopped and smiled painfully. When Momo saw his face, rage filled her head and she started to walk towards the two students, but Izuku suddenly grabs her hand, holding her back. Let them say what they want, I'm used to it. He said as he painfully faked a laugh. Momo saw through his lie and asked him. Why don't you just fight back? Just a little is fine. You're too kind for your own good. Which surprised Izuku. Then he gave her a smile, a real one this time, to calm her down. Someone told me to only fight when I need to protect something, I guess. He said while he scratched the back of his neck. Momo gritted her teeth. Why don't you protect yourself then? She said as she tried to slap Izuku but was stopped by Mina. I knew this was gonna happen. She sighed, then pointed at Kirishima, who was now holding the two students from earlier. I heard these guys talking trash about Izu bro. He said. The two then said in unison. We're sorry. We take back we said earlier, just let us go already. Then Kirishima let them go and they ran inside the campus as fast as they can. You better run. Mina said while grinning. Momo looked at where Izuku was to apologize, but when she did, Izuku wasn't there anymore. He was standing in front of Kirishima saying. Wow. Kirishima-kun, you must be powerful, those two were so scared of you. Then proceeded to ask him things like how he did it and how his quirk works while looking at him with admiration, which made Kirishima laugh as he scratched the back of his head and began explaining. Looks like he already forgot, don't worry about it Momo. Mina said as she dragged her inside and the boys followed while Izuku was still bombarding Kirishima with questions. Looks like we're all in the same class. Mina said as they checked the information board in front. Let's get moving shall we? Looks like the dorm is this way. She added, pointing to a building with a sign above that said. Heights Alliance. Class 1A. The four of them walked in and saw a bunch of teens gathered around on a large U-shaped sofa facing a big-sized TV, talking to each other, but what surprised Izuku was his old bully, Kitsuki Bakugo, who was sitting together with a blonde guy that looked like he was charging his phone using his hands. I see you have arrived, my name is Tenyuida, I apologize for my rude behavior during the entrance exam, I did not think that you had what it takes, but when I saw you jump in between the faux villain and these two to save them, I realized that I was wrong, I humbly apologize. The guy with the glasses that scolded me at the entrance exam said. And no, it's fine, I understand why you would get mad at someone like me, I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you Iida-kun. Izuku said as he shook Iida's hand. Momopov. As Izuku and Iida-san were talking, a girl with brown hair walked over towards Mina and me and said. Hi, I'm Ichako Uraraka, come join us, me and the girls are about to introduce ourselves to each other. With a very friendly smile, then we walked towards a group of girls gathering in the corner. As we sat on the floor together with four other girls forming a circle. I'll start, my name is Ichako Uraraka, my quirk is zero gravity, it allows me to make everything I touch weightless. The girl with brown hair said while showing us her fingers. It's my turn now, I'm Tsuyu Asui, you can call me Tsu, my quirk is frog. Which basically gives me the abilities of a frog, ribbit. The girl next to Ichako said while sticking her tongue out in a very cute manner. My turn. My turn. The invisible girl said cheerfully. My name is Toru Hagakure, my quirk is invisibility. That's why I'm invisible. She added. Then the girl next to her began introducing herself as well. I'm Jiro Kyoka, my quirk is earphone jack, I can use it to pierce walls and amplify what I hear. I can also amplify the sound of my heartbeat for ranged attacks, but that requires a support item. Mina then introduced herself after Jiro, and my turn finally came so I spoke. I'm Momoyoi Rozu, my quirk creation. Allows me to make any non-living object using my body's lipids. You're Momoyoi Rozu. The one who got in through recommendations. I can see why, you have such a special quirk. Ichako said while brimming with excitement that all the girls found cute. Then we continued talking for a while. Izuku's POV. Iida-kun began leading me and Kirishima to the U-shaped sofa where all the boys were gathering. We are going to introduce ourselves to each other, as you can see, we decided to separate the class gender-wise first, as some of our classmates felt a bit uncomfortable at first. He said while swinging his arms around. As we were heading towards them, I couldn't help but notice Kaken. My nickname for Bakugo back when we were still young. glaring at me, but it didn't seem like he was looking down on me, it almost looked like he was looking at me like I'm his equal for once. He finally took his gaze off me as we sat together with Iida-kun. "Now that we're all here, let us start our introductions," Iida announced. "I guess I'll go first then," said the blonde guy sitting beside Kaken. "The name's Denki Kaminari, my quirk is electrification, I can discharge electricity stored in my body," he added while releasing a small amount of electricity on his finger to demonstrate his quirk. Kaken was next but didn't want to, so the guys just stared at him, waiting for him to break. "Fine you losers. The name's Katsuki Bakugo, my quirk is explosion, I don't need to explain it to you guys, you'll probably just end up thinking of ways to counter it, heh," he said while grinning at everybody. "Well, guess I'm next, I'm Hantasiro, my quirk tape lets me shoot sticky tape from my elbows to capture enemies or for mobility," the guy next to Kaken said while showing us his elbows. "Bakito Sato, my quirk is sugar rush, I can turn the sugar in my body to power," the bulky guy next to Siro-kun said as he pulled out a container from his pocket that was labeled sugar. "I'm Shoji Mizo, my quirk is dupli arms, I can turn the ends of my arms to ears, mouths, and eyes to heighten my senses," said the guy with 6 arms next to Sato-kun. "Bonjour, Yuga Aoyama here, my quirk is naval laser, it allows me to shoot very stylish lasers from my belly button," the blonde guy next to Shoji-kun said as he gave everybody a sparkly wink. "Masher Aojiro, my quirk is tail, I have a tail." Then we all stared at him. "I know, apart from the tail, I'm normal," he added as we all broke into laughter. I am Koji Koda, my quirk eye is Anavis, I can control insects and animals," the guy next to Ajiro-kun said. "He's like a woman," we all thought. "I'm Tokoyami Fumikage, my quirk is dark shadow, it lets me control dark shadow at will." And as the guy next to Koda-kun said that, a dark ghost-like figure came out of his chest and said, "He's talking about me," which shocked everybody out of their seats, so Tokoyami-kun recalled it back inside him. Then we continued. "I'm Shoto Todoroki, my quirk is half cold, half hot, ice on my right, fire on my left," the guy with red and white hair said. "Todoroki. You got in through recommendation right," Kaken said as he stood up and stood in front of Todoroki-kun. "Looks like I'll have fun crushing you, son of Endeavor," he added with a grin. "By the way, I didn't give Todoroki family problems in this fanfic, sorry." Then Kirishima stood in between the two and broke them up before a fight happens, then he introduced himself. The guy with purple ball-like hair sitting next to Iida stood up and headed to the middle, facing every guy in the room. When Kirishima was done, he said, "Minoru Mineta, my quirk is pop off, I can pop off my hair. Balls that stick to anything. And throw them. I just want to make something clear to all of you, I get all the ladies got it." Then he pointed at me. "Especially you pretty boy." Then he went back to his seat as everybody, even the girls at the corner, was staring at him. Then it was Iida's turn. "I am Tenyu Iida, my quirk is engine, it allows me to move in incredible speeds using the engines in my calves," he said while gesturing using his arms. It was now my turn and I felt everybody, even Kaken, was looking at me, which made me a nervous wreck. I'm Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is wind manipulation and body scatter. The former allow me to control the wind's direction, speed and density in a certain area, and the latter allows me to transform my whole body, parts of my body, into air," I said and sat down. And after that, the girls came over so the boys and girls could get to know each other. Momo sat next to me and apologized for lashing out at me earlier. "It's fine, I understand. It actually made me happy that you guys cared about me that much," I said while smiling at her to assure her that it was all fine. Third person Pav. As class 1 continued familiarizing and talking about their favorite heroes and other stuff, someone suddenly came through the door. He was wearing all black and a gray scarf, had long black hair, and looked like he hasn't slept for months. He then said, "I expect that you all know who's who by now. Get your luggage up to the rooms prepared by the school that are, by the way, patterned to your original room back at home. Don't ask how we managed to copy them, and get moving. Wear your PE uniforms and go to class 1 as soon as you're ready. We're going to do something you'll find exciting," and gave us a grin before leaving. Izuku Pav. We all went up the stairs and went into our rooms to unload our luggage and get dressed like the man told us to earlier. When I got there, the room was exactly like my room back home, even where all my All Might posters and action figures were matched down to the last point. I have to admit, that's pretty creepy, I said to myself as I put my luggage at the side of my bed. I started to get dressed, but suddenly, my phone rang, and when I looked over, it was a call from an unknown number. I picked it up and said, Hello, who might this be? "It's me, young man, All Might," he said over the phone as he laughed. "I called to tell you not to use that quirk of yours to its full extent during training. We only trained for 3 months, so it may lose control, and you'd end up hurting yourself instead," All Might added, which scared me, so I agreed. And All Might sir, I have to tell you something very important in private later. I added as All Might happily agreed and ended the call. Then I looked at the clock and noticed that the call lasted longer than expected. I messed up. I'm late. I said as I hurried up, wore my PE uniform and ran towards the main building as quickly as possible. That man will probably beat me up when I get there late, huh? I thought to myself with a scared expression on my face as I entered the building. I turned left, then right, then left again, and continued until I realized something. I'm lost. I screamed inside as I ran forward hoping to find Class 1A's room by chance, then suddenly, I bumped into a tall woman with dark long hair, wearing a skin-tight suit, and was carrying a whip with her. Surprisingly, the woman didn't even budge, but me on the other hand, fell back like a tree when we bumped. Then the woman said, "It's you." With a playful tone and a cheerful smile. I didn't mean to bump into you ma'am, forgive me. I said as I got up and started bowing repeatedly. "Oh, don't worry about that, are you lost?" "Izu." The woman said in the same playful manner she used earlier. I backed away with a scared look on my face and asked, "How do you know my name?" "I'm a teacher here, silly, of course I'd know your name. I also know that you start classes this time around, so what are you doing here?" she asked while grinning at me. "Oh, a teacher, maybe I can ask her for directions," I thought. I was lost, so I just ran randomly. An exhausted looking man with long hair asked us to go to Class 1A's room, and I took too long getting ready, and I was left behind by my classmates. That's why I'm here, ma'am," I explained. Then she laughed and said, "Call me Midnight, I'll take you to your class, honey," as she grabbed me and hugged me to her side, dragging me along. Midnight-san, my cheek is touching your BBB braces," I said as she cut me off, saying, "Aren't you a gentleman? Enjoy it while it lasts, honey." Then laughed as she walked, dragging me along. Third person Pav. As Momo and the other students arrived there, they had hoped Izuku was already inside the classroom because they knew how excited he was and thought he went ahead. "Hey, Izuku's not here yet," Kaminari said as he got into the classroom. "Way to figure that out, Sherlock," Mina replied with a sarcastic tone. Then suddenly they heard a voice behind them say, "Get inside already, we got a lot of things to do." And they all turned around, only to find the exhausted looking man looking at them from behind. No one dared to answer back and went inside and just sat down. The man just scared them so much that they couldn't even talk back at him, even though they were still worried about their new friend that was nowhere to be found. When the man entered, he stood in front and observed the class only to notice a vacant seat and said, "I see, it's the first day and someone's already late, I guess we'll start with you." Only to be cut off by a tall woman with black hair wearing a skin-tight suit, holding a whip, and to their surprise, was dragging Izuku and pressing him up against her chest using her left arm, wrapping it around his neck. "Hey Eraser, I found this cutie lost in the halls, you really should give directions more clearly," the tall woman said. "I see you brought our student over, thank you Midnight-sensei," Eraser said as he glared at Izuku, which scared him completely. Then the woman let Izuku go, and he walked through the room with all his classmates grinning at him, thinking, "Not good with girls, could have fooled me." Except for Mineta, who looked at Izuku with envious eyes. "I thought I warned you earlier," he said. "See you later, honey," Midnight-sensei said as she left the room, swaying her hips and waving. "You best be careful, Midoriya," Eraser-sensei said while still looking at the door to make sure Midnight-sensei was long gone. Then the whole classroom broke into laughter, aside from Momo, who was very annoyed because of Midnight-sensei. A new rival has appeared. It doesn't matter though, I have B breasts too. If that's what Izuku WW wants, she thought to herself. Then Eraser-sensei finally spoke again, stopping all the laughter. "Everyone follow me outside." Then Ichako stood up and said, "What about orientation? You're training to be heroes, you don't have time for those kinds of activities." Eraser-sensei replied, then walked out the door as everybody got up and followed him towards the field behind the main building. When they got there, Eraser-sensei turned around to face them and said, "We will be conducting a quirk assessment test." Which shocked everybody as Eraser-sensei continued, "You probably took a fitness test in your middle schools, the only difference is here, you can use your quirks. Bakugo, you got the highest score in your respective testing ground, what was your highest mark on softball during middle school?" he asked. 67 meters. Bakugo answered. "Try throwing it now, you can use your quirk as long as you stand inside the circle." Then Bakugo walked inside the white circle and got ready to throw. "I'll add an explosion to the toss," he thought, then he threw the ball and propelled it with an explosion at the last point of contact, yelling, "Die," as he did it, which raised a lot of his classmates' eyebrows. Then the meter Eraser-sensei read 705.4 meters. "This looks like it'll be fun," Kirishima said with a determined smile on his face as he looked at the meter. "It'll be fun, huh?" Well then. The one who gets the lowest total points will be judged 0 potential. And will effectively be kicked out. Eraser-sensei said as he grinned, which caused a panic. Give it your all, this isn't a game to be having fun. He added. Izuku's pav. The moment Eraser-sensei said those lines, I knew I was in big trouble. There's a big chance I'd end up last. All Might said it himself, my quirk has too much risk, so I have to limit it to small tasks. I thought, then started brainstorming for another way to get great results without relying on my quirk too much. Third person pav. The first test was a 50-meter dash. The students with quirks for high mobility got to shine here as Iida used his engine quirk to blast through the entire track. I can only go up to third gear while crossing a 50-meter gap, huh? He assessed himself as the timer bot recorded a time of 3.04 seconds. Almost all of them made impressive records, then Izuku's turn came around. It's finally his turn. Eraser thought as he awaited what Izuku would do to cross the distance. I have to limit my quirk's output or I'll end up risking my body. Izuku thought as he flew across using his wind manipulation quirk to propel himself from the back and ended up with a 5.06 second record. He's holding back, huh? Eraser thought as they proceeded to the next test. The second test was grip strength, which all the students with enhancement quirks aced. Shoji got the highest score of 540 kilograms, using 3 of his left arms at once. Izuku got a 56 kilograms result, which was considered average. My quirk isn't an enhancement type, so it's only natural. I just hope this won't affect my total score that much. Izuku thought. Next was the standing long jump. Bakugo, Aoyama, and Ichako were tied for first place. Bakugo used his explosions to blast himself across, Aoyama used his naval laser to cross the distance, and Ichako made herself weightless as she jumped across. Then they continued to the next test. Repeated sidesteps, which surprisingly made a chance for Mineta to shine as he bounced from side to side using the balls from his head. Other than him, all got pretty average scores. Then came the long-awaited ball throw test, where almost all of the students can show their true strengths. Bakugo used the same trick he used for the demonstration earlier and ended up with a score of 708.3 meters. But even his record paled in contrast to Ichako's, as she used her quirk to eliminate the gravity on the ball and threw it as it flew away endlessly. Infinity. Everyone screamed as Eraser-sensei showed everyone the tracker. Then Izuku's turn came around. He walked inside the white circle with the ball in his hands. If I can just get an average score. Izuku said, only to be cut off by something wrapping around him, binding him, and all the students at the side gasped. When Izuku turned to where they were looking, Izuku noticed that the one binding him was Eraser-sensei using the gray scarf around his neck. I can't help but notice that you were holding back. You're afraid of your quirk backfiring, aren't you? Izuku Midoriya. Eraser-sensei said as he walked towards Izuku, who was still struggling against his bind. Don't bother trying to get out, it's made for capturing villains, it won't break that easily. Stop holding back, kid, I said give it your all. Don't worry, if I think it's going to end bad, I'll erase your quirk, so just let loose, you still have 2 tries left. He added as he released Izuku and stepped back into place to see what Izuku would do. What was that about, sensei? Kirishima asked, and the whole class waited for an answer. Probably just told him that with that stupid quirk of his, he should just drop out. Bakugo said as he laughed at Izuku. I just gave him a little push. Eraser-sensei said as he grinned. It's time you show how much power you're suppressing under that frail attitude you have. You won't control your power if you're always holding it back, kid. He thought. All the students stared at Izuku as he stood inside the white circle, gripping the ball with his right hand. Eraser-sensei won't be satisfied with a half-assed throw, it's do or die this time. There's still 3 more tests after this. I'll have to concentrate extra harder to minimize the damage on me, but also maximize the power. He thought. The other student saw him looking at the ground, muttering to himself. Is he already giving up? Momo asked Eraser-sensei. No way. He's gonna fail at this rate. What did Eraser-sensei tell him to break his spirit that much? The others muttered. Bakugo then says while grinning at Izuku. I told you. He realizes that there's nothing he could do with that stupid Kwai. Then a sudden gust of wind pushed them all back. He finally did it, huh? Eraser-sensei said with a smile on his face, and when the whole class looked at what he was looking at, they saw Izuku still gripping the ball with his right hand, but then they realized. Is the wind circling around him? Iida asked as they all stared in awe while trying to hold their ground as the wind intensifies. Compress it all into a single point. Izuku thought, then all of the wind around him gathered at his right hand, then he says. Wind Gavilan. Then he threw the ball with all his might. The wind pressure released from that single throw knocked everybody to the ground except Eraser-sensei, who was staring at Izuku. His right arm is slightly injured, but it could have been worse. He was able to minimize the damage caused to him, but also maximize the power output. This kid just might become a monster. He thought as he grinned. What was that? Kaminari asked Eraser Sensei but got no response. 1005.4 meters. The tracker said, and Izuku headed over to the group with a terrified face. Eraser Sensei will probably scold me for not being able to control enough. He thought. As expected, Midoriya-kun, you blew me away again. Iida said as he stood up and patted Izuku's back, and all of his classmates gathered around him and started to ask some questions and moved to the next testing ground when they were done, leaving Izuku alone as he checked the damage on his right arm, except for Bakugo who was still there, glaring at Izuku who didn't notice him. What was that power? He couldn't even use that useless quirk of his up until middle school graduation. Something's up. Tell me what you did, you stupid nerd. Bakugo said as he ran towards Izuku while charging up an explosion. All of their classmates were already at the other training ground to finish up the remaining tests, then suddenly someone had stopped Bakugo and pulled him in before Izuku could even notice what was happening around him. Let me go, sensei. Bakugo cried as he looked at Izuku who was now running towards his classmates. I'll find out how he did it. Let me go. He added. You need to calm down, it's only natural for him to be able to do that with that quirk of his. Eraser said. He just lacked the control, so he probably hid it when you were in middle school. He added. Then, Bakugo stopped struggling. He was hiding it, huh? Well, whatever it was, I'll just hold it down from above and show that nerd who's boss. He thought as Eraser released him. They finished the remaining tests. Sit-ups, seated toe touch, and long distance run where almost everyone got average scores. Then they all gathered around as Eraser presented the ranking. First place. Momoyaoi Rozu. Second place. Katsuki Bakugo. Third place. Iida Tenya. Fourth place. Achako Uraraka. Fifth place. Mina Shido. Sixth place. Hanta Siro. Seventh place. Shoto Todoroki. Eighth place. Izuku Midoriya. Ninth place. Tsuyu Asui. 10th place. Mizo Shoji. 11th place. Ijiro Kirishima. 12th place. Rikido Sato. 13th place. Aoyama Yuga. 14th place. Fumikage Tokoyami. 15th place. Masahiro Jiro. 16th place. Denki Kaminari. 17th place. Koji Koda. 18th place. Kyoka Jiro. 19th place. Toru Hagakure. 20th place. Minoru Mineta. When they all saw this, Mineta was on the ground staring into space as all of the students except for Bakugo, who was grinning at his second place, were trying to comfort him. Then suddenly Eraser Sensei said. Oh right, the punishment for getting last place was just a lie to bring out the upper limits of your quirks. With a big smile on his face. What? Everyone yelled as Mineta jumped up and was now celebrating. And Yaoi Rozu, take Izuku to Recovery Girl, get his right arm checked. Everyone else, get back to the dorm and call me Izawa. From now on. Then everyone nodded and did what they were told. That throw did some damage on you, huh? Momo asked as they were walking to the nurse's office, and Izuku just nodded with a pained smile on his face. I knew it, a powerful move like that wouldn't come without a price. She added. Then they arrived at the nurse's office. Is that All Might? Momo said as they saw him standing in front of the office's door. I called him here. Izuku replied as they continued to walk towards him. You wanted to talk about something, young man? All Might asked. Yes sir. Izuku replied. Hey. Not yet, you're getting your arm checked first. Momo suddenly cuts in between. But. No more arguing or I'll beat you up. She said before Izuku could get another word out. Even a girl like this could scare young man Izuku, huh? All Might thought, laughing inside as they went into the nurse's office. Third person Pav. What happened to this arm of yours, boy? Recovery Girl asked as she checked Izuku's arm. It doesn't look like it from the outside, but the muscle tissues inside your arm has suffered lot of cuts. I'm guessing this is backlash from your quirk. She added as Izuku just nodded in response. Is it that bad? Momo asked Recovery Girl with a concerned look. Don't worry, I could still heal it with my quirk. She answered. You shouldn't push that power again, young man, you were lucky this time, you were able to somehow minimize the damage to your body. All Might then warns Izuku. I know sir, Aizawa-sensei just told me to do it. I guess he knew I couldn't control it very well, so he made me experience its full power, so I can grasp the feeling a bit. He says in response. Then All Might nodded to tell him that this time was alright, but he knew. The next time I do that again, I'd be putting my whole life at risk. I was barely able to control it this time. Then Recovery Girl used her quirk on Izuku's arm. Recovery Girl. Quirk. Cell activation. and force the cells of a person to act faster to heal injuries in a matter of seconds in exchange for the person's stamina. Shoto's POV. As we all walked back to the dorm, I kept thinking about that power Izuku showed earlier. I want to be friends with that Izuku kid, he seems like he could stand on the same level as me at least. Maybe I'll go talk to him, I thought, then I walked back towards the main building to get to the nurse's office where Izawa-sensei instructed Momo to bring him. Where you headed, Todo bro? Kirishima asked. Just the nurse's office, I want to talk to Izuku Midoriya. I answered. Oh. You want to be friends with him too huh? I understand, with that shy and frail attitude of his, who wouldn't want to be friends with him? Just be careful not to say anything too offensive alright. Momo's really protective of him. He said with a big smile on his face, then he continued walking. Judging from that smile, I can tell that Izuku is very kind. I can't wait to meet him, I thought then I walked in. It took a while, and a lot of wrong turns before I found the nurse's office, and I had to ask teachers and our senpai for directions. When I got there, about to walk in, I froze as I heard a man's voice inside. I thought Momo, Izuku, and Recovery Girl were supposed to be here. I guess I'll just wait for them to come out, it'd be rude to butt in, I thought, but in reality, I'm just not good at talking to people, so I was hesitant. I leaned on the wall next to the door and waited for them to come out, but then, I heard Izuku say. All Might Sensei, about that tea thing I wanted to discuss. All Might. Well, I did hear that he was going to start teaching at UA this year, but I didn't believe it. What's Izuku doing with All Might though? I started to get curious and stuck my ear on the wall to listen. Then Izuku spoke again. Momo and I had an encounter with a villain. And as he said it, I could feel the air getting heavier and colder. He warned us about something. He continued as he stuttered. Is he that scared to even say it? What could it be? I thought. Warned you? All Might asked. He said that the fall of the symbol of peace is coming. The mood of the room seemed like it dropped 1,000,000 degrees from earlier. I shouldn't be listening to this, Izuku probably called All Might to tell him in secret. I should apologize, as a Todoroki I should be ashamed. But what he said. I thought, then I slowly walked inside. Third person POV. As Izuku said that line, Recovery Girl and All Might gritted their teeth. It's probably that man. Again, Recovery Girl. All Might asked. What man? Izuku butted in. 5 years ago, Then suddenly, someone came through the door and said. Pardon me, Sir All Might. And when all four of their heads turned towards where the voice came from, they saw Shoto Todoroki standing in front of them. Why young Todoroki? How nice of you to drop by. All Might said with a nervous smile. Just wondering, how long have you been there? He added as the four of them had nervous looks on their faces, wondering how much he had heard. Then he bowed to their surprise. I'm sorry. I heard the whole thing. He said, and the four sighed in response. Of course he did. Momo said with surrendering sigh that followed. Now that you've heard it, please keep it a secret among us young Todoroki. All Might said and the other three looked at Shoto with pleading eyes. Yes sir. Of course. He said in response almost immediately. I have to go now, you three go straight back to your dorms alright. Then All Might left. Let's get back now you two, thank you Recovery Girl. Momo said as she stood up and went out the door. Right. The two said in response. Carry Izuku back to the dorm, Todoroki. He must be out of stamina by now after the healing, not to mention the test you did earlier. Recovery Girl said, and as if on K, Izuku fell down as Shoto caught him just in time. Wah, he said before completely blacking out. Shoto then went out as he carried Izuku on his back. I think this friendship could work. He thought, then Momo turned to them. What happened to him? She asked as she went over and checked Izuku. Relax Monsieur Oirozu. He said as he grinned. You really do like him huh? He's just tired. He added. Like him? I don't like him. I mean, I like him but not that kind of like. Sure I like him, but I wouldn't say I love him yet. She frantically explained. Sure. Let's just get going. Shoto said as he began walking. Not yet, huh? This ought to be good. He thought and grinned again as Momo got over her flustered state and followed. When they reached the dorms, the sun had already began setting. Let's hurry up, he might not look it, but he has a very toned body, and I'm telling you, these muscles aren't getting any lighter. Shoto said as Momo went ahead and opened the door for him. When they got in, Kyokijiro was sitting alone on the sofa, watching a live feed of a concert. Everybody else was in their rooms hanging out with their new friends. What happened to pretty boy? With green hair? She asked with a bored tone as Shoto passed her. He's just tired from Recovery Girl's healing and the test. His room is next to Aoyama's, Shoto. Momo answered as she pointed towards a room on the boys' half of the dormitory. Roger that. He answered then continued walking. Then when he got there, he laid him down on his bed and he walked out. Momo followed and sat on Izuku's study table on the other side of the room, facing the bed. "You're not going yet?" Shoto asked before he closed the door. "And not yet, I'm going to watch him for a bit. I mean Aizawa-sensei left him under my care, I can't leave his side you until he wakes up," she answered, clearly flustered. Sure, Miss Yayoi Rozu," Shoto said as he closed the door. "Yeah, she likes him, definitely. I have a feeling this'll be hard for him, but it'll be fun for me," he thought. Then suddenly he heard a voice. "Hey pretty boy. With red and white hair, where's Momo?" And when he looked to where it came from, it was Kyoka with her arms crossed. "I have a name, and Yayoi Rozu is in Izuku's room, creeping on him," he answered. "The class planned to go shopping together tomorrow, since Aizawa-sensei gave us the day off to apologize for that whole expulsion lie he pulled off earlier. You're coming," she said as she walked towards Izuku's room. "Yeah right, I'm going to train tomorrow and I don't have time for shopping," Shoto thought, until he was interrupted by Kyoka, who was now looking at him from behind, which made him stop in his tracks. "You're coming," the whole class agreed to this. "Even that Bakugo, it'll help to bring us a bit closer, we'll be teaming up from now on now that we're in the same class," she said. So he let out a sigh and just nodded in agreement and went to his room. Then Kyoka went to Izuku's room. "Hey Momo, the whole class planned to hang out together tomorrow," Kyoka said as she opened the door, and what she saw inside scared the living hell out of her. "What are you doing?" she said as she saw Momo lifting Izuku's shirt while he sleeps. Momo turned to meet her eyes with a surprised look. "And nothing. Just checking for injuries," she said as she bolted up. "So hanging out tomorrow huh? I'll be there," she added as she let out a fake laugh and slowly walked outside. Kyoka opened the door for her. When she left, Kyoka went over to Izuku's bed and talked to herself. "So this is the kind of guys that girls like huh? What's so special about you anyway, huh? Pretty boy," she said while she looked at Izuku sleeping. Then she saw the clock. "It's already this late." Then she covered her mouth, she was getting loud. Then she walked towards the door and closed the lights and went out to go to her room. The next morning, everybody was already awake and was prepared for the whole class outing. "Is everybody here?" Ida asked the whole class. "Yeah, except for Izuku," Kaminari said. "Ha. The idiot was probably exhausted from that one single trick he did on the test yesterday. Guess he's just a nerd after all," Bakugo said as everybody stared at him like he was going full on psycho. When Kyoka heard this, her eyes got big. "I forgot to leave him a note last night, didn't I? Of course I did," she thought. "Is there anything wrong, Kyoka?" Hagakure asked. "I'll go get Izuku. You guys go on ahead," she said as she ran back inside. Momo couldn't help but get a little bit jealous when Kyoka had volunteered to get Izuku before her. "What's up with her?" Shiro asked. "My warning on Izuku didn't get through to him, huh? Yesterday was midnight and now Kyoka too. I swear to Lucif," Mineta said as Shiro covered his mouth with tape before he could finish his sentence and dragged him into the school bus they had scheduled for today's as he struggled to break free. "That's about enough out of you, Mr. Hotshot," he said sarcastically. "Yesterday was midnight and now Kyoka. Izuku's been getting too much attention from girls lately, humph," Momo thought. Then Mina noticed her and puts her hand on her shoulder to snap her out of it. "Don't worry Momo, Kyoka probably just forgot something," and she thought she could grab Izuku at the same time, she said with a reassuring smile as Momo crossed her arms, pouted and followed the class on the bus. "I don't get it, did Izubro do something wrong? I mean he's just a little late, he's not in trouble, is he?" Kirishima worriedly asked Mina. "Kiri, I love you, but you sure are dense," she answered as he dragged him back to his car. Kyoka Pav. "When I got inside, I quickly ran towards Izuku's room and opened the door. Midori. But when I did, Izuku was in the middle of changing and he only had a towel on, so I slammed the door shut again and decided to wait outside. Man, if Bakugo saw that body, I don't think he'll keep calling him a nerd. This has happened twice to me now, first was Momo and now Midoriya himself. Note to self. Always knock before going into Midoriya's room. I thought to myself as I blushed while trying to forget what I saw. Hey Kyoka-san. What is it? Do you need something?" he asked through the door. I came to get you, the class planned to hang out at the mall today, and I forgot to tell you," I answered while still blushing. "Oh, really? Let me get dressed first," he said. "Sure, I'll wait here," I said then leaned on his room's door. "I'm done changing, let's go Kyoka-san," he said 5 minutes later. "Sure," I answered. "Wait, doesn't this door open in?" I thought, but before I could stop leaning on the door, it flung open and I fell backwards. "Kyoka-san, are you okay? Sorry about that, I didn't know you were leaning on the door," he said as he caught me before I fell completely. It's fine," I said as I bolted up, let's take my car, we'd be late if we wait for a bus at the bus stop in this hour. I added then we walked towards the school gate to get to the parking lot. I should really buy a car now too huh? I have a student's license so might as well. He said as we walked. You don't have a car yet, isn't your family rich? Midoriya-ko. From America and all that? I asked. How do you know about that? Kyoka-san. He said with an awkward smile. It's pretty obvious, your last name and the fact that all of the furniture inside your room looked expensive. I answered. Oh, so that's why. Please keep it a secret. He pleaded with a matching bow coming with it as we walked. Sure, I won't gain anything from telling the others anyway, and they'll probably figure it out themselves. I answered and he smiled at me in relief which made me blush. What the heck? Why am I blushing from this plain looking pretty boy? I thought. Then we reached the parking lot and headed towards my car. A purple convertible. I scanned my purse to grab my student's license, but it wasn't there. I forgot something again. Face slap. Then I said. Midoriya, I forgot my student's license. I didn't bring it cause I thought I wouldn't need to drive today, I'll just go back and grab it, wait for me Then he grabbed my hand before I could walk back. It's my fault that you had to come back and get me, at least let me drive, I have my student's license with me. He said. Actually Midoriya, it's my fault that you weren't aware of today's plans. But since you offered, I wouldn't mind you driving. I thought. Then I agreed while still feeling guilty about letting Izuku feel guilty about me having to get him even though it was my fault. Then he opened the door for me. You're quite the gentleman aren't you? Most handsome guys would be too proud of themselves that they don't even bother with their actions and attitude. I said with a grin and I can see him blushing a little bit as he went to the driver's side of the car. While we were on the road, we got to talk a little bit so I asked. Why does Bakugo keep bullying you? Calling you nerd and all that? Then he answered. It's only right, I'm actually thankful that you guys don't. You see in middle school, I was always picked on and I didn't have any friends so this year, I was glad that I passed UA's entrance exam. With a smile that made me blush again. You're selling yourself short, you're actually perfect, so being called a nerd is making Bakugo look dumb. I muttered as I faced the other direction to hide my blush. What was that? He asked. Nothing pretty boy, just keep your eyes on the road. I answered. I have a name Kyoka-san. He replied with an embarrassed smile that actually calmed me down. It's my way of bullying you too. Pretty boy. I said as I laughed at him being so embarrassed about the nickname I gave him. Then we arrived at the mall where everybody going to hang out for the day. I'll call Iida to let them know where we are. Then I asked Iida to meet us at the parking lot and he said almost all of them had grouped up and went to different places. We split up, we agreed to meet back at the school bus by 3 o'clock, the only ones left here are Ejiro, Hagakure, Mina, Momo, and Kirishima, I'll tell them to go meet you guys there. And I agreed. Third person Pav. Ioka told Izuku that their classmates are going to meet them at the parking lot. Let's park here. She said as she pointed to a vacant spot. Roger, Miss Kyoka. He answered with a grin which made Kyoka blush even more than before. Miss? She asked with a flustered face which made Izuku laugh. I figured I'd act like your butler for the day, you know since I'm driving you and all. It might be fun. He said. Geez, suit yourself. But I'm a very hard master to please. She answered with a grin of her own this time. Then Izuku parked the car and got off, then he saw Kyoka starting to get out of the car, so he ran to her side and opened the door for her and offered her his hand. I told you, you didn't have to. While she blushed and took his hand, then Izuku helped her up. I'll carry your bag for you. He said and Kyoka handed him her bag. You're really sticking to this butler thing aren't you? She asked with a grin, and Izuku just responded with a smile as he took her bag which made Kyoka blush again. What's with that smile? Why does it make me feel this way every damn time? She thought while looking down at her feet to hide her embarrassment. Well let's just go, the others are probably waiting. She said as she began walking. Well wait for me Kyoka-san. Izuku said as he tried to follow her. Momo's group. Momo and the other 4 arrived at the parking lot. Iida said to meet them at the here right. Ejiro said. Does that mean he drove her here? That's pretty smooth of Izuku don't you think? He added. Momo heard this and started getting jealous again, she crossed her arms again and pouted. Humph. I didn't think Kyoka would be interested in my Izuku. Wait. My Izuku? Stop right there Momo, he's not yours yet, but still. She thought. Mina saw this and sighed, she puts her hand on Momo's shoulder again and said. Izuku doesn't have a car, his family's wealthy, but remember Momo, he doesn't have a car. That puts Momo at ease, she smiled, pumped her fist triumphantly and thought. Yeah. Izuku doesn't have a car yet. There's no way he would drive her here, Kyoka was probably the one who drove them. Hey OG bro, what do you think they're talking about over there? Kirishima asked as they both stare at Mina and Momo talking in front of them. Probably just wondering how cool Izuku's car would be. I know that's what I'm thinking Atlas. He replied. Then Hagakure pinched both their cheeks at the same time. God, why are boys so dense these days? She said. Hey that's pretty mean, let us go Toru, it hurts. Ejiro said as Kirishima nodded in agreement. Then she lets go of Kirishima. Phew. Man that was painful. He said in relief. Hey why does he get to go off the hook while I continue to suffer? Ejiro asked as Kirishima laughed at him suffering. Stop laughing Kirishima. He added. Kirishima is Mina's boyfriend, so he's her responsibility, but you on the other hand are my boyfriend, so I can punish you whenever I want, or do you want to break up instead? Hagakure said as Ejiro just raised his hands in surrender. Man, that's harsh. Kirishima says, feeling sorry for Ejiro. Shut up. He replied. Then suddenly, Mina and Momo spotted Izuku and Kyoka walking towards them. There he. When Mina looked closer, she stopped talking and fixed her gaze on Momo with a worried face. Even Hagakure was aware, and she went to stand beside the two of them. What Momo saw made her jealousy spark again, and this time, Mina couldn't do anything. She and Hagakure just stood there waiting for what Momo would do. Ejiro and Kirishima ran to Izuku to welcome him. Hey, Izu bro. What's with the lady bag right there? Kirishima asked. Are you perhaps? Ejiro added with a terrified face. That's my bag genius. Kyoka answered for Izuku. And what's he doing with your bag? Momo butted in, which surprised everybody except for Kyoka, who grinned while Momo, who was now pouting with crossed arms again, approached her. Mina and Hagakure joined the three boys as they watched Momo and Kyoka standing face to face in front of them. What's up? Something happened? Kirishima asked. This is bad, no matter how you look at it. Hagakure and Mina both thought. I believe I asked you what Izuku is doing with your bag. Momo asked, obviously annoyed. Oh. Are you jealous Momo? Last time I checked, he wasn't yours to worry about. Kyoka answered while grinning. But if you really wanna know, Midori is just being a good butler and following what his master is telling him to do. She added. BB butler? Momo asked. That's right, and that means he's mine for the day, and I can do whatever I want with him. Kyoka answered. What's that about? They look like they're fighting over something. Ejiro said. They are. Now be quiet for a moment babe, I'm trying to listen. Hagakure replied, which left the three guys behind them, confused, but they stayed quiet. Then suddenly Momo walked over, grabbed Izuku and said. I guess Izuku would just have to be my butler too. With a triumphant face. Wow. Izuku said but was cut off by Momo as she leaned and whispered into his ear. If you do what I say, I'll help you train. Remember, I have a very special quirk and I'll be willing to use it to help you master yours. Then Izuku agreed enthusiastically. So that's how you wanna rock, yeah Momo? That's fine, as long as you understand that he's mine for the day too. Kyoka said as she grabbed Izuku's other arm and wrapped hers around it as Momo did the same to the other. See calm down, BB both of you. Izuku said. Their BB beasts are touching my arm. My head's going blank. He thought. Shut up and follow. Pretty boy. Kyoka said, then she and Momo dragged Izuku inside. Let's go everyone, we have until 3 o'clock. Momo said. Sure, we're right behind you. Mina answered with an awkward smile and followed with Hagakure, Kirishima, and Ejiro. Looks like Izu's gonna have it rough today, she thought. Did Izuku get caught up in the traps of women again? We gotta help him OG bro. Kirishima said as Ejiro nodded, both with a determined look. Oh no you don't you rascals. Hagakure said as she pinched the two of them again, dragging them inside the mall. Inside the mall? Where we gonna go ya Momo? Kyoka asked. How about the cafe over there first? She answered, now calm down as she pointed towards the cafe she wanted to go to. Then Kyoka nodded in response. Are you fine with the cafe everyone? Momo asked. Yeah, Ejiro and I are here for a date, so a cafe works just fine. Hagakure answered. Yeah, me and Kirishima had the same idea, so that works for us too. Mina added. It's a triple date then, looks at Momo Kyoka said as she grinned while Momo blushed, looking down to hide it. Then the three boys asked in unison. There's 7 of us here, how's it gonna be a triple date like that? So the 4 girls just sighed together and answered. You boys are all in some way good looking, but you sure are dense. Which left the 3 of them with confused looks as they headed towards the cafe. When they got there, they ordered and decided to sit down at a table at the very back so they'd be alone. Kirishima-kun, sorry to ask you, but could you carry these to the table? These 2 won't let go of me yet. Izuku said with an apologetic smile. Sure bro. You can count on me. Kirishima answered with a wink, then they walked over to the table. They sat in a three-way manner. Ejiro and Hagakure sat in front of Izuku and the two girls who had no choice because the two refused to let go of him, and Kirishima and Mina sat together in the middle ground. Izuku then says, see, could either of you two let go of one hand for a sec? I see can't drink like this. With an awkward face. Don't worry Izuku, I'll help you. Momo answered as she lets go off her coffee and grabs Izuku's so she could hold it as he drinks. But suddenly, Kyoka grabs Izuku's cup too. So close. I could almost taste it. He cried inside as he made a sad face. What are you doing? Izuku wants to drink his coffee. Momo said as she returned the coffee to the table and continued to argue with Kyoka. So close, yet so far. Izuku thought, then suddenly his coffee rose from the table and went up to his mouth so he could drink. What are you doing? Hagakure suddenly asks. Hey what? I'm just giving my friend a tail, winks Ejiro answered, then Kirishima points his finger at him like a gun, smiled, and said. I see what you did there. Well played OG bro. With a satisfied face that followed. Thank you Ejiro-kun. Izuku said as the four girls just sighed. I thought at least for once, one of us was going to have their moments, but it looks like it ain't gonna happen when we're with these dummies. They thought as the three guys continued making cheesy puns and laughing at themselves. When they were done, Izuku asked them how much it was and that he was going to pay for everybody. Are you sure? We can pay for it ourselves Izuku. Mina asked. No it's fine, besides the guy always has to pay for the ladies' meal after a date right? He said with a genuine smile which made all four girls around the table blush. Izu bro. You're too manly, you're charming my girlfriend too you know. Kirishima said with a crying-like face and Ejiro nodded in agreement, then Hagakure and Mina bashed the two of them in the head and handed Izuku their checks. I'll go pay at the counter, you guys wait outside. Could you two let go of me for a moment, I'll do anything you want later in exchange. He said then the two girls happily agreed and waited for him outside with the others. While waiting, Mina asked them. Where do we go next? We still have a lot of time left. I know. How about us girls go shopping together? Izuku can watch the boys while we're gone. Hagakure answered. Hey. We don't need Izu bro watching us, we can behave too you know. Kirishima said with a proud face as the four of them just stare at him and Ejiro. Yeah, that's fine, we can ask Izuku to watch them. Momo answered. Kirishima heard this and repeated. Hey. Like I sigh. But this time, Ejiro put his hand on his shoulder, put on a sad face, clenched his fist and said. It was worth a shot. Then Izuku came back and Kyoka told him their plans. That's fine, but I don't think Kirishima-kun and Ejiro-kun would need someone to watch them though. He said. See. Izuku believes in you. Kirishima said as Mina butted in and said. But we don't, right girls? Then all three of them nodded along, and the statement left Kirishima's mouth open as Ejiro did the same thing he did earlier. Like I said, it was worth a shot. So make sure they don't pick up girls or anything okay? We're counting on you Izu. Mina said before she and the girls left. So? What do you guys want to do? Izuku asked the both of them. How about the club on the second floor? Ejiro suggested which made Izuku flinch. No bro, there's a bar on the fourth floor. Kirishima said next. That's not any better. So this is why they wanted me to watch them. Izuku thought. I'm not going to lie to you guys, if we do all of those, I'll get killed before I even get back to the dorms. He said while the two looked at him with puppy eyes. How about we just wait here for the girls? They might buy a lot of stuff and you wouldn't want your girlfriends to carry heavy things right? Izuku added. Then Kirishima smiled and nodded when they heard the idea. You're right. We should be manly and carry those for them. He said as Ejiro just nodded along with a satisfied face. Thank goodness they agreed, I thought I was going to be forced to follow them and get attacked by Mina and Hagakure on the way back. Izuku thought with a relieved face as they sat down on the bench, waiting for the girls to finish shopping. They sure are taking their time. Ejiro said while they wait. Girls take their shopping seriously so it's only natural that they're late. Izuku said with a nervous smile. I hope these two don't get bored and run off somewhere. Mina and Hagakure will strangle me to death. He thought. Then 3 hours later, the three of them saw the girls walking towards them carrying like 100 bags of accessories and other stuff. Hey. They did buy a lot, you sure do know how girls think Izuku, were you some kind of playboy when you were in middle school? Ejiro asked. And no, I wasn't. Izuku replied, then the three of them walked over to meet the girls. Did you cause trouble for Izuku while we were gone? Mina asked as she handed her stuff to Kirishima. No, we didn't. Izuku asked us to wait for you guys here with him, so we did. He explained. Dear pretty boy. Carry these for us, my arms are killing me. Kyoka said as she and Momo handed their bags to Izuku. Thank you Izuku. Momo added, and Izuku just smiled at the both of them, as if telling them that it was the natural thing to do. Oh yeah, Iida called us earlier, he told us to gather right away, he said they're already by the entrance. Hagakure said. Then all of them began walking towards the entrance. Iida's group. Hagakure-san told me they're on their way. Iida announced to the whole class. Then suddenly Kaminari said. There they are, but what's up with the three guys? Did they buy everything at the mall or something? When they joined the group, Bakugo went over and faced the three guys. What's the bags about, nerd? Don't tell me you got bullied by these girls too. He said as he laughed. Ajiro and Kirishima tried to stand in front of Bakugo, but suddenly a voice from the group said. Leave them alone. And when they all turned around to see who said it, they saw Shoto, slowly approaching them. I can't beat this half-and-half bastard yet. Bakugo thought. I let this one go, nerd, but next time, it won't end pretty. He said as he went back to the group. I'll help you with the bags, Midoriya. Shoto offered. Thanks, Todoroki-kun. He answered with a smile as he handed Shoto half of the bags. Then Iida spoke up. Everybody, Aizawa-sensei said to go back to the dorms immediately and rest because there will be a big training session tomorrow. He said, as everybody agreed and went back to the school bus except for Shoto, Izuku, Ajiro, Kirishima, Momo, Kyoka, Hagakure, and Mina. Hey pretty boy, you have the keys right? Kyoka asked, and Izuku showed her the keys to her car. Why does Izuku have your keys, Kyoka-san? Momo asked. I forgot my student's license, so Izuku drove us here. Anyway, you're driving again, pretty boy. Yeah, Momo and Shoto can ride with us. She answered. Then they all walked together to the parking lot. On the way, Mina suddenly went over to Shoto's side. Hey, when you get to Kyoka's car and the two girls fight over who gets to sit in front with Izuku, button alright? Cause that's not gonna be pretty. She said. Alright, got it. He answered. Then Mina went back to Kirishima and guided him because he forgot where he parked his car. Catch you later. Hagakure said as she got into Ajiro's car, and then they drove off together with Kirishima and Mina. Then the four finally reached Kyoka's car. Put the stuff in the trunk, pretty boy. She said. While Shoto and Izuku were putting the bags inside the trunk, they heard Momo and Kyoka start to argue again. Izuku tried to walk over and break the two up, but Shoto held him back. I got this. He said. If you say so. Izuku replied. Let Shoto handle the situation. Why do you get to sit in front? Kyoka asked. Because you got to sit next to him earlier. Momo answered. Then suddenly Shoto spoke, and the two of them turned to listen. I'll sit in front, I have something to talk about with Izuku. He said. Why yeah, I guess that's better than one of us sitting in front while the other sits in the back. Kyoka said as Momo nodded in agreement, and they both walked towards the back. Izuku opened the door for the both of them. Thank you, Izuku. Momo said while Kyoka just grinned at Izuku. You've been a great butler today. Pretty boy. She said as she got in. Butler? Shoto asked. Long story. Izuku answered as he and Shoto got in and drove off. They finally arrived at the dorm. They should really move that parking lot. Shoto said as Izuku just let out a small laugh and they went in. The other students were already in their rooms preparing for tomorrow. Bring my stuff up to my room, pretty boy. Kyoka said as she sat down on the sofa and watched TV. Sure, I'll take those too, Todoroki-kun. Izuku replied. Are you sure? Shoto asked. Yeah, you need to rest for tomorrow too. Izuku answered, and Shoto gave him the bags he was carrying. I'll be going now then. Shoto said as he walked towards the boys' side of the dorm. Can you show me to your rooms, Momo? I'll drop these off too. Izuku said. Sure, follow me. Then Izuku followed Momo to her room and dropped off her stuff. Thank you, Izuku, sorry about the whole butler stuff earlier. She said as she smiled at him apologetically. Kyoka-san's room is next to mine. She added. Don't worry about it, I had fun today because of you guys. He answered with a smile before he closed the door and headed to Kyoka's room to drop her stuff off too. I should probably rest for tomorrow too. He said to himself as he walked back to the commons area and into the boys' side of the dormitory. On the way, he passed Kyoka, who was still watching TV, and decided not to bother her and just continued to walk. When he got into his room, he immediately dropped on his bed and realized how exhausted he was as his consciousness began to slip away. Kyoka's pav. I realized Izuku had already went to his room while I was watching TV. I should probably thank him and apologize for that whole butler mess earlier. I thought. Then I walked over to his room and knocked. No response. I knocked again, and there was still no response. Is he alright in there? I worried, so I opened the door only to find him lying on his bed. He's asleep already? You were that tired, huh? Pretty boy. I caused you trouble today, but I had fun. I can't believe you made me fall in love with a plain old perfect pretty boy. Like you in less than a day. I said as I walked over and put a blanket over him. Maybe I'll give you a reward. I said as I grinned, leaned down and kissed him. Then suddenly I felt someone gripping my hand, and when I pulled away from Izuku, I saw him looking at me with a surprised expression. "KK Kyoka-san. What were you doing?" he asked. "If you're awake, then say something," I answered and threw a punch at him. "No, I just felt something so I walk," he explained frantically, but my fist reached him before he could say another word. I checked if he was still breathing. "Jay, just so you know, this is all your fault," I said inside so I wouldn't wake him up, and I closed the lights, went out and went to my room to rest for tomorrow's training. "Stupid pretty boy," I said to myself as I laid on my bed, hugging a pillow, and slowly, I fell asleep. Third person POV. The next morning, Izuku had woken up with a bad headache. Oh, what happened to my head?" he said as he got up while holding his head in pain. Then suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Who is it?" he asked. "It is me, Midoriya-kun, Ida. Miss Yaoi Rozu asked me to inform you that she, Kyoka-san, and Shoto-kun will be leaving for school in 20 minutes, so please get ready," Ida answered. "Why yes, I will, thank you for telling me, Ida-kun," he replied. Then, he went to his bathroom to freshen up, take a bath, and change into his school uniform. When he checked his appearance on the mirror, he saw a bruise right in the middle of his forehead. What in the world happened last night? He asked himself. Wait a minute. I don't have time for that. I'm going to be late, he added as he got out of his room with his backpack. When he got into the commons area, he saw Shoto, Ida, Momo, and Kyoka eating breakfast. He went to join them when suddenly, Momo got up and ran towards him. "What happened to your face, Izuku? Who did this to you?" she asked as she hugged Izuku like she's trying to protect him. I can't. Breathe," he said, but Momo couldn't hear him and continued hugging him. "You're suffocating him, Yaoi Rozu-san," Ida said. Then Momo let Izuku go, but he was now unconscious and was leaning against her, which made Momo blush. "Oh Izuku, if you wanted to hug me that badly, you should have just asked," she said. "He's not hugging you. He's passed out. Lay him on the sofa, quickly," Ida said, but Momo wouldn't listen and hugged Izuku again. While that was happening, Kyoka was still at the table, eating while looking away to hide her guilt. "I didn't know it would leave a bruise," she thought. Shoto noticed this and leaned. "It was you, wasn't it?" he asked, which surprised her. What do you mean it was me?" she answered. "If it wasn't you, you would have rushed over and hugged him even before Yaoi Rozu could," he said. "What did you do last night?" he added, which pushed Kyoka's guilt over the limit. "I kissed him while he was sleeping, okay? Then he woke up and I punched him," she said, but it came louder than she expected, so she immediately looked over to Momo with a scared expression, waiting for what she'll do. Then Momo laid Izuku on the sofa with Ida's help and came back to the table with a rather triumphant face. "Why, you're taking this unexpectedly." "Well, yeah, Momo," Kyoka said as she watched Momo sit back down. "Well, let's just say I did it with him while he was conscious, but my rival did it while he was asleep and even gave him a bruise in the process," Momo said as she covered her mouth while she smiled sadistically. "Why, you kissed him already?" Kyoka stood up as she asked, but before Momo could answer, Shoto suddenly says. "Midoriya's got a lot on his plate, huh?" which froze the two girls in their place. Then Shiro and Mineta came down to the commons area and saw Izuku laying on the sofa while Ida was watching him. "What happened here?" Shiro asked. "Yaoi Rozu-san hugged him until he suffocated and passed out," Ida answered. "The other day it was midnight. Yesterday was Kyoka. And now, Yaoi Rozu. I won't let you off the hook this time, Midoriya," Mineta screamed as he ran down the stairs towards Izuku, who was now slowly waking up. The two girls on the table saw this and glared at Mineta. "This I'll get you." Face slowly turned into a scared face as he approached Izuku, who was now sitting straight up, watching Mineta. Because of the girls' glares, and when he got to Izuku, he hugged him instead. "Save me. Midoriya, they want to kill me," he said as he cried on Izuku. What are you doing, Mineta-kun?" Izuku asked, but Mineta just ran out the door while screaming. "I'll get you next time for sure, Midoriya," as Shiro followed him. "Sorry about that, Izuku. The squirt just got a little jealous," he said. Then Ida bolted straight up. "We're going to be late. Hurry up everyone, we're probably the only ones left here," he said as Shoto and the others stood up, put their dishes in the sink, then the five of them went out and ran to the main building. When they got there, the others were already waiting in their seats. "Where were you guys? You barely made it," Kaminari said as Izuku and the other four sat down too. Izuku's POV. UA's learning curriculum is cut into two parts, the regular classes like English during the mornings and hero classes for the afternoon. Our first class was with present Mick Sensei for English, next was Cemento Sensei for math, and the other teachers for Japanese literature and other regular subjects. After the regular classes were done, we all went to the main cafeteria for lunch. Me, Iida, Shoto, Momo, Kyoka, Mina, Kirishima, Ejiro, and Hagakure sat on the same table. I have to do well in the regular classes if I want to balance it all out with my hero classes that I'm sure I'll be bad at. I thought to myself. UA's main cafeteria offers gourmet food for the students at a reasonable price. Eat up kiddo, you need the energy for hero classes in the afternoon. Cook hero. Lunch rush said because he probably saw me spacing out. Why yes, sir. I said. Then Momo asked me. Are you okay, Izuku? You seem out of it. With a concerned look. I'm fine, just worried about the test Aizawa-sensei asked us to prepare for. I answered with an uneasy smile. Don't worry Izu bro, we got this. Kirishima said as the others nodded in agreement. Yeah, you got me pretty boy. Kyoka said proudly. And me too. Momo said in response. I'll help you too Midoriya. Todoroki added and I answered them all with a smile, then we all continued eating, but there was one thing on my mind at that moment. I have a feeling we won't be able to work together that much for this test. Third person Pav. When lunch was over, every student went back to their respective classrooms. Then the school bell rang. Everybody back to your seats. Hero class will begin momentarily. Iida said as he came back from helping out Cemento-sensei earlier. We're already seated Iida. Kaminari answered. Iida then sat down. How irresponsible of me, someone from Same, to be last at getting ready for the next class. He thought. Then they heard a voice that made them all smile. I am going through the door like a normal person. All Might said as he laughed and walked in front as all. But the students stared at him with admiration. All Might. It's really him. So he really is teaching at UA. Good thing I passed the exams. Isn't that his costume from the Silver Age? Its style is so different, I'm getting goosebumps. They muttered. Everybody settle down. All Might said with a smile. Aizawa probably told you this already, but I'll say it again. Today we will have combat training. He added as everybody except Izuku felt excited that they'll have a chance to show off their quirks. All Might saw Izuku's reaction and wanted to encourage him, but he understood why he'd react like that. He's still scared about losing control. I have to do something about it later or he'll be bound by his limits forever. He thought, then continued explaining. The school has allowed you to wear the costumes you had specially made for you by different support companies based on the information you had sent them before enrolling here. Then he pointed to the wall at the opposite side of the door and indents appeared and extended to showcase a bunch of suitcases with numberings from 1 to 20 on them. Clothing allowance. Before enrolling into UA, students submit their quirk registrations, measurements, and desired designs, so a support company could prepare a state-of-the-art costume for each of them. For years, it has proven to be a convenient system. Everybody grab the suitcases based on your seat number and follow me. All Might said as he went out and the students followed him, carrying their personal suitcases. Costume, I wonder what my support company host make for me. My quirk doesn't have that much kinds of support items to go with. Izuku thought then suddenly a hand grabs him from behind. When he turned, he saw Momo, Kyoka, and Shoto. Hey Izuku, let's do our bests. Momo said as she gave him a smile. Why yeah, I will. He answered, but he knew that he couldn't do his best because if he did, he'd be destroying his body. As the four of them walked together, Shoto and Izuku talked about how both of their quirks worked, while Kyoka and Momo followed them from behind. Hey Yao Momo, is it me or does Izuku look a bit scared at the moment? Kyoka asked her. Yes. Was all she could answer. I can't tell Kyoka-san that Izuku's quirk carries such risks, or she'd just be worried about him and won't be able to focus on her own battle. She thought to herself. 15 minutes later. All Might was waiting for the students by the tunnel leading to ground beta, where the combat training will be held. They're here. He said to himself as the student walked through the tunnel with their costumes on. You all looked amazing. Let's see if your skill lives up to the clothes you're wearing right now. Let's begin use Igats. He added as the class gathered around. Everyone's costume is just the same as the anime except for Izuku and Todoroki because Izuku's mom was never able to give Izuku the jumpsuit like in the anime and Todoroki isn't trying to shut away his flames in this fanfic, so he made a costume based on his full half and half quirk. Vanetta walked over to the two of them. Hey. What's with the suits? Are you guys trying to show off or something? He said until Zero wrapped his tape around him. Sorry about that, you two. You know how this guy can get salty sometimes. As Izuku just smiled at him and said it was okay. When All Might saw the two's costumes. Their costumes are just like mine, it's not made to support their quirks. It's centered around charisma and intimidation which is important for heroes too. He thought then continued to explaining the training. The class will be divided into teams of 2. Before he could continue his explanation, the class began raising questions. How will the teams be determined? Is it urban battles again? Like at the entrance exam? Is the punishment for failing expulsion too? And Aoyama even asked if his cape was sparkly enough. I will answer all of your questions. Hold it. All Might said as he brought out a sheet of paper and read it. A script. The whole class thought. There will be no punishment for failing, but you must learn from it whether you win or lose. It won't be an urban battle like the one at the entrance exam, you will be facing against other team as villains and heroes. The heroes are going to attempt to break into the villains' stronghold and deactivate the bomb they are holding there within the 15-minute time limit. Now for the teams. All Might said with a grin that made the students nervous. Whoever is beside you will be your partner. He added as the whole class screamed. Eh? Then Iida raised his arm for a question which All Might gladly entertained. Why are we being paired up at such a random way? Does anybody know the answer to young Iida's question? All Might asked as he scanned the class for any volunteers. Ah, yes Monsieur Irozu. Pro heroes are sometimes teamed up with the heroes present in the area, so it is important that we learn how to adapt quickly to different quirks. She answered as everybody stared at her with newfound admiration. Wow Momo, you really are smart. Izuku said with a smile of admiration directed at her which made her blush. Thank you Izuku. She said while looking down to hide her embarrassment, then suddenly, someone poked Izuku's back. What did you say? Pretty boy. Kyoka said. I'm amazing too right. I'll beat you up if you don't agree with all your heart and soul. She added as Izuku just nodded with a terrified face. He sure has it rough, the whole class together with All Might thought. All Might continued. Now is everybody teamed up? Then everybody nodded. Teams? Team A. Izuku and Shoto. Team B. Bakugo and Uraraka. Team C. Mineta and Kaminari. Team D. Kyoka and Momo. Team E. Shoji and Iida. Team F. Mina and Kirishima. Team G. Kota and Sato. Team H. Sayu and Tokoyami. Team I. Ejiro and Hagakure. Team J. Shiro and Aoyama. Now, let's draw lots for the matchups. Gather around everybody. All Might continued. Matchups. Heroes vs villains. First. Team G vs Team I. Second. Team H vs Team J. Third. Team F vs Team C. Fourth. Team D vs Team E. Fifth. Team A vs Team B. The moment the matchups were revealed, Shoto and Bakugo had a stare down. Heh, looks like I'll get to crush you and the nerd. Bakugo said as he grinned at Shoto. I'll show you the difference in our power. Shoto answered with a calm expression that made Bakugo even madder. Looks like we have a rivalry here already. But first, Team G and Team I, get into your positions. All Might said then Ejiro and Hagakure entered the building. Everyone else, follow me. Let's watch the match unfold in the monitor room. He added then walked off with the remaining students. At the monitor room. The heroes have to locate the bomb while dealing with the villains and the time limit, doesn't that make it unfair for the heroes? Mina asked. Heroes are people who can shine the brightest in the darkest times. All Might answered with a smile that filled the students with admiration for him. You may now begin, heroes. He said over the mic, then Sato entered the building alone while Kota stayed outside. Kota's quirk isn't fit for this kind of training. Kaminari said. Indeed, fighting indoors isn't fit for young Kota, so young Sato made the right decision by charging in alone. All Might explained. Hagakure's probably going to try and sneak up on me and restrain me and make me give up, I better watch out. Sato thought as he tried to navigate towards the bomb on the top floor. It'll be hard to get past Hagakure-san, she can easily immobilize her opponent without them even knowing if she moves quick enough. Izuku said as he watched the match. And suddenly, Sato wasn't able to breathe, someone was holding him in a headlock. Give it up, she said as she tightened her hold. There it is. She's got him in a headlock, ribbit. Sai said then Sato raised his hands in surrender after a short while. That was quick. The heroes really have a huge disadvantage in this test. Kirishima said as All Might said over the mic. Hero team lost. Return to the monitor room all four of you, you should learn from this match. Then Sato came out with Ejiro and Hagakure, Kota met him and apologized that he couldn't do anything. Don't worry about it Kota, your quirk just wasn't fit for the test. Now let's get back and watch the next match. He replied with a smile, then the four of them walked towards the viewing room. Congratulations, Ejiro-kun, Hagakure-san. You were amazing. Izuku as soon as they walked through the doors which made Hagakure a bit flustered. Thank you, Izuku-kun. Then she couldn't take it anymore and she jumped and hugged him as Ejiro and the others just watched with their eyes and mouths wide open. I'm sorry Izuku. You were just so cute just now, plus, you complimented me and me alone because Ejiro here did nothing but watch the stupid bomb. She said as she pulled away. It's fine, but you really should ask Ejiro-kun first before you hug another guy. Izuku said with an awkward smile. Yeah, shame on you. I'm standing right here, you know. Ejiro said as he pouted and turned away from Hagakure. Oh come on, you know I love you more. I just find Izuku-kun cute, that's all. She said as she hugged him from behind. She thought that telling him she thinks another guy besides her boyfriend is cute was gonna make it better, didn't she? Everybody in the room except Hagakure thought as they sighed in unison. Hey, alright. The next matchup is ready, please turn your attention on the screen. All Might said as everyone turned their eyes toward the screen. You may now commence battle. He said over the mic. Then Tsuyu and Tokoyami entered the building. Keep your eyes open, Tokoyami-kun, Shiro might have set some traps with his quirk, Ribbit. She said as she began to crawl on the wall, while Tokoyami busted out Dark Shadow to act as a vanguard for them. Then they ran through the corridors, wasting no time at all. Whoa. They move fast. Mina said. They have great communication and coordination, so neither one of them is hesitating to move forward. I wonder how the villains are going to deal with this two-way deadlock. All Might said as he smiled with anticipation. Then they finally reached the top floor. The traps didn't work, huh? Shiro said as he took his fighting stance. Aoyama. Plan B. He added, then lasers started to shoot at Dark Shadow, who was now only on the defensive. Your quirk is weak against my sparkling light, right? Aoyama said as he kept firing his lasers. Well played. Tokoyami replied. Then Tsuyu decided to head towards the bomb instead of counter-attacking, but Shiro had already raped her legs with tape, don't forget about me. Shiro said as he raped tape around her hands too. My quirk isn't as fancy as Aoyama's, but I'm still here, you know. He added. A few minutes later. Both Tokoyami and Tsuyu are unable to move an inch, so All Might decided to end the match early. Exploiting your enemies' weakness and immobilizing them, a very villain-like mindset, well done the both of you. All Might said. Tsuyu and Tokoyami did well on their teamwork too, but they weren't able to overcome their own weaknesses that led to their defeat. He added, there's still more ways to deepen the darkness. Tokoyami replied that creeped All Might out a little. And now let's get back to the monitor room, the next match is about to begin. He said then the five of them walked back to the room. When they got back Izuku started fanboying them. You guys were awesome. All your movements were so quick, I barely had time to write notes. As he ran around them, observing their costumes and asking question after question before they can even have time to answer. So pure. He's like a curious toddler. But hotter. The whole class except for Bakugo and Mineta thought as they all watch Izuku. When Izuku was done, he went back to watch the next match. Alright. Team F, you may now begin. All Might announced as Mina and Kirishima ran inside with a very unique way. Kirishima was standing still in his hardening form, and Mina pushed him forward while she puts acid in front of the both of them to make the floor slippery and make it easier to move. This will be hard for Mineta-kun and Kaminari-kun, their only choice is to restrain both Mina-san and Kirishima-kun, which will be difficult seeing as Kirishima-kun is acting as a movable shield to tank all of Mineta's balls. Momo said, which surprised Izuku. So that's why they're moving like that. Thank you for making me notice, Momo. He said, which made Momo blush again, but Kyoka saw this and decided to butt in. Humph. You missed a small detail though, the acid Mina used is not that concentrated so it won't melt anything, but they could also work as insulation for Kaminari's quirk. She said while slightly pouting. Oh right, I forgot Mina-san could control her acid's properties. Thank you Kyoka, I can add that to my notes. Izuku said as he grabbed his notebook and started to write down things. Why you stole my next line Kyoka-san. Momo said, but Izuku was too concentrated on his notes to notice. I can't have you getting complimented by him, well I don't now can I? Yeah Momo. Kyoka answered with a grin. There they go again, Izuku should just seal the deal and marry them both. Everyone else in the room thought. Then finally, Mina and Kirishima were able to reach the room where they kept the bomb. Keep going forward, Mina. Let's break through their defenses. Kirishima said as he prepared to tank the attacks they throw at them. Damn you, Kirishima. I thought you were the bros before hoes. Kinda. Guy. You had a girlfriend, you traitor. Mineta screamed as he threw balls at them, but Mina was able to avoid them all and continued charging forward with Kirishima. Oi, Mineta. I told you we need a pla. Kaminari tried to say, but All Might had already announced. Hero team. Wins. See Mineta. You said we could win without a plan using your quirk, but look at where that got us. Kaminari said as he just let out a sigh in surrender. Return to the monitor room, young Mineta and Kaminari lost in terms of teamwork this time. Kirishima and Ishida were able to stay in sync the whole match, but on the other hand. Wait. You should learn from your own mistakes. All Might said with a laugh that came after. Now get back to the viewing room. The next battle is going to begin momentarily. He added. Then all 4 of the students in the building went back to the monitor room. Wish us luck. Pretty boy, Momo's kinda nervous. Kyoka said. And no, I'm just planning. Momo denied, but Izuku threw her a smile that caught her by surprise. She tried to encourage me earlier, she knew that I was worried about my quirk backfiring again. I better do my best to encourage her now too. He thought as he said. Good luck you two. Do your best. With the best smile he could make. Thank you Izuku. I will. Momo said as she went outside. I will do my best too, make sure you take note pretty boy. Kyoka added before following Momo. Then Izuku turned towards Iida and Shoji, who were about to go out too, and wished them luck. Thank you Izuku-kun. We'll do our best too. Iida answered while Shoji raised one of his arms and gave Izuku a thumbs up before they went outside. Then Kirishima and Mina walked through the door with everybody congratulating them while teasing Mineta. Everybody. It's starting. All Might said as Kyoka and Momo entered the building. Kyoka-san, please locate them. Iida-kun is probably acting as vanguard while the Shoji-kun reports our position. She said then grinned in an almost evil way. We'll set up a trap for the vanguard and waltz into the room where Shoji-kun is guarding the bomb. This is a battle of information. She added. You're scaring me Momo, but I understand you're fired up too. Pretty boy. Went through the trouble of wishing us luck, we can't lose this match. Kyoka said as she gave off a grin too and stuck her earphone jack into the building walls to figure out where Iida is. That encouragement from young Izuku fired them up. It seems like his passion is slowly spreading through the whole class. All Might said as he smiled proudly. Shoji-kun, where are they now? Iida asked him. When you turn left, you should run into them. He answered. Then Iida turned left, preparing for a fight, but when he did, a heavy net suddenly caught him and 2 figures appeared in front of him. Hello Iida-kun, it would be nice if you stayed down for just a moment. Momo said as they ran past him towards the room where Shoji is. Shoji-kun, they have captured me. They are now heading your way, be careful. Iida warned Shoji over their communication devices. Yeah, I won't let them paw. He said but was cut off when something landed next to him. Flash grenade explodes. What the? He tried to say, but was cut off by All Might over the mic saying. Hero team. Wins. And when Shoji turned around, he saw Momo and Kyoka touching the bomb with their hands. It was a battle of information and wit this time. Yayoi Rozu and Kyoka were able to predict what their enemies would do and planned a counter ahead of time. Well done all of you, now get back to the monitor room, the last match between Team A and Team B will be next. Then the 4 of them went back after getting Iida out of the net they used. At the monitor room, Shoto and Bakugo were standing face to face in the middle of the room with Izuku and Ichako at their sides. It's time I crush your head, icy hot. Bakugo said as he grinned at Shoto. I'll knock you off your high horse, Bakugo. He replied as the other students and All Might just watched. Say something to the damn nerd, round face. Bakugo said to Ichako. Fine. Good luck Izuku-kun, let's do our best. She said in a cheerful way. Yeah. Good luck to you too, Ichako-san. He replied then they shook hands. That's not what I meant. Talk trash, idiot. Bakugo said. The difference in their energies is huge. Everyone watching thought. Alright, both teams get into your positions and wait for the go signal. All Might announced then both teams walked towards the building. Izuku, we're going for an absolute win, here's the plan. Todoroki said while they were walking then Izuku leaned in to listen. I'll freeze the whole building first, they'll probably dodge it using your Raka's quirk. We'll let them think that they've got us with the dodge they'll do, and you'll waltz in alone. Which freaked Izuku out. Are you sure? What if I mess up? He asked. You won't mess up, just let them think that they've got you and dodge their attack at the last minute. They'll probably be cautious and won't attack right when you enter the room so you're going to intimidate them. Shoto answered. Intimidate Bakugo? You're asking me to die on the spot? Izuku asked with a terrified face. Like I said, dodge at the last second. Now this is how you're going to intimidate them, breathes in and out, then tilts his head slightly and smiles creepily, he answered. Why not you just do it, Shoto? I don't think intimidation is up my alley. Izuku said. I can't dodge their attacks, but you can, with that body scatter quirk you have. Don't worry about the intimidation part, just do what I showed you and if I'm right, these costumes will do their part. He replied then they reached the building entrance. At the monitor room, Momo's group just arrived. Did he already leave? We couldn't wish him good luck. Momo said as Kyoka nodded in agreement. Hey All Might sensei, I've been wondering why Izuku's and Shoto's costumes are like that, I don't see anything that can help them in combat. Zero asked. Yeah, now that you've mentioned it. It looks like they're just for style. Yeah, why is that? The others added. Their costumes are just like mine. There aren't many support items that could go with young Izuku and Shoto's quirks, so the support company hosts centered their costumes on charisma and intimidation. For Shoto, that suit of his is probably fireproof, so they won't burn whenever he uses his fire quirk, and for young Izuku, the soles of his shoes area made of iron to support him if he ever has to fight in close quarters, and is made of special materials to turn into air together with the different parts of his body. All Might explained. You may now begin. He added over the microphone. Then Shoto entered the building alone. Shoto touched a part of the wall and froze the whole building to immobilize Ichako and Bakugo. Uraraka, make us float. Bakugo said, and Uraraka touched the both of them with all 5 fingers each to make them float as the whole building froze. Then Shoto went out while Izuku went in alone this time. Is he planning on taking the 2 alone? That's crazy. That Bakugo might have an attitude like Soage, but he's powerful as hell. Kaminari said. He's going in alone, eh? Looks like I didn't need to tell him anything after all. All Might thought as he watched Izuku. Then Izuku finally reached the door to the room where the bomb was held. He halted and took a deep breath. I knew he'd realize that he won't stand a chance at some point. Kaminari said. No way. He wouldn't. Give up that. Easily, right? Kirishima asked as everyone except All Might watched with concern. Then suddenly, Izuku opened the door, tilted his head, and grinned. I hope this works, Shoto-kun. Or I'm dead, he thought. Then suddenly, Ichako fell on her back. What is this intimidation I feel? She thought as she stared at Izuku with scared eyes. What the? With that costume of his, Izu bro almost looks evil. It's scaring me. Kirishima said, as all the students stood there in fear. This is what I mean by intimidation. The charisma he projects right now is enough to make his enemies lose the will to fight. All Might suddenly says as all the students watched. Suddenly Bakugo gritted his teeth and said. Quit acting so stuck up, nerd. I know you're scared, you bastard. And charged at him with his hands ready to explode. Sir. You gotta. Stop this, Bakugo's gonna end up killing him. He's just standing there. Waiting. Kirishima said, which made All Might think. Was he just counting on his intimidation for this test? I know young Shoto and him are smart, they must have a plan in mind. Right. Then he says over the mic, young Bakugo. Stow. But it was too late, he already fired his attack and was now grinning at the sight of his victory, while Ichako just sat there still terrified of Izuku. They all gasped and worried as they saw the explosion he fired at Izuku, point blank right at his face. Then suddenly All Might announced. Hero team. Wins. As all of the students including Bakugo asked one question. What? Sir, he got blasted. He's probably down right now, they lost. Kaminari said, then all of their eyes widened and their mouths opened as they saw Izuku standing behind the bomb, touching it with his right hand. How did he do that? Mina asked. He dodged the blow and won the match in a split second. Kirishima added as all the students waited for an explanation. Then All Might finally spoke up. He used his other quirk, it carries quite the risk if used. Then all the students looked at the monitor and saw scratches all over Izuku's body from the neck down and gasped. He must be in incredible pain by now. All Might said with a serious face. When Bakugo saw this. What the hell? Did you do, you damn? He said, but he was frozen in place before he could charge at Izuku. The test is over, you lost. I hope you see the difference in our abilities now. Shoto said from behind. This was your idea, right? I see hot. He asked. Yeah, and we destroyed your ego with it. He answered as he helped Izuku, who was now leaning against the bomb. Thank you, Shoto-kun, your plan worked. Izuku said with a weak smile. Everyone gather by the tunnel. I'll meet you there. All Might said as he left the monitor room. Oh, Ichako-san, sorry about earlier. Izuku said. Don't worry about it. More importantly, you better get healed quick. She answered as Izuku just nodded in response as she and Shoto carried him out, which left Bakugo in the room with a broken ego, staring into the ground. Then suddenly All Might appeared behind him. Young Bakugo, go with them towards the tunnel. Don't let this stop your dream, you wanted to be the No. 1 hero, right? It's not easy to rise to the top, you'll fall down sometimes, now enough sulking, and let's join the others. He said, which snapped Bakugo back. Don't tell me what to do, All Might. He screamed as he went out the building and walked towards the tunnel. Such a prideful child. All Might said with a worried expression, then he walked outside to meet the students. When Izuku, Shoto, and Uraraka returned, Momo and Kyoka rushed towards them. You pushed it too far again, Izuku. Momo said as he just nodded with a weak smile in response. Then All Might arrived. Well done everybody. You all exceeded my expectations today. I hope you learned something from each of your battles. Now I must go to report today's results. You may go back to your dorms after you fetch your bags from the classroom. All Might said as he ran through the tunnel at incredible speed towards the main building. After that, all of the students returned to the classroom and headed for the dorm next. "Let's get you to Recovery Girl first," Momo said. "I'm fine," he said, then Kyoka punched his right arm and he screamed in pain. "You don't sound fine to me, pretty boy," she said with an evil grin. "I'll grab your stuff for you, Midoriya," Shoto said, and Izuku thanked him as the two girls dragged him towards the nurse's office. "What happened this time?" Recovery Girl asked, and Izuku explained. After that, Recovery Girl used her quirk on him. "I won't be healing you with my quirk again, you need to learn how to control that quirk of yours," she said. Izuku asked but just sighed in surrender. "Now lay down on the bed over there, you'll start to feel very sleepy right about now," she added. "Can't Izuku sleep in the dorm?" Momo asked Recovery Girl as Izuku began to fall asleep on the bed she provided him. "I'll monitor him, his wounds weren't healed enough because he was almost out of stamina when you brought him here," she answered. Then the two girls left Izuku there and walked to the dorms. "You knew something about the risk on Izuku's quirk earlier, right?" "Yeah, Momo," Kyoka asked with an irritated face. "Why, yeah, a little bit, but I didn't want to tell you because I figured you'd just worry about him and wouldn't be able to focus on your own battle," Momo answered with an apologetic smile. "We're gonna long talk in your room tonight, you're gonna tell me everything you know about him, and I'll tell you some too, including things about his family," Kyoka said, which sparked Momo's curiosity, so she agreed. "Sorry about this, Izuku, I promise this is the last time I bribe someone with information about you," she said to herself as they continued to walk towards the dorms while the sun went down slowly. At the nurse's office, a familiar girl with periwinkle hair entered the room with her hair raped around her body. "Recovery Girl-san, I need to sleep. I've been training all day and I got kicked out the dorm for tonight just because I refused to clean my room," she said while pouting. "There's someone resting here. Go find somewhere else for tonight," Recovery Girl said, but she wouldn't listen and walked over the bed where Izuku was resting to check who was resting there, only to find the boy he met during the entrance exams. She grinned as if she was planning something, then turned to face Recovery Girl. "I can sleep here. This is my boyfriend," she said as she got under the sheets and hugged Izuku. "You're my boyfriend now," she thought as she smiled and began to sleep on his chest. Recovery Girl just sighed. "Don't blame me if your lie pushes two girls to kill you tomorrow," she thought as she closed the lights and got out. Izuku's POV. "At night, I dreamt about something. It was a dream I've been having since I was in middle school, but I stopped dreaming about it during my second year. It always seemed like I wasn't dreaming, it was like I was remembering. The dream showed me a memory. From when I was about 5 years old, a year had already passed since my parents died. I was walking through a fallen fence that separated the urban area and the forest beside it, all I had was my backpack and a hat. It looked like my 5-year-old self knew the place really well because I turned left and right without any signs of hesitation. I walked on a log that connected two sides of a small stream. After that, my 5-year-old self went on a straight path leading to a small clearing surrounded by tall trees and said, 'Hero Izuku, reporting for duty,' with a salute. I watched myself as I played around chasing butterflies and waving twigs around, acting as if I was fighting someone. 'I, Hero Izuku, will beat you, villain,' I said. Then 5-year-old me suddenly yawned and just plumped down right there on the grass. I was pretty cute when I was 5, huh? I thought. Then suddenly, I heard a rustling from the trees which woke up my little 5-year-old self. Then from there, a girl with long periwinkle hair came down. That hair. I feel like I've seen it before. My dreaming 16-year-old brain thought. Who are you? Why are you here? Are you alone? Don't you have friends? Do you want to be friends with me?" she asked in rapid fire as she floated around 5-year-old me. "Whoa. Yo, you're flying," I said with a face filled with amazement. "I can do this with my quirk. What's your quirk? How old are you? What's your name?" she asked at the same speed she did with before. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm 5 years old and I don't know my quirk yet," I answered with a smile. Wow. My 16-year-old brain didn't even catch all of those questions. Did I perhaps get dumber through the years? I thought with newfound respect for my 5-year-old self. "Wow, you're the first one to answer all of my questions in one shot," the girl said as she landed in front of me. "I'm Najire Hado, you can call me Najire, I'm 6 years old, my quirk is Surge," she said as she reached out her hand and I shook it. "Now we're friends," she added, then the dream played in fast forward. Me and the girl were now in a park, the sun was going down, and it looked like her parents were waiting for her to finish talking to little 7 or 8-year-old Izuku. "I guess this is goodbye, Izuku," she said as tears started to roll down her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" my innocent self asked with a curious face. "We won't be able to play together anymore and I just felt sad," she answered as she wiped her tears, but they kept coming. We're trying to be heroes, remember? We're going to meet again, as long as we can get into UA, we can play together again. I replied with an enthusiastic smile. But you don't even know your Quirk, she said, but my 7-8-year-old self stopped her before she could finish the painful sentence. Don't worry about that. Just you wait, I'll be stronger than you when we meet again. And it'll be my turn to protect you like you always protect me from bullies. I said, then smiled at her as she nodded, turned to her parents and began walking back to them. Aren't you going to give him a goodbye hug? Her mom said. Oh right. Then she turned around and hugged little Izuku as he hugged him back. The hug felt so real, as if my 16-year-old self was hugging her back too. Third person POV. Izuku began hugging the periwinkle-haired girl beside him and accidentally woke her up. Oh. Is that you saying you love me too? She said as she grinned and pulled away. Sorry honey, I just remembered I need to get ready for early classes today. I'll find your dorm room and I'll just sneak in again tonight, okay? She said as she yawned and got up. I need coffee, and a lot of it. She said as she got out of the nurse's office with her hair wrapped around her like a scarf. 1 hour later. Izuku had woken up. It's been a while since I've had that dream, I wonder why it came back this time. He said as he sat on the bed and yawned. Are you awake now, kid? Recovery girl asked. Why yes ma'am, he answered, then suddenly he realized he smelled like shampoo that wasn't his. No way. He thought with a terrified face. Ma'am. He called for recovery girl's attention. Yes, young Izuku. She answered. Was anyone besides me on this bed last night? Perhaps a GG girl? He asked. Looks like he didn't notice little Najire shenanigans last night. She thought. You got claimed last night, let's just leave it at that. She answered with a slight grin on her face. See, claimed? In what way? Izuku asked, terrified for his virginity. Don't worry about that and start walking back to your dorm and get ready for class, you only have 30 minutes left. She answered, trying to change the topic. Why, you're right. I'm going to be late. Thank you for taking care of me. He said as he bowed before running towards Class 1A's dorm to get ready for class. When he got there, he saw Momo, Kyoka, Iida and Shoto eating breakfast together like last time, but this time they had Mineta with them. Midoriya-kun, are you healed enough to be walking? Iida asked as soon as he saw Izuku, then everybody's attention shifted from their food to him. Mineta slowly approached him with a grin on his face. You don't look too good, Izuku, did you run here and got little sweaty or did you finally lose your two? Then he stopped right in front of Izuku with a surprised face and started sniffing his body, which made him uncomfortable. What are you doing, Mineta? You're making him feel uncomfortable, stop this instance. Momo said as Kyoka and her got up and walked towards them to stop Mineta, who was now crawling all over Izuku and sniffing him. You smell like a woman. Who is it this time? Classmate? Senpai? Or could it be a teacher? Mineta said as he began strangling him. The two girls heard this and went over to stop Mineta, then sniffed Izuku's body too. It's true. Momo said, starting to tear up and covering her mouth in disbelief. I feel betrayed. Kyoka added as Izuku just fell down on his knees because of the accusation that he has slept with yet another woman. When Shoto saw this from the table. This ought to be good, forgive me Midoriya, but let me make fun of your misfortune. He thought as he got up and walked over to them. Explain yourself, Midoriya. Well, we were worried about you all night, you were having fun with another woman, even though you already have these two beautiful women. How could you? He said, which brought Izuku to tears as Shoto just laughed silently. Then Izuku began explaining. It wasn't my fault. When I woke up, I already smelled like this, and when I asked recovery girl, all she said was that I was claimed. Last night. He said. Someone took advantage of you while you were sleeping. That must have been horrifying. Momo said as she ran over and hugged Izuku. Yeah, pretty boy, sorry for doubting you. I should have known you wouldn't have the balls to cheat on us. Kyoka added. See, cheat? Well, at least you understand, now I'm going to get ready for school, wait for me, okay? Then they all nodded and Izuku went upstairs to get ready. That was fun. Shoto said with a straight face as they all returned to the table. Izuku's too pure and innocent. We have to protect him. Momo said as she stood up and clenched her fists. You're right, yeah Momo, when I find that woman, I'll give her an ass whooping she'll never forget. Kyoka said as she stood up too. I want to protect him too. Iida agreed, then stood up waving his arms around like a robot. Yeah, let's stop Izuku from getting all the ladies. Mineta added as he stood on his chair and grinned in an evil manner. Then they all turned to Shoto, waiting for him to agree too. This should prove to be amusing as well. He thought. Yes, as one of Midoriya's closest friends, I'll help too. And I'm not doing this for fun. He said, then Izuku came down from his room and into the commons area, ready for school. Hey guys, what we're talking about? He said as he walked towards them. Don't worry Izuku, just stick with us and no girls will go near you. Mineta said, still with an evil grin. What? Anyways, we're going to be late if we don't head out now. Izuku replied. We understand that you're trying to forget what happened to you Midoriya, don't worry, we'll protect you. Shoto said as Iida and the others just nodded in agreement. Again, wow. Izuku tried to ask but was cut off by Shoto. Let's get going, Aizawa-sensei might punish us if we're late. I won't let my fun end here, Midoriya. He thought to himself. Then all of 6 of them left for classes, while Izuku constantly shot each of them with a confused face along the way. At the school's entrance. Word that All Might was hired by UA High spread like wildfire across the whole planet, so interviewers from different media companies came to see it and have been staying in front of UA for 2 days, waiting for information. Aizawa was sent by Principal Nezu to deal with them. Is All Might here? We just need a moment. How is he teaching the students? Is it true that he's looking for a successor among the students? They all asked, one interviewer even asked if Aizawa was getting enough sleep. He's not here and you're disturbing the classes, please leave. Then he walked away. I can't believe All Might could work as a hero with them following him 24/7, he thought. Hey. We just need to ask him some questions. One of the interviewers said and followed Aizawa. Hey, don't. The others tried to warn her, but it was too late. As soon as she stepped foot right below the gates, walls of metal started to form around the borders of the school, blocking them off. What the? The interviewer asked. It's the UA barrier, that's what we call it at least. As soon as someone without a student pass tries to walk in, those things appear. We tried to warn you but you wouldn't stop. The cameraman said. Back at the classroom. All the students were already seated, waiting for class to begin. Then Aizawa walks in. Why were you late, sensei? Did something happen? Iida asked. I had to deal with the media, anyways, today you'll be doing something special. He said. Is it a test again? All the students thought as they waited for Aizawa to mention it. You'll be electing class officers. He finally said as all the students cheered. It's something fun. They all said in unison. Yeah. I don't care how you do it, I'll be right here. Aizawa said as he whips out a yellow sleeping bag and slept on the corner of the room. Where'd he even keep that? All the students wondered. Then a few seconds later, they were all frantically raising their hands, except for Izuku, Shoto, and Iida. UA's class representatives aren't like the ones in normal schools. If you're elected, that means you're fit to lead sidekicks in the future, and it boosts your reputation when it comes to hero scouting. Pick me. Everyone yelled one after the other until Iida stood up and spoke. Everyone calm down. We won't get anywhere like this, let's just settle this with voting. He said. We don't know each other that well, we only just met 3 days ago, so how can we know who's fit for the job? Kirishima said and everyone else agreed. That just makes it easier, whoever gets the most votes will definitely be worthy. Then everyone thought it through and agreed. I guess I'll vote for Izuku. Momo, Kyoka, Shoto, and Iida all thought while Izuku voted for Shoto. He was able to come up with a strategy immediately after he found out their quirks. I bet he'd make a great leader for the class. Then they tallied the votes up and Iida announced the results. Our class representative would be Izuku Midoriya with 4 votes, and class deputy would be Shoto Todoroki with 3 votes. He said. Then suddenly Bakugo stood up. Who voted for the 2 bastards? He said as he scanned the room, but no one answered. Then the school bell rang for lunch, and all of them went to the main cafeteria, while Kirishima and Shiro held down Bakugo so he wouldn't attack anyone. Izuku, Shoto, Momo, Iida, Kyoka, Mina, Kirishima, Hagakure, and Ejiro sat together for lunch. As expected of you Izuku and Shoto. Congratulations you little furballs. Hagakure said cheerfully as she patted their heads. But why the long faces? She added. They think they weren't worthy of the positions they were given. Iida said. Hey, that's not true bros, you totally fit the picture. Kirishima added, and everybody nodded. But Shoto and Izuku were cut off by a sudden announcement. Level 3 security breach, I repeat, level 3 security breach. When everyone heard this, they all ran towards the exit and caused a traffic in the halls. Izuku managed to pin down Momo and Kyoka against a wall to protect them. Sorry about this, you two. He said, but the 2 of them couldn't help but blush and stayed silent. As expected of UA, everyone's quick to react. Iida said. But now we're all packed in one place, barely even moving. Shoto replied. Then suddenly they heard a Chaco beside Iida. Iida. I'll make you float so you can catch everyone's attention. Tell them it's just the media. She said. Then Iida looked outside and saw Aizawa and Present Mick confronting the media who were trying to break in. Let's do it. Iida said as he grabbed a Chaco's hand and floated. Go to where everyone will notice. He thought, then he saw the exit and used his quirk to propel himself until he smashed into the wall above the exit, then he yelled loudly so everyone would hear. everyone calm down. It's just the media. The police will come immediately to deal with them, so calm down." Then everyone saw this and stopped moving. When Izuku and Shoto saw this, they looked at each other with their "I know what to do" eyes. Then later on, the police came and dealt with the media as President Mick waved his hand saying, "Goodbye, bad mass media." Then the school bell rang and everybody returned to their classes. Shoto and Izuku stood in front of the class, both shaking with nervousness. "Wow, for two incredibly handsome guys, they sure are nervous wrecks," Mina said. Then Izuku began to speak. Before we continue with the meeting, we decided that Iida and Uraraka-san really should be the ones standing in our place. They were able to deal with the panic in the cafeteria in a cool way, so we thought, they should be the one to lead," he said as Shoto nodded in agreement. "That's true, Iida and Ichako were a big help at the cafeteria earlier, plus Midoriya and Shoto are saying it so," Kirishima said. Then the two stood up. "If Midoriya-kun and Todoroki-kun are saying it, we will do our very best to fill your roles," Iida said as Izuku just smiled in response. "So handsome yet so pure. Must protect," all the girls in the room thought. As Iida continued the meeting, Ichako just stood aside, blushing while looking at Izuku. "Does this mean he trusts me and sees me as someone amazing?" she thought as her blushing intensified. When the meeting was concluded, Aizawa got up from where he was sleeping. "Tomorrow's classes are all cancelled. Nezu told me that the whole UA staff got dragged into an interview All Might wasn't able to get out of, so you can do whatever you want," he said, then dropped down and crawled out the door while still wrapped in his sleeping bag. How does he even do that? The whole class thought. Then they all packed their things and walked back to the dorms. Shoto, Momo, Kyoka, Mineta and Iida all surrounded Izuku as they walked while looking around. Guys, what's going on? Why does it seem like you guys are protecting me from some kind of vicious animal?" Izuku asked as he smiled uncomfortably. "That woman who attacked you while you were asleep might just be lurking around, just waiting to pounce on you again," Momo answered as she continued to look around with an angry expression on her face. "Let's see if she can. I'll whoop her ass into nothingness," Kyoka said as she grinned in an evil manner which scared Izuku. "Hey, this really did turn out to be fun. Well done, Shoto, you just found the perfect entertainment source. Your best friend suffering," Shoto thought to himself. "You're not getting any more women from now on, Izuku," Mineta said as he let out an evil laugh. "Still, who would do such a thing to Midoriya-kun?" Iida asked. "I can think of a lot of women who'd probably do it without hesitation because of that face of his alone," Kyoka answered as she slowly narrowed her eyes as if she was thinking of never bringing the women she just thought of anywhere near Izuku. Then they finally reached the dorms. "Hey, we're here. You can stop now. Right?" Izuku said with a nervous smile. "What if until my graduation day, they still guard me wherever I go? I'll go nuts by that point in time," he thought. "Shoto's going to check your room every night from now on, since his room is the closest out of the five of us," Kyoka said. "And Todoroki-kun," Momo said as all of them turned to her. "If you let any suspicious activities pass, I'll dispose of you myself," she added with a death stare directed at Todoroki, but it still scared all five of them. "Why yes, ma'am," Shoto said and even matched it with a proper salute. Then Momo returned to her dignified face again. "Why you scared me there, Momo," Izuku said as all of them nodded in agreement. "Oh, don't be scared, Izuku, I'd never do anything to hurt you. As long as you fulfill my every desire from now on," she said, which scared him even more to the point where he couldn't even speak. Let's just get inside, it's getting dark," Kyoka finally said. Then they all rushed inside. Before this woman could kill someone. "Hurry," she thought. Front gate. Principal Nezu, Midnight and Snipe were examining how the media broken earlier. What they saw got them all on their guards. The UA barrier was turned into dust, as if it decayed somehow. "The media would not go this far to get information," Principal Nezu said. "This must have been the work of someone with evil intent directed towards UA, its students, or All Might," he added. "Did some villains sneak in?" Midnight asked. "No, this may just very well be a declaration of war from the villains' perspective," Principal Nezu answered as the other two remained silent, thinking about the worst possible scenarios they could manage to imagine. "Something big is coming," the three of them thought. Class 2A's dorm. "Oh yeah, I want to sleep with my boyfriend tonight," Nijira said as she ran into her room, took a bath, changed into her pajamas, grabbed her pillow, raped her hair around her neck like a scarf and ran back down. "They said he's a Class 1A's dorm, third balcony on the second floor. I don't appreciate my classmates spying on him just because they think he's handsome though," she said to herself with an annoyed pout as she walked towards the front door. On the way out, she bumped into Mirio and Tamaki. "Hey Nijira, where are you going?" "It's late," Mirio asked. You remember that transfer student with green hair that we met during the entrance exam? She asked. Yeah, the one that almost tripped. Tamaki answered. Yeah, that one, when you guys kicked me out last night, I slept with him. Now he's my boyfriend and I'm sneaking into his room tonight so we could sleep together again, so tell the others I won't be back till the morning. Nijire said as she flew away with her quirk, leaving Mirio and Tamaki with both their eyes and mouths wide open. Did I hear that right? Mirio asked. Depends, what did you hear? I'll tell you what I heard on the same time to compare. Tamaki answered, and they both nodded with determined faces. She slept with a green-haired kid and are now a couple. They both said as the same time we heard right. They screamed in disbelief. Isn't she assigned to teach his class on the day after tomorrow? Something about rescuing and stuff? Mirio asked. Yeah, as Awa-sensei asked her earlier. Tamaki answered. Long silence. Well, that's that, let's just get back and catch some Z's. Mirio said while grinning and pointing his finger gun at Tamaki. I still don't get it, Mirio, give it a rest. He answered as they both entered their dorm. Nijire reached Class 1A's dorm in no time. Let's see here. She said as she put her finger on her chin while looking for Izuku's room. There it is. She said as she hovered over and entered. Hey, it's unlocked. I thought I'd need to blast it open, maybe he really wanted me to come sleep with him again. Why would he? Did he like my shampoo? Does he remember me? Does he like me? Do I like him? Yes. Yes, I like him. She said to herself at rapid fire, then she opened the door on Izuku's balcony. Shoto's pav. I was already lying on my bed when suddenly someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, I saw 4 people. Iida, Momo, Kyoka, and Mineta. Did you check his room already? Kyoka asked. No, not yet. I was going to wait until he falls asleep. I answered. I think he's already asleep, go check already. Mineta said jumping up and down with an evil grin. Yeah sure, now quiet down or you'll wake him instead. Wait for me in the commons area. I said as they nodded and went towards the commons or then I walked in front of Izuku's door and slowly opened the door. When I peeked in, I saw a girl with periwinkle hair wrapped around her like a scarf. She was wearing pajamas and was hugging a pillow as she walked towards Izuku's bed. It looked like she came through the balcony. Our eyes met for a moment and she stopped. Stare. Then we both got the message. She continued walking, then I closed the door as if I saw nothing unusual. Don't worry creepy girl, since your actions made this day fun for me, I'll let you go do your thing. I thought. She better not spill the beans on her end or I'll get killed by those two. I said as I headed for the commons area. How was it? Did someone sneak in or something? Kyoka asked. No, nothing, he's just sleeping alone in his room so you don't need to check again or anything. Bad at lying. Good, now let's get back to our rooms and get some sleep. Tomorrow will probably the day she'll strike again, we must be ready to protect my Izuku. Momo said with a determined face. Our Izuku, alright. Kyoka said as Momo just gave her an apologetic smile. Thank God they bought that. I really must be good at lying. I thought to myself as we all returned to our rooms. Nijire's pav. I continued walking when that guy with white and red hair closed the door. Then I reached his bed. Hello again, I'll be sleeping next to you now. I said as I slowly lifted the sheet and saw that he wasn't wearing a shirt. You really have become manlier now, Izuku. I giggled as I went under the sheets, put his left arm around my neck, snuggled up to him and slowly fell asleep. Izuku's pav. That night, I had another dream, a dream I've been having since my mother and father died. But it wasn't like the one from last night. This time, I was sure it was a memory. It showed me the time before my mother and father left to catch their plane to visit Aunt Abigail and Uncle George. It's the day before they die, and they left me to my grandfather and grandmother. When are you coming back, Mom? My 4-year-old self asked as my mother just smiled and said. Oh, don't worry honey. We'll be back before you know it, then we can go to the amusement park again. So be good to Grandma and Grandpa while we're gone, okay? Then she gave me a hug and there was this feeling again. It feels so real again. Then she pulled away and 4-year-old Izuku smiled. That's a promise, okay? I said as my mom and dad smiled, nodded and walked away. You won't keep your promise. My mind said in a bitter tone. Just stay here. Don't go. It added. Then the dream shifted to the one with the periwinkle-haired girl. We were back at the clearing in the forest. What do you think your quirk will be? Do you think it'll be better than mine? Do you think you can fly with it too? She asked as she flew around little Izuku. I don't need a strong quirk, I'll be fine as long as I can use it to save people and protect you too. He answered. Oh, that's lame, why would you protect me? Do you like me? Would you marry me when we grow up? She asked with a straight face. What's marry? He asked as he stared at her with a confused face. Then she landed in front of him. My mom says that you do it with someone you like and want to protect, so. Will you? She asked again. Yeah, sure, I like you and want to protect you. He answered with a smile as the dream slowly faded away and the night became dreamless from there. The Gyrpov. I felt Izuku roll over to my side in the middle of the night, so I woke up. He was still asleep, but his right arm raked around my waist while his left arm was still around my neck. He's hugging me again. You used to hug me a lot back then too, you know. I thought to myself, then Izuku began to speak in his sleep. Just stay here. Don't go, he said as a tear rolled down from his eye. When I heard those words, I knew exactly what was happening, so I hugged him tighter. You're dreaming about them again, aren't you? I said as I remembered the times when we took afternoon naps together as kids, and he always dreamed about his mother and father walking away before they died. He would always say those words as he cried in his sleep, and when he wakes up. He always hugged me immediately while he continues to cry and tell me about his dream as I pat him in the back to comfort him. You have me now, so remember me already, okay? You kept your promise and passed the entrance exams, so I need to keep my promise and play with you again. So hurry up and remember. I said as softly as possible with a smile as I fell asleep again. The night felt romantic, his room was dark, and only the moon and stars gave off light as we slept in each other's arms. 4 p.m. I woke up, pulled away from him and sat up. I have to go now, Izuku, see you later. I want to drink milk, and I don't think your class has the kind I want, so just hurry up and remember already, I want to play with you again. I said with a pout, then kissed him on his forehead, got out of bed, grabbed my pillow, opened the door to his balcony and flew away as I yawned. He better remember me or I'll go to his classroom and cry in front of him until he says he remembers. I said with a giggle and continued to fly towards my room. When I got there, I plumped down face first on my bed immediately. Ugh, coffee. Someone give me coffee or milk or I'll start crying. I said to no one in particular, then slowly began to fall asleep again. Third person Pav. The next morning, Izuku woke up with tears in his eyes. What? Why am I crying? He asked himself as he slowly sat up and wiped his tears. Then suddenly, his door opened, then Kyoka walked in. Pretty boy, get down, Aria. Wait, why are you crying? She said, then she ran towards Izuku and hugged him while patting him on the back. I'm fine, Kyoka-san. Izuku replied, but she wouldn't let go of him. Momo. Izuku's crying. She said as she continued to hug him. Really, I'm Finn. But before he could finish his sentence, Momo came running with Iida and tackled him. Izuku. It's fine, I'm here. Momo said as she hugged him too. GG guys. I'm not wearing anything besides my pee pants, so please let go. Izuku said. Long awkward silence. Then the two girls pulled away, blushed and dragged Iida outside with them so Izuku could get dressed. I touched Izuku's bare skin. How naughty of you, Momo. Momo said as she blushed, touched her face and smiled. I know. It was so sturdy. Kyoka added with a slight drool on her mouth and a dreamy expression. Get yourselves together. Midoriya-kun was probably assaulted by that woman again without us noticing, that's why he was crying. Iida added as he waved around his arms like a robot. That snapped them back to reality. How dare she? Momo said as she clenched her fists with an angry expression. That's it. I'm watching Izuku sleep from now on, and when I catch that woman, she's gonna be sorry she touched him. Kyoka added with a murderous look on her face. Then Shoto came up to them. Don't worry so much, Izuku probably just had a bad dream. He said. Come on, creepy woman, you're ruining my fun. You should have at least bribed him to keep silent. He thought to himself. Then Izuku walked out and Iida, Momo, and Kyoka walked up to him. Was it all just a bad dream, Izuku? Momo said with a soft worried expression. Or was it that woman again? She then added with an angry face this time. It was a bad dream, Momo, calm down. Izuku answered with a nervous smile and patted her head to calm her down. It better be, cause I will track her down and kick some ass. Kyoka said with the same murderous look she had earlier. How about we eat breakfast? I'll cook you guys pancakes if you want. Izuku said with a warm smile. Really? Okay then, let's go. The two girls said as they dragged Izuku towards the commons area and into the kitchen. See, calm down, it's just pancakes. Izuku said as they dragged him along. Yeah, but why you're cooking it for us? Momo replied with a slight blush. It doesn't change flavor when a different person cooks it. Right. Izuku said with a confused look. Just shut up and cook them for us, pretty boy. Kyoka answered with an annoyed face as she blushed at the thought of Izuku cooking for her. I'll go tell the others that Izuku will be cooking breakfast for everyone. Iida said as him and Shoto followed them. I think the girls woo, long pause, yes I think you should. Shoto answered. Looks like you'll be having fun again, Shoto. He thought as he and Iida ran around rooms telling people. Mineta. I guess I should taste whatever he cooks and watch the girls turn away from him because of how bad it tastes. I'll be there. Zero. If he were just a woman, I would have married him already. Sigh, tell him to make mine extra special. Bakugo. Go to hell. It'll be a million years before I eat that nerd's crappy food. Bajiro. I guess I should learn how to be a better boyfriend from him. Yeah, sure. I'll be there. Kaminari. Of course I'd go. It's Izuku we're talking about here, he's basically a woman in my eyes. Kirishima. Izubro's cooking. I'll definitely go. Shoji. I want to try it, I'll come. Tokoyami. I shall go to see how dark and beautiful the notes of Midoriya's cooking will be. Sato. Knowing him, he'll make it sweet and fluffy and I want it. I'll go. Koda. Nods to say yes. Aoyama. He will make mine very sparkly. Sai. Sure, I like him so I'll go. Ribbit. Mina. A hot guy cooking for me, drools if I didn't have Kiri, I'd definitely take him for myself. Hagakure. Oh, Izu's going to cook me a pancake. He must really love me to know I love pancakes. Uraraka. Stare he'll see cook for me. Izuku-kun. Will. Cook. For. Me. Blushes I'll be sure to come. After they were done, they went toward the kitchen to meet with Momo and the other two. We told everyone Izuku would be cooking breakfast, they should be here any moment. Iida said as they approached Momo and Kyoka waiting in their seats. You did what? They both ran over to Shoto and Iida and glared at them. You can't have Izuku to yourselves you know. Kaminari said as the whole class except for Bakugo gathered in the dining area. Yeah, we like Izuku too. I wish she was a woman. Shiro added as all the guys nodded in agreement. No. He's fine as a guy. The girls protested, then Izuku went out of the kitchen and into the dining area, carrying a bunch of plates with him. They're done, I knew you guys would be here so I made extra. He said as everybody smiled and sat down. For Mineta-kun, I added a bit of grapes to the batter. I hope you like it, sets pancake in front of Mineta takes a bite, cries Humph. You may be my rival when it comes to women, but you're my guy when it comes to food. For Shiro-kun, I shaped it like a tape dispenser and drew the tape with syrup to make it sticky, sets pancake in front of Shiro takes a bite, cries marry me Izuku. For Ijiro-kun, I made a normal shaped pancake and added the right amount of syrup, sets pancake in front of Ijiro takes a bite, cries why you know me so well. Izuku. For Kaminari-kun, I added a little amount of mango extract to the batter to make streaks of lightning and also make it taste good, sets pancake in front of Kaminari takes a bite, cries. For Kirishima-kun, I added red food coloring to the batter and shaped them to dumbbells to add manliness to a delicate pancake meal, sets pancake in front of Kirishima takes a bite, cries so. Manly. For Shoji-kun, I shaped the pancake into an octopus with a mask on it, sets pancake in front of Shoji takes a bite, I see you're someone who understands people well, Midoriya-kun. For Tokoyami-kun, I shaped the pancake into a raven and covered it with chocolate syrup, sets pancake in front of Tokoyami takes a bite, cries and clenches fists, such a dark yet beautiful melody. For Sato-kun, I added strawberries to make it sweeter, sets pancake in front of Sato takes a bite, cries thank you for the recipe. Runs away crying, carrying the plate up to his room. For Koda-kun, I shaped the pancake into a bunny, sets pancake in front of Koda takes a bite, cries gets up and hugs Izuku sits back down and continues eating. For Aoyama, I made the pancake sparkly using sugar crystals embedded in it, sets pancake in front of Aoyama takes a bite, stare merci Midoriya, I see you've noticed how much I sparkle. For Iida-kun, I shaped the pancake into an engine and used your favorite kind of chocolate syrup for the details on it, sets pancake in front of Iida takes a bite, cries I will risk my life to protect you because you gave me this pancake. For Todoroki-kun, I colored the left side red and white for the right to match your hair and Quirk, sets pancake in front of Todoroki takes a bite, closes eyes, and gritted his teeth to hold back tears. This won't be enough as a bribe for me to stop taking advantage of your bad luck for fun. He thought. For Tsu-chan, I added green food color to the batter and shaped the pancake into this cute frog shape, sets pancake in front of Tsuyu takes a bite, stare you're perfect if you weren't so shy, ribbit. For Mina-san, I just colored the whole pancake pink and topped it off with syrup, sets pancake in front of Mina takes a bite, cries, if only I met you first. For Hagakure-san, I made a bunny again, but this time, I used multiple food colorings to make it as colorful as possible, sets pancake in front of Hagakure takes a bite, stands up, and gives Izuku a bear hug, thank you little furball. I'll protect you from anyone who dares ruin your purity and innocence. For Uraraka-san, I made a zero and the letter G shaped pancake and added mochi too, sets pancake in front of Ichako takes a bite, blushes, he knew I liked mochi. She thought to herself. For Kyoka-san, I made a guitar-shaped pancake and colored it purple because almost everything, including your car, is purple, and whenever I pass through your room, I always hear you playing instruments, but I liked how you played your guitar the most. Sets pancake in front of Kyoka, takes a bite, blushes, he remembers my car, and he likes how I play my guitar, she thought. For Momo, I made a light bulb shaped pancake and drew a heart on it. I think you're really smart, but you're also good at comforting people. Sets pancake in front of Momo, takes a bite, blushes, he thinks I'm smart. And I'm only good at comforting when it comes to you, you know, she thought. Then Izuku said. I hope you all like it. With an embarrassed face. We love you, Izuku. Don't ever leave us. They all said in unison, which caught Izuku by surprise, but he answered with a smile and returned to the kitchen to make his own pancake. Ichako saw him and followed. At the same time, Jiro and Momo followed her, curious of what she wants with Izuku. When Ichako entered the kitchen, she saw Izuku already preparing his pancake. Izuku, she said to catch his attention, then he turned around to face her. Would you want me to make your pancake for you? She asked as she faced the ground, trying to hide her blush. Izuku looked at her with a puzzled look. Are you sure? I'm almost done, Anua. But before he could answer, Momo spoke from behind Ichako with crossed arms and a slightly annoyed smile. We'll help you make it for him, Ichako-san, she said as Kyoka just nodded along with her. No, it's fine, it's just a ponka. Ichako gets cut off by Kyoka, who had an annoyed smile like Momo. No, we insist. I mean, pretty boy. Cooked for us, so it's only right that we cook for him too. Then she and Momo looked at each other, grinned and leaned towards her. With love. They both whispered into Ichako's ears. Ichako stood there blushing. LL love. What are you saying? I don't. LL love him, she said as the two girls just grinned at her. Say no more. We'll be glad to share him with you. After all, the law now allows joint marriages, as long as everybody approves. Momo said as Kyoka nods in approval again. JJ, joint marriages? I've never heard of that. Ichako answered, still flustered. Yeah. Move aside, pretty boy. Let your women handle the cooking, Kyoka said as she pushed Izuku aside to make way for them. If you say so. It's already done, Anua, Izuku tried to say, but Momo covered his mouth with her finger. Don't worry, Izuku, I'll make sure to make it with love, she said, then walked towards Ichako and Kyoka, who were now preparing the batter. Love? He asked, but nobody answered, so he just sighed with a smile and just watched the girls cook. I wonder how it'll turn out, he thought to himself. Then Shoto and Iida walked in. Izuku, the guys told me to thank you for their food before they left, Shoto said as he and Iida approached Izuku, who smiled at them in response. What are they doing? Iida asked as soon as he saw the girls. They said they wanted to make my pancake themselves, Izuku answered with a bright smile. Another opportunity for fun, go ahead, Shoto. Shoto thought to himself, then he spoke, loud enough so the girls would hear. Hey, since you're making them, why not turn it into a competition? Izuku can even judge which one tastes the best, he said. You don't need to turn it into a competition, Izuku tried to say, but the girls turned towards him with determined looks and said, we'll do it. In unison. Phase 1 complete, Shoto thought when he heard the three girls agree. Then they got back to what they were doing, but this time, they weren't working together as Izuku just watched them with a worried expression. I can't choose just one. That'll hurt the other two, and I'm pretty sure we both know what happens when you upset a girl, don't we, Izuku? So think, you knucklehead, think, he thought to himself. While the girls were cooking, they got to talk a little bit. Hey Momo, Ichako says to get Momo's attention. Yes, she answers. Since you agreed to share him with me, can we ask him to take us on a date? Ichako replies while pretending to focus on the pancake she's making to avoid eye contact. Momo gasps and calls Kyoka and whispers to her ear. Ichako-san wants to go on a date with him, do we allow her? She asks. It's fine, as long as we can come too, she answers. Then Momo and Kyoka faced her and gives her the green light. But only if we can come, Momo said, and Ichako turns to them and give them a hug. Thank you two, I was afraid of asking him out alone, but with you two with me, I have nothing to fear, she said as she pulled away from the hug and they returned to their pancakes. While that was happening, the three boys watched. What do you think they are talking about? Iida asks. I just heard the word date, so maybe they're talking about asking their crushes out together, Izuku answers. Then they'll pray for their success right here, right now. Join me, Izuku-kun, together our prayers will certainly reach them, Iida said as he began praying. Right. That's a good idea, Iida-kun, Izuku answered, then followed Iida's lead. They're obviously talking about asking Midoriya on a date, good thing he's denser than the center of the earth, or else I wouldn't be able to see his surprised face later, Shoto thought as he watched the two praying next to him. Then the three girls turned to face them. We're done. Then they walked towards Izuku with their pancakes at hand. Dear Izuku, I made a heart-shaped pancake for you. Momo said with a bright smile as Izuku took a bite at it. It's delicious. You're good at this, Momo, as expected of someone who got through recommendations. You're really talented. He said with a bright smile directed at her. She blushed so much that she couldn't even look at him. Then Kyoka came and pushed her aside. Hey. I was going to then. Momo tried to say but was cut off by Kyoka. Yeah. Thank you for the compliment. And whatever, your time's up. She said as Momo just pouts at her. Here, Izuku. I made you a guitar-shaped pancake too. She said as she puts the pancake on the table. You said you'll like how I played my G guitar so. She added then she turned away from Izuku to hide her blush as he takes a bite from it. Yeah. I really did, and this pancake's delicious too, Kyoka-san. He said. They taste the same. The only difference is the shape. Wait, your Raka-san still has her pancake, maybe that'll taste different. Izuku thought. Then Kyoka moved aside for Ichako as she puts her pancake in front of him. I made you an All Might shaped pancake because I know how you admire him, so here. She said as Izuku stares at the pancake, appreciating his idol's face. Oh, All Might's face. Then took a bite. Stops chewing and stares at the table. They all taste the same. Wait, why am I complaining? This actually works for me, now I can tell them that they equally taste good without having to lie and hurt their feelings because, you know, they taste the same. Good work, brain. He thought as he gave the three of them a smile. So? Whose was the tastiest? Izuku. Momo asked as they all stare at him with hopeful eyes. They all taste equally delicious. You're going to make good wives in the future. He answered, then gave them the biggest smile he can muster. Nice line with the wives part, Izuku. Now they'll have confidence when they ask their crushes on a date later. He thought. Great wives. The three girls thought with dreamy expressions, but then they remembered their plan and snapped back from dreamland and into reality. So Izuku. Would you go out with us? Momo said as they all waited for his answer. To their surprise, he smiled at them and said. Sure, why not? He said yes that easily. The three girls and Shoto thought as Iida just tasted all the pancakes again and again. They taste the same. He said as he tastes them again to make sure. I was hoping to see his surprised fact. Wait. Knowing him, he probably thinks he's just going with them somewhere as friends. I still have a chance to see it when they clarify it to him later. Shoto thought, still keeping his calm face though. Why, you really mean it? Ichako asked with a smile on their faces. Why, yes, why, is there any reason to refuse? He answered. Then the three girls said. No take backs. All together, which made Izuku jump from his seat. We'll get dressed, wait for us here. We can take my car again. Kyoka said as Izuku nodded in response, then they left to prepare, leaving the three guys in the kitchen. They do taste the same. Iida said. So that's why you told them they were equally delicious. Shoto said as Izuku just smiled at them with a proud expression as he commends himself inside for his quick thinking earlier. Well played, Midoriya, you thwarted one of my plans successfully. But it doesn't matter, I still have a chance later. Shoto thought as he laughed evilly on the inside but stayed composed on the outside. We're going to head back now, Midoriya, enjoy your hangout with the girls. Shoto said as he and Iida walked out of the kitchen. I'll set up the stage a bit, then enjoy it later. He thought. 30 minutes later. The girls finally came around and saw Izuku watching TV with Ajiro and Kirishima in the commons area. Izuku? Momo said to catch his attention, then he and the other two turned around. We're ready, let's get going. She added with a huge smile as they walked over to them. Do you have somewhere to be? Ajiro asked. Yeah, we're going out with Izuku today. Ichako answered with a huge cheerful smile as Ajiro and Kirishima just nodded, then Izuku got up. Here's the key, pretty boy. Tosses the key to her car. You're driving. Treat us like queens today, cause those tasty pancakes didn't just make themselves back there, I'm telling you. Kyoka said as she and the other two began to walk out and towards the parking lot. I cook too, you know. Izuku thought as he let out a sigh and just followed them. Good luck with them, Izu bro. Don't die just yet, alright. Come back alive. Kirishima said as Ajiro just laughed at the sentence. Please don't make fun of my hardships, Kirishima-kun and Ajiro-kun. Izuku said without even looking back as he continued to walk outside. When he finally caught up to them, they were already right in front of her car. We'll let you sit in front for today, Ichako-san, after all you were the one who came up with the idea. Momo said. Then Izuku opened the door for them as they all just grinned, looking at Izuku working hard for them. Hey, are you all ready? Izuku said while breathing heavily from the run he did to catch up to them. Yes, Izuku, now go. Momo answered as she pointed forward cheerfully at the back of Izuku's seat, then he let out a sigh and just drove off. Where do you want to go? Izuku asked them while they were driving. I said treat us like queens, remember, you lead the way. Kyoka answered. There's this cat cafe that I've been wanting to go to, do you want to go too? Izuku asked cheerfully. I don't like cats that much. Kyoka answered. Yeah, me too, they always lick you. Ichako agreed. They always want to be petted, it's as if they're commanding us to do so. Momo added with a slightly annoyed pout. Then Izuku spoke up. Begins to cry, that's so mean. The cats have feelings too. He said, which made the girls guilty. And no, Izuku-kun, we're not saying it to be mean to them, we just don't go well with them. Ichako said as she stroked Izuku's hair to calm him down. Yeah, Izuku, we're sorry we offended you and your cats, but can we go somewhere else for today? Momo added as she leaned over and hugged Izuku from behind. How about we go for karaoke today? We'll go pet the cats next time, okay? Kyoka said as she leaned in front and held his hand that was on the driving stick. I'm glad. You understand, now please let go, I can't drive very well, and people are giving me weird looks as we pass them. He said, but they just wouldn't let go, so he just sighed and continued to drive while dealing with them. 15 minutes later. They finally arrived at the karaoke bar Kyoka told them about. Why, you can let go now, we're here. Izuku said with an awkward smile. Carry me inside, Izuku, I'm tired from the drive. Momo said as she looked at him with puppy eyes to convince him. I drove here, if anything. You guys should be carrying me. Izuku thought as Momo continued to hug him from behind with no signs of letting go. We'll go ahead and rent a room and buy some snacks and drinks while we're at it. Bring Yao Momo inside, when she gets like this, she won't stop bugging you, so just carry her. Kyoka said as she and Ichako got out and entered, leaving Izuku with a lazy Momo behind him. He just let out a sigh knowing he has no choice but to do it. Kyoka-san said to treat them like queens today. A true hero never backs down, right Izuku? Now suck it up and just do it. He thought as he pumped his fist and showed a determined face. Momo, I'll carry you inside, let me go for a second. He said, as Momo let him go. Then he opened the door, picked up Momo and carried her bridal style. Shall we, milady? He asked with a warm smile which made Momo blush. Why, you're really sticking to the queen stuff, huh? Then. Move, you handsome butler. Momo said as she pointed towards the karaoke bar's entrance. Then Izuku happily obliged. I have a feeling this will be a long day. He thought as he walked towards the entrance with Momo in his arms still blushing and trying to look away to hide it. Inside the karaoke bar. We'd like to rent a room for 12 hours please. Ichako said cheerfully towards the part-timer. She looked a little older than them and had beautiful white hair with hints of red in it. T12. Are you sure about that? She asked with an uncomfortable smile on her face. Yes. Ichako answered cheerfully as if it's nothing out of the ordinary. Oh okay, well how many is in your party? She asked. 4 please. Ichako answered. Then the part-timer types it in the cashier. That'll be 20,000 yen. She said. Then Ichako handed her a check for 100,000 yen. Keep the change, you were very kind to me so it's only right. Ichako said with a bright smile like before. Are you sure? What's your name, miss? She asked. Ichako Uraraka, pleased to make your acquaintance. Then she reached her arm towards her for a handshake. Uraraka, so that's why she can hand out checks like these like it's nothing. If my father found out about this, he'll definitely burn down their company because to him, this might look like they're looking down on me. The part-timer thought as she reached out and shook Ichako's hand. I'm Fayumi, I can't tell you my last name for security purposes. And I should probably tell you to not hand out that last name of yours to just anybody, Ichako-san. She said with a warm smile on her face. Oh, thank you for reminding me, I kind of forgot about that. Ichako answered as she scratches the back of her neck because of her embarrassment. Ichako, is the room ready? Kyoka asked when she came back from answering a call. Yup, Miss Fayumi was very kind to me too. She answered. Oh I see, nice to meet you Miss Fayumi, you may call me Kyoka. Kyoka said in a dignified manner, careful not to accidentally mention her last name. No need to be cautious of me Kyoka-san. Fayumi answered with a smile. Good. 'Cause I wasn't sure if I can pull off that act anyway. Kyoka answered as Fayumi just laughed. Well, your room is the third room from here so enjoy. Fayumi said as she gave the girls another warm smile. Then the two girls proceeded to the said room and wait for Momo and Izuku. Izuku then enters and puts Momo down. Are you perhaps Kyoka-san and Ichako-san's companions? Fayumi asked. Yes, we are. Izuku said. God, she's beautiful, she almost looks as beautiful as snow. He thought as he stared at her, making Fayumi blush as well. Momo saw this and tugged at his shirt to catch his attention. What is it, Momo? He said as he looked over only to see Momo pouting at him angrily. What? he asked with a nervous smile. You're staring at her? Momo answered, still angrily pouting at him. Your room is the third room from here, sir. Fayumi suddenly said, catching Momo's attention. Thank you, let's go Momo, they might be bored over there. Izuku said as he led Momo towards the said room. Thank you for the save there, beautiful woman. I thought Momo was going to chew my face off any moment. He thought as he opened the door for Momo. Hey. You're finally here. Ichako said as she hugged Momo. What took you so long, pretty boy? Kyoka asked, but before Izuku could answer, Momo spoke up. Someone was staring at the beautiful girl in the counter earlier. When they heard that, they both stared at Izuku. I told you. I wasn't staring. He said in defense, but Momo just pouts and looked at the other direction with her arms crossed. Do that again and I'll turn you into a giant speaker, got it pretty boy. Kyoka said with an angry face that scared what was left of Izuku. Why yes, ma'am. He answered with a matching salute. Good, now sit down and sing for us. Kyoka said as she patted the seat beside her, signaling for Izuku to sit down too. Blah. Izuku tried to question, but Ichako stared at him with puppy eyes. Please. She said, then he just let out a sigh and sat down. Please don't use that again, Ichako-san. He said as Ichako sat down beside him and nodded happily. What should I sing? I'm telling you, I suck at this, but I'll do it because you asked. Izuku said with an embarrassed face. Sing my favorite song, Izuku, you've probably heard of it too. Would anyone care, citizen soldier? Momo said with an enthusiastic smile on her face, leaning over the table in the middle to get close to him. Yeah sure, don't laugh at me, okay? Izuku asked with teary eyes. We won't. Besides, I'm sure you'll sing it perfectly. Ichako said as she pumped her fists. Then Izuku typed in the number and the song started. When he finished, the three girls stared at him. What? Did I suck tea that much? He said as he began tearing up. No. You were awesome. I could marry you right here right now if you wanted. Momo said. Yeah, me too. Pretty boy. Kyoka added. Count me in too. Ichako said as she stood up filled with determination. Marry. Izuku said, then the three girls realized what they just said and blushed insanely. You heard W wrong. Now get us some wine, I'm thirsty. Kyoka said, trying to cover her blush with anger. Wine. Why not just water? Izuku questioned uncomfortably. No. We're mature women, so get us some wine. Momo said, which shocked Izuku. Yeah, just as mature as Fayumi-san is. Ichako said with an angry pout. Whatever you say. Then Izuku went out of the room to get their demanded wine. Are you girls sure about this? Momo asked the other two. Yeah, Izuku-kun's obviously into women that are more mature than him, and what could be more mature than a woman who can drink? Ichako said with a determined look, then Kyoka just nodded in agreement. Outside of the room. I hope these girls can handle wine or I'm going to carry 3 drunken women back to the dorms or worse, I could get arrested. Izuku thought as he walked towards the counter with a beautiful lady to buy some wine. Excuse me. Izuku said to get her attention. Yes. Do you need something? She asked him. Yes. I need wine. He said innocently as if there's nothing wrong with his request. Wine. How old are you? She asked. I'm 16, but my companion said they were mature women. So it's fine. He answered with a smile at the confused part-timer. Mature women? Are you sure they're not doing anything wrong to you? I can report them if you want. She said with a concerned face. No. They're not doing things like that. He replied with a nervous face. Don't report them or their parents are going to kill me for somehow getting them arrested. He thought. I'm sorry, I can't give you wine. You're underage without supervision. She said. You don't understand, they're going to kill me if I don't bring back wine. Please, just the weakest wine, if you want. You can even watch them drink it. Izuku pleaded the woman who looked at him. Poor boy, being forced into this by those girls. I have to help him out. She thought. Don't worry. I'll help you, let's go. Fayumi said as she grabbed the weakest wine they have and dragged Izuku back to their rented karaoke room. Then she opened the door. What are you doing here, Fayumi-san? Ichako asked as all 3 of them stood up. I'm going to drink with you ladies. Fayumi answered. You will? Momo, Kyoka, Ichako, and even Izuku questioned the statement. Yeah, you need supervision to drink alcohol, so I'll drink with you. Fayumi said, then she leaned into Izuku to whisper something to him. Get ready to drive these 3 back after this. Then she walked over to the 3 girls who stared at her with jealousy. Then they all sat down the table and cracked the wine open. Bring us some glasses. Pretty boy. Kyoka said with a determined face. Yes ma'am. He said as she ran back out the door, scared for what she would have done if he refused. So you're mature women? Fayumi asked the 3 of them with a provocative grin on her face. Why yes, we certainly are. Momo answered with a grin of herself, but without confidence to back it up. So they're trying to show off to that boy. What's so great about him that he managed to attract these 3 women from esteemed families? Sure, he's good looking, but, she thought. Then Izuku came back carrying 4 wine glasses with him. Here, he said as he placed them on the table. Then the girls grabbed 1 each. I'll stand over here. Izuku pointed to the corner of the room next to the door. Sure. Wait for us to finish. Fayumi said as she poured in each of their glasses. 5 hours later. Ichako and Momo were already out cold with their faces lying on the table next to their unfinished glasses of wine. Fayumi and Kyoka were still going at it, but they both looked like they've had enough. The 4 of them had already gone through almost 16 bottles of wine. I think that's enough wine for the 2 of you, Izuku said with a nervous smile. Please don't throw your glasses at me, he thought. Yeah. I think I've had enough. Drive these mature women back, pretty boy. And let's have some fun, she said in a seductive tone. Yup, definitely enough wine for you, Izuku said as he let out a sigh. Then Kyoka got knocked out and landed her face on the table. I win you, little girls, Fayumi said as she stood up but stumbled because she had her own share of alcohol when suddenly, a pair of hands caught her. Fayumi-san, don't push yourself. I'll drive you home too, Izuku said, which caught Fayumi's attention. Oh, such a gentleman. Most guys would have just took this opportunity to have fun with beautiful drunken ladies. I may have just fallen for you, Izuku, she answered as she turned around and hugged Izuku. I guess I really did end up having to drive 4 drunken women back, he said as he carried Fayumi bridal style and used his quirk to manipulate the air inside the room and make them dense enough to carry the other 3 back to the car. He placed the girls down with Fayumi in front and the other 3 at the back, but when he was putting their seatbelts on, he had trouble, and trouble is an understatement. It went fine for the other 3, but when he was putting on Fayumi's, he accidentally touched her breasts, which woke her up. Such a bold move, Izuku, she said as she gave him a grin and kissed him. He tried to pull away, but she held on to his shirt's collar tightly. When she did pull away, she held his collar to make their eyes meet. I'll do anything to make something I want mine, so be careful, Izuku, she said as she grinned and got knocked out again. Why do women keep doing things like that? He asked as he sat on the driver's seat and drove away. I forgot to ask where she lived. Classic Izuku mistake, gotta admit. Sigh, he said to himself as he drove back to the school to drop the 3 off and then ask her when she wakes up. Then they arrived at the school gates. I better ask permission to drive all the way to the dorms first, he thought. Then he gave Izawa a call. Izuku? Hey Izawa-sensei. Izawa? What is it now? Izuku? See, can I drive Kyoka's car? All the way to the dorm? We're kind of in an awkward situation. Izawa? Yeah, sure, knowing you it must be related to girls again. Izuku? Wah. Izawa hangs up phone. Did Izawa-sensei just make a joke? He asked himself, then drove Kyoka's car all the way to the dorms. When he got there, Hagakure, Ejiro, Kirishima, Mina, Shoto, and Iida were outside studying together. When they saw them, all their attention turned to Fayumi, and to their surprise, Shoto was the first one to run over to them. Wani-san, he said as he ran. Oh no, what did Izubro do this time? Kirishima asked as they all followed him. When Shoto got there, he shook Fayumi to wake her up. What were you doing with my sister? And why does she smell like alcohol? He asked Izuku, who just sat there, paralyzed. Then the whole group caught up. Why are they all drunk? Iida asked, but still got no answer from Izuku as he stared at them, frozen in fear. Did you cross the line? Hagakure and Mina added, which completely crystallized Izuku in his place. Then Fayumi woke up and all their eyes glued on her. Oh hey Shoto. What are you doing here? She asked as she rubbed her eyes. That's my line. What were you doing with my friend? Shoto answered. Oh, you mean my Izuku over here? Points towards Izuku, she asked. Yes. Shoto answered. Silence. Wait. My Izuku? They all asked her. You hint, I want to marry him so he'll be your brother. Will you allow it? She asked Shoto. Wait Shoto, you aren't going to sell me out, are you? Izuku tried to say, but Shoto already gave an answer. Yes, I'd love to have him as a brother. Tell dad I gave you the green light when you asked for his permission. What? They all asked again, but the 2 siblings just smiled at each other for having a mutual understanding. Izuku just stood up from his seat and used his quirk to carry the other girls up to their room. He looked like he didn't agree to this, Iida said. Oh no, he did. He groped me earlier and we kissed. Fayumi answered with a straight face as if it was normal. Grope? Izuku did that? They all asked except for Shoto. Nice move, brother. Anyway, call father and tell him to ask someone to pick me up. I wouldn't want to trouble my Izuku again. Then Shoto nodded, called their father, then said. He will wait in front of the gates, he said. Then Fayumi got out of the car, stood up and stretched. Damn, that part-time job thing really sucked. Well, I'll be going now, bro, take care. And please protect your little brother-in-law, he's a bit too innocent, you know. She said. Then she headed towards the school gates. Don't you think she should have asked Izu first? Mina asked. Even if he refuses, my sister always finds a way to get what she wants, she can even use dad to her advantage. Shoto answered. Well, that can't be helped, at least Midori is my brother now. He added as he walked back inside with the others following him. Izuku's POV. I finally managed to drop off the 3 girls in their respective rooms and headed back to my room. On the way, I talked to myself. So Fayumi, is Shoto's sister so? And Ever, is her father so? I probably won't be able to refuse, so slows down again, so completely stops walking. Just accepted Izuku. There's no going back now. Just go to sleep and forget it for now, we'll cross the bridge when we get there. I said, then nodded and continued walking to my room. When I got there, I closed the lights and decided to go to sleep without even bothering to change clothes. Luckily, it was a dreamless night. Nijira's POV. I got back from a meeting with Izawa sensei and 13-sen about me helping them teach class 1 tomorrow. As soon as I reached class 2A's dorm, I went straight to my room. I was preparing to head out to go to Izuku's room again, but I remembered what Izawa sensei told me. He said to sleep early. If I go to Izuku's room, I'll have to sneak in, not to mention if Izuku wants to hug me again, I won't be able to sleep. Sigh, I'm sorry Izuku, you're gonna have to control your urges for tonight. Then I walked towards the light switch and turned off the lights until it was only the moon and the stars. It made me remember his room. Then I floated to my bed and plumped down, and as soon as my face hit the pillow, I was out cold. I didn't realize I was that sleepy, but luckily, it was a dreamless night. Nijira's POV. I woke up earlier than usual the next morning. Is my body excited to teach Izuku's class? My mind isn't even awake yet. It makes me mad when I wake up 3 AM in the morning and not have anything to do besides wait for Mr. Sun to come up. I said with an angry pout as I slowly sat up. I guess I'll drink milk. Or coffee. Or both. Muhahaha. I must be a genius to have invented a new way to drink both my favorite drinks. I said triumphantly as I quickly got up and floated towards the kitchen with a grin. Then I reached for a jar at the top of the shelf and hugged it. Good, looks like nobody touched MRS. Milk. I said as I looked around if anybody saw me fetching the milk I had hid for special midnight snacks. I love you MRS. Milk. Oh right, almost forgot about my genius plan. I said as I put my finger on my chin and floated around the kitchen. Now where's MR? Coffee, I need him for my plan to work. Then I found the coffee jar, grabbed it and put them down on the table while I look at them, acting like a giant. Now. To fuse the specimens to make a masterpiece that I will devour later on. I feel like Kronos from Greek mythology mwahaha. I said as I uncapped the jars, poured everything in a bowl and started mixing like a witch, mixing a cauldron of potion while laughing evilly. Third person POV. Tamaki heard a racket coming from the kitchen. It's her again. He thought as he gritted his teeth, quickly got up and banged on Mirio's door. What is it? He asked as he opened his door while rubbing his eyes as if he just woken up. She's doing it again, and I'm not paying to fill the coffee jar again. Tamaki answered, and when Mirio heard this, they both ran towards the kitchen, only to find Nijira going full-blown psycho, laughing as she mixed the bowl filled with all the coffee and milk their dorm had. She's already mixing them. Grab her. Grab her. Mirio said as they both ran at her, grabbed both of her arms and dragged her away from the bowl, while she cried and struggled. No. No. Mr. Coffee and Mrs. Milk must make my masterpiece, I need it. She said, but the boys just ignored it, and Tamaki ate something and manifested the octopus tentacle he used to save Izuku at the entrance exam, and now he used it to restrain Nijira. Throw that out now. He said as he pointed to the bowl Nijira was mixing. No. Let me go, I want to drink it. Nijira said while she cried while still restrained. No, the last time you did this, it gave you an upset stomach and you had to miss a whole day's worth of classes. Mirio said as he grabbed the bowl, walked over to the trash can, and dropped the mixture of absurd amounts of coffee and milk. No. Nijira screamed and cried like a child who got her toy stolen, then Mirio thought of something. Hey, you're teaching Izuku's class today, right? So start getting ready, the earlier you start the more you can prepare, right? He said. Then suddenly Nijira stopped crying and smiled. You're right. Release me, Tamaki, I need to get ready. Then Nijira flew up to her room to get ready. I'm going back to sleep. Mirio said. Then Tamaki just nodded and followed him up to go back to their rooms. Izuku's POV. The next morning, I woke up a little later than usual. It's already 7:30. Was I that tired yesterday? I asked myself as I quickly got up and rushed into my bathroom to get ready. I brushed my teeth, took a bath, and changed into my school uniform in under 20 minutes, then went out of my room only to see Momo, Uraraka, and Kyoka exit their rooms at the same time while holding their heads. Hangover? I asked with a concerned look, then the three of them nodded. Izuku, come closer. Momo said and I obliged. Then to my surprise, she fixed my tie which was a little crooked. Geez, you can't even do this on your own. You really do need me, huh? Momo said as she grinned at me while I blushed of embarrassment. I was in a bit of a hurry. I tried to explain, but before I could finish, she was already hugging me. Momo? I asked. I'm a bit sleepy, carry me again. She said as she looked at me with puppy eyes. Oh no you don't. If you're gonna carry her, carry me too pretty boy. Kyoka said. Me too please. Ichako added as all of them got closer. We're late ladies, no time. Let's hurry. I said but they wouldn't give up and kept closing in on me and eventually they had me pinned against my door. Let's all calm down and think this through, I'm just one person, there's three of you, do the math. I said as they towered above me as I felt my butler status dropping to a family pet status. You have your quirk right. Momo said. I can make the three of us float so you wouldn't even have to exert that much effort. Ichako added. Now, what do you say pretty boy? Agree or be late? Kyoka asked as she grinned. I just sighed and agreed. Ichako then made the three of them float. I used my quirk to push them forward using the wind, then we headed towards the main building and into the classroom. Third person Pav. When the four of them got to the classroom, Ichako released her quirk, then the three of them sat down on their seats, leaving Izuku at the doorstep. I see you had a very productive morning, Midoriya. Izuku heard from behind him, then he slowly turned to see who it was, and when he did, he saw Aizawa staring down at him. Get in already, we're going to be busy today and standing around would be irrational. He added. Why yes, sir. Izuku said then ran inside and took his seat behind Bakugo as his classmates laugh. Quiet. I want no shenanigans in my class. Aizawa said as he entered the room, stopping all the laughter. Today, a student will be helping me teach you. He announced. A student like us. Why? Mina asked. Not a student like you weaklings, this is someone at the level of a pro hero even at a young age. He answered. At the level of a pro hero, who could it be? The whole class asked themselves. You may enter now. Aizawa said, then a familiar periwinkle-haired girl entered the room, enchanting all the boys. This is Najire Hado, one of UA's top 3 students. Aizawa added. Whoa she's hot. Mineta said as he stared at her with crazy eyes. Keep her away from Midoriya. He'll take her too. He added, but no one paid him attention. It's her. From the dreams. So it really was a memory. Is that really her? I think so. Right. Izuku thought as she stared at the girl, then suddenly their eyes met then she spoke. Did you miss me last night? Izuku? She asked in a cheerful manner as everyone in the room including Aizawa looked at Izuku. Silence. What? Izuku asked with a nervous smile. We couldn't sleep together last night, so I'm asking you if you missed me. She said it in a tone that made it seem that nothing was wrong with the sentence. You already did it Midoriya. After all my warnings, you still did it. You're gonna pay later back at the dorm. Mineta said as he glared at Izuku who just sat there, frozen. Then Momo stood up and caught everyone's attention. Who are you to Izuku? She asked with a cold expression. Me? I'm her girlfriend, we already slept together a couple of times the past days. Who are you? Najire asked with a grin as everybody's gaze went back and forth to whoever was speaking. If sleeping together is your basis for being his girlfriend, I should be his girlfriend too, I slept with him too you know. Momo answered with a grin of her own, then Kyoka stood up I kissed him, so I should be his girlfriend too. If that's not enough, sleep with me later. She said, then Ichako stood up too. Sleep with me later if you want Izuku. She said as all four of them stared at Izuku, waiting for his comment on the matter at hand. Sensei, a little help would be greatly appreciated. Izuku said with pleading eyes. You dug your own grave kid, crawl out of it by yourself. He answered as he grinned evilly. Then Shoto stood up and all eyes turned on him. Midoriya will be marrying my sister, he will be my brother, and no one's getting in their way on my watch. He said which completely sucked the life out of Izuku as he slumped down with his head on his table. Whenever I think it couldn't get any worse, he always exceeds my expectations. He thought. Your sister? Momo, Kyoka, and Ichako asked. When did he even meet her? They added. Oh yeah, you three were drunk yesterday. Shoto said. You were drunk? All the students asked. Yeah, we went to a karaoke bar with Pretty Boy. And got a little drunk, case closed. Now back to your sister Todoroki. Kyoka said with a piercing glare directed on Shoto. You've met Fuyumine yesterday right? The three nodded, she's my sister and things happened, and yeah, she said she wanted to marry him, and I agreed. he explained as all their jaws dropped. He sold him out. They all thought. Midoriya, it already amazed me that you've made the daughters of the powerful Uraraka, Jiro, Hado, and Yaoi Rozu households fall for you, but now you've even attracted Endeavor's ice-cold princess. Aizawa was said to make matters worse as he grinned cruelly into Izuku's pleading eyes, begging him to help him. How about we settle this on the battlefield then? Nejire asked the four of them. If you can manage to get a tied result with me as your opponent, I'll agree to a joint marriage in the future, same goes for your sister, white and red-haired kid. She added as she grinned, waiting for their answer. Sure. The four of them answered with determination in their faces. You'll allow it, right, sensei? Nejire asked Aizawa, who just nodded. I want to see what they can do against one of the big three of UA. He thought. Everyone follow me, we're holding the match outside. Then everybody followed him except Izuku, who was still knocked out from all the information he just got. Lucky bastard. 4 hot girls are fighting for him, plus Todoroki's sister who's probably hot too. Mineta said as they walked. Sometimes I wonder if attracting girls is his real quirk. Sayu stated, and everyone who heard her considered the possibility. Then they finally arrived at the back of the main building, the place where they did the quirk assessment test. Here is fine, sensei. Nejire said as she began to float into one side of the field, while Shoto, Momo, Kyoka, and Ichako were at the other side facing her. I'll be the referee, the match lasts for 5 minutes because any longer would be irrational. If both sides are still standing by, then we'll call it a draw and you'll share Izuku's body, got it? Aizawa said as he grinned. He's using his student's body as a bribe for his own fun, how unbecoming of you, sensei. All of the students thought, then Aizawa gave them the go signal. Nejire's pav. As soon as Aizawa sensei gave the green light, Shoto immediately created a giant piece of ice aimed right at me, but I flew out of its range to avoid getting restrained by it. Every quirk has a limit and yours has limited range. I said as I grinned at him triumphantly from above, which obviously made him mad as he shot a wave of fire at me, but like the ice, it had a range that I was able to get out of immediately. Then I heard cannons being fired from the side. I quickly dodged it by doing a simple turn in the air, and as I did it, I saw Yaoi Rozu aiming them at me again, so I used my quirk to fire a powerful beam at the cannons, rendering them useless before she can even use them again. Nejire Hado. Quirk. Surge. She can turn her energy into beams of power that she can use to fly or attack, but for some reason the beams twist, making them move slower. I decided to go after Yaoi Rozu first. I flew at her at amazing speeds as I dodged Shoto's fire and ice, which can now reach me. When I was getting closer to Momo, some kind of whip held me back, and when I looked behind me, it was Kyoka using her earphone jacks to bind my legs. I shot a beam at her, and she dodged that caused her grip to loosen, so I changed my target and flew towards her, but then ice blocked my path, so I decided to get out of their range again. Then I saw Uraraka using her quirk on Shoto, making him float, while Kyoka raked her earphone jacks around him and controlled him, so his fire and ice quirk got me in their ranges again. I tried to get out of it, but it was useless. Everywhere I flew, Kyoka would guide Shoto, and since he was basically weightless, it was easier for her to move him away to dodge my beams. I was caught in a 3-way deadlock. Then I noticed Yaoi Rozu was missing, and when I looked around, I saw her creating something huge. These 3 are basically distractions for what Yaoi Rozu is preparing. If they're trying to keep me away from her, that means she has no way of defending herself. I thought and decided to go after her again, but when I was actually close enough to grab her and knock her to the ground, Aizawa sensei announced that time was up and our match ended up as a tie. Third person pav. Humph. If that lasted a little bit longer, I would have flattened you and take Izuku for myself. Nejire said with an annoyed pout as she landed in front of the other 4. Don't be too sure of yourself, senpai, we're even agreeing to share him with you out of kindness, so please show respect. Momo answered as she and Nejire stood face to face, glaring at each other, while the whole class watched. It's a fade battle between women. Hagakure said. Don't you think Nejire senpai's underestimating them too much though? Kirishima asked, and they all turned to Aizawa for an answer. She's not underestimating anybody, in fact she judged them perfectly. He answered as all the students listened more intently. She analyzed their plan and saw through that to find a counter. She judged that it was best to go after Yaoi Rozu first and take down the others later, so she's right, if the battle had no time limit, she would have annihilated them. He added then suddenly, the students saw Nejire as someone to be admired because they knew getting a compliment from Aizawa is not an easy feat. So this is how skilled someone who earned the title of UA's top 3 is. They all thought. Meanwhile back at the classroom. Izuku was still in a daze and had his face against his table. Then suddenly he felt 2 hands touched both his cheeks, which made him snap back to reality. Then he looked up, only to see Midnight smiling at him. Midnight sensei? He asked as he sat back up while she still held her cheeks. Oh. Did Eraserhead leave my little Izuku alone? she asked as she squeezed her cheeks. Such a fine boy. I want to marry him right here right now, she thought. Oh yeah, they must have left earlier, Izuku said as he scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Midnight sensei, my cheeks are starting to hurt, he added as he gave her an awkward smile which she found to be cute in a way. Then Midnight couldn't take it anymore and shoved his head right into her breasts. I can't. Breath, he said, but she just wouldn't let go. I love you, Izuku. Just be mine already, she said as Izuku began to pass out. Oh, you're not struggling anymore. You like them, huh? I might look like this, but I'm a virgin, you know. I'll gladly give you my first if you want, she said in a seductive tone but got no response. He's so taken by my breasts that he doesn't even want to talk, such a cutie. Fine, you can enjoy them as much as you like, I'll take you to your class, I saw them walking towards the back of the building earlier, she added. Then she hugged Izuku to hold him in place, then carried him outside. At the back of the building, Momo and Nijire were still arguing, standing face to face. Humph, it's obvious Izuku likes me more, Nijire said with a triumphant look in her face. And why is that? Momo asked with a sarcastic grin that pissed Nijire off. He hugs me every time we sleep together, she said, and as she said it, the whole class gasped and Momo showed an irritated face. Well, I already kissed him. How about you, senpai? She said as her face slowly broke into a confident grin again. Then Kyoka stepped in before Nijire could answer. I kissed him too, you know, she said as the students and Izawa dropped their jaws at the arguments they were hearing. Then Ichako stood in front of the three and looked nervous. I haven't slept W with or KK kiss him Y yet. B but I'm W willing to do it B both if he'll like me better than YU, she said as her face changed into a determined face from her nervous look earlier. Then someone spoke up in a monotone voice behind Ichako. My sister, said Izuku groped her breasts on his own. And when they all looked over to see who it was, they saw Shoto grinning at them. He groped her. All of them asked, even Izawa. It's crazy, but I have to say it was rather manly of Izu bro, Kirishima said as all the attention shifted on him. Huh? The nerd wouldn't have the balls to do that. What do you guys even see in a guy like him? Bakugo suddenly asked. Then the 5 students that were fighting earlier glared at their newfound enemy as Bakugo just grinned. You sure you don't want to take that back, kid? Nijire said as her cute nature suddenly shifted to an intimidating killers which scared everyone and even made Bakugo stumble a little. Huh? I'm not backing down just because you beat these 4 extras over here, he said as his confident grin returned. You're sounding pretty confident there, Bakugo, you probably couldn't even beat me even at your best. Shoto intervened and walked over to stand in front of Bakugo until they were standing face to face like Momo and Nijire did earlier. Before Bakugo could throw an insult back at him, they heard a voice from afar and everyone turned their heads towards it, only to see Midnight walking towards them with Izuku's whole face buried in between her breasts as she hugged him. When they saw this, everyone, even Bakugo, Izawa and Todoroki's mouths were left open. The first one to speak up was Mineta. Why you lucky bastard. You've struck again, he said as he ran towards Izuku with 4 of his balls in each of his hands, ready to attack. But luckily Zero was able to restrain him with his tape. Whoa. Cool it, hotshot, he said as he pulled him back to the group as Midnight approached. Hello there, ladies, she said as she grinned at Momo, Nijire, Kyoka and Ichako. Oh, did I make any of you jealous? She added in a sarcastic worry tone which made the 4 girls visibly angry as they approached her. Aizawa-sensei, you have to stop them, this could turn ugly, Mina said, but Aizawa just grinned, clearly amused by what's about to go down. It's a battle between women, right? I can't possibly intervene, he said. Then the 4 girls stood in front of Midnight with annoyed faces while Midnight just grinned triumphantly. Oh? You're standing up to me, ladies? She asked. If it's for Izuku W will even fight you if needed t then, sensei, Momo said as she showed fear. They knew they couldn't possibly stand up to her, even with Nijire backing them up. Then Midnight just laughed. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight, I'm just dropping him off since he was alone in the classroom earlier. Then she grinned again, but this time it was filled with lust. But that doesn't change the rules, ladies, I get first bite, she said as she let go of Izuku, but he was still out cold and remained stuck to her body. Oh, he won't let go. He enjoyed it and can't have enough of it, she said. He's passed out, sensei, Iida said as he ran to them and grabbed him. See? You knocked him out, sensei, Nijire said with an annoyed pout. He'll wake up eventually, well, see you guys. I still have a class to teach, but remember, first bite's mine, Midnight said as she walked away. That was fun, Aizawa said with an amused grin. So you understand how amusing his misery is too, sensei? Shoto suddenly asked as all of the other students stepped away from them. Najire, tell them about today now since we're going to head back already. Aizawa said as Najire nodded and walked over to the other students as Iida, Momo, Achako, and Kyoka followed, carrying an unconscious Izuku. Today, I'll teach you about how to rescue people during disasters together with Aizawa-sensei and another sensei. She said as all the students continued to admire her and listened intently. We're going over to a facility called USJ to train, so go get your costumes and head outside, we're taking the school bus. She added then walked over to turn her attention to Izuku who was now laying on the ground unconscious. Iida, lead the others back to the classroom to get your costumes, you four can stay and help Izuku. Aizawa said to Iida and the four girls sitting beside Izuku. May I stay too, sensei? Ni-san asked me to take care of him too. Shoto said as Aizawa just let out a sigh and agreed. But come with us to the classroom and grab your costumes first. He added. Then Shoto followed them back to the classroom to grab their costumes. Wake up already, Izuku. Najire said as she sat on Izuku's chest. Najire-senpai. That's dangerous, please stop immediately. Momo said, but Najire just pouts like a kid. No. You're just jealous that I can be this close with him. She said. That's it. Let's do this then. Kyoka said as she sat on Izuku too. If you're doing it, I'll do it too then. Achako added as she sat on him too. Hey. Please stop immediately, you're hurting him. Momo tried to say but all of them just pouts and turned away from her. That pushed Momo to her breaking point so she stood up and sat on Izuku too. If you can't beat them, join them. She said. Then all of them sat on Izuku's unconscious body, Najire was on his chest, Kyoka was on his stomach, Achako was on his thighs, and Momo was on the remainder of his legs. Izuku felt something heavy on him, and that slowly woke him up only to see the four of them sitting on his body. What are you doing? He asked as all their heads turned to him. Oh hi Izuku, do you remember me? Our promise. Did you? Answer me. Najire asked in rapid fire as she slowly closed in on his face. Why yes. I thought it was just a daydream, but then I saw you and heard your name earlier and concluded that it was a memory after all. Izuku said, blushing because of how close their faces were. Momo then cleared her throat to catch all their attention. What memory are you talking about? She asked. Izuku and I are childhood friends, he forgot me, but now he remembers. Najire said with a genuine smile. Glad to know. Kyoka said then she leaned into Najire's ear to whisper. Just so you know senpai, we're sharing him so come to my room later, the four of us are gonna have a little talk about ground rules. She said and Najire just nodded with a determined face. I have to show these ladies that I'm a force to be reckoned with. She thought. Then Izuku suddenly spoke up. Please get off me ladies, I can't really move like this. He said then the girls obliged and he got up from the ground. So Najire-senpai, what were you going to teach us today? Izuku asked. Call me Najire, and you'll see when we get there but first let's get out costumes. She answered then as if on cue, Shoto came running with their costume suitcases with him. Sorry Shoto-kun, you probably had to carry those here because I was out cold. Izuku said with an apologetic smile as Shoto began handing them out. Don't be, after all my sister asked me to take care of you. He answered. Oh yeah, her sister. Wait. Forget it, we said we'll cross the bridge when we get there Izuku, lock the thought in the deepest part of your brain before you crack your skull. He thought as he remembered what happened yesterday. Let's head over to the locker rooms to change. Shoto said then the six of them headed to the main building. When they got to the boys' locker room, Shoto and Izuku got to talk for a bit. Hey Midoriya, is it alright if I call you Izuku? We're going to be brothers at some point anyway. Shoto said as Izuku just face slapped inside his thoughts. Yeah sure Shoto-kun. Is there really no way to get out of the engagement? He asked to make sure. No, my father will probably call your guardians and negotiate with them without any failures, he always does that when Fuyumi-ni says she wants something. Shoto answered then Izuku just let out a sigh. Welp, that's that I guess. Are you ready Shoto-kun? They're probably already outside waiting. He replied. Yes, we can go now. Shoto then answered as they both walked out of the locker room to meet with the girls. When the girls saw Izuku in his costume. He looked so hot. Was all they could think, but Najire was different, she immediately hugged Izuku, bringing her face close to him and said. You look hot Izuku, you really have become manlier. I want you. With a straight face like the sentence was nothing out of the ordinary. Najire-senpai. You're our teacher for today so please control yourself. Momo said. I wanted to compliment him first. She thought. Humph. No, I do what I want. Najire said as she floats behind Izuku and hugs him. Onwards Izuku. She said as she pointed forward like a captain of a pirate ship pointing to their destination. Najire-senpai, we really have to talk about those ground rules later. Kyoka said with a slightly annoyed look. Carry me too, pretty boy, bridal style. Then she jumped on Izuku so he wouldn't have any choice but to catch her. Kyoka-san, please don't do that or you'll end up injuring yourself. Izuku said with a genuinely concerned face which made Kyoka blush. Jay, just shut up, I knew you were gonna catch me anyway. She said as she looked away to hide her blush. Fine. I'll let him carry you too for now, after all he did carry me yesterday before we entered the karaoke place. Momo said with a confident grin. What about me? Achako suddenly asked, which took all of them by surprise as she started to tear up. Yeah, Izuku, that was very mean of you to ignore her. How would you make it up to her? Shoto suddenly spoke up, which made Achako tear up a bit more. Sorry Izuku. If you're going to be my brother-in-law, you're going to face a lot more of this stuff, so I'm going to have to get you used to these scenarios, plus it looks fun. For me at least. He thought, but still kept a composed face outside. Hey Uraraka-san, don't cry. Izuku tried to calm her, but she just teared up more. I know. You can use your quirk on Kyoka-san and yourself so I can carry you both. He added. You had no choice, Izuku. Just deal with it. He thought inside. With that, Achako's face brightened up and she agreed. So now, Achako sat on Izuku's left arm, Kyoka sat on the other arm, and Nijire hugged him from the back and used her quirk to float. This kinda looks fun, we should have done this earlier. Kyoka said as she grinned. Yes it is. Now onwards Izuku. Onwards. Nijire said as the three of them pointed to their front. I'll let you have your fun. Now let's go, Aizawa-sensei must be furious. Momo said as she walked ahead and the others followed. 5 minutes later. The 6 of them have arrived and have met up with Aizawa and the rest of the class. I see you have your hands full, Midoriya. Aizawa said with a grin as soon as he saw their group approaching. You look very manly right now, Izu bro. Kirishima said. Agreed. Ajiro added as Izuku just gave them an awkward smile in response. But Hagakure and Mina knew. He was forced by these rich girls into this. They thought as they both felt sorry for him, but also felt happy that their lady friends are having fun. Are you trying to show off your perfectly proportional and toned body, Midoriya? Mineta asks, but Zero was there yet again to silence the little grape hero. Enough. Get on the bus, we don't have all day. Aizawa announced as he got on the bus first. Please line up according to your seat numbers before boarding the bus. Iida said as he waved his arms around like a robot. Then everybody lined up and got in. Nijire on the other hand, wasn't part of their class, had insisted on sitting together with Izuku, and when Aizawa forced her to sit in front, she cried, so he had no choice but to let her sit with him and made Sayu sit with him in front instead. No fair, Nijire-senpai, I wanted to sit with him too. Achako complained as Momo and her sat behind them. I'll let you sit next to him later on the way back, we agreed to share him after all. Nijire answered. Best share. Do I have a say in this deal of yours? Izuku asked with a nervous grin. No you don't, so deal with it. Kyoka, who was sitting in front of him, answered. Then the whole class broke into laughter, except for Bakugo, Todoroki, and of course, Mineta, who said. Damn this guy, he's got a harem, but he wants to break out of it. If only I can switch lives with that lucky bastard. With an angry gaze directed at Izuku, who didn't even notice. Stop messing around. We're here, so be ready to get out immediately. Like I said, we don't have all day. Aizawa announced as the whole class prepared themselves for what they're about to do. Then the bus stopped in front of a dome-shaped building. The students got out with Iida organizing them yet again, and when all of them were outside, they were greeted by none other than the space hero. 13. Quirk. Black hole. Can be used to suck in things and turn them into dust in a matter of seconds. I've been waiting for you, everyone. 13 said as he welcomed the students. Oh my god. It's the space hero. 13. The gentlemanly hero who has rescued tons of people from disasters. Izuku said as he bounced up and down, not being able to control his excitement. He's like a toddler. Must protect. Aizawa and all of the students except Bakugo and Mineta thought. Let's head inside for now, everyone. 13 said as he pointed towards the entrance of the dome-shaped building. We look forward to working with you. All of the students answered back and followed. When they entered, they were greeted with a 6-part training ground, a shipwreck, a landslide, a fire site, a windstorm site, a mountain terrain, a destroyed urban area, and in the middle of it all was a central plaza with a fountain in the middle. Whoa. It looks like Universal Studios Japan. Kirishima commented. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Or USJ. For short. 13 said with enough enthusiasm to blind humans in the blink of an eye. It really is USJ. All of the students thought as they heard his statement. Nijire, get over here. You're helping us teach, remember? Aizawa said as he walked in front to join 13 and Najira nodded in response and followed. Then the three of them stood in front of the students together. "You may now begin, Najira-san," 13 said. "Yes, sir," she answered. "Let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing. 2 or 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, she continued. "It's increasing," the students thought. "Anyway, I'm sure you're all aware of 13 Sensei's quirk. Black hole," she explained. "He used that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right?" Izuku said while bouncing up and down filled with excitement. "Yes honey, now let me explain my point," Najira said with a straight face, acting like the nickname she gave him isn't out of the ordinary. "I'll let you call him that just for today, senpai. You are a teacher after all," Momo said as she, Kyoka, and Ichako glared at her with anger. "Now, black hole can't save people, but it can also easily kill a person," Najira continued as the students listened more intently. "Some of you also have quirks like that, right? In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa-sensei's quirk assessment test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's battle training, you've experienced the danger of using those powers on others. This class is a fresh start, you will learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. Heroes don't aim to hurt people, they just get forced into fights by villains, but a hero's true goal is to save people. That's all, thank you for listening," she added with a surprisingly professional tone and manner. "That was wonderful, Najira-senpai. You sounded like a pro hero giving a speech," all the students said except for Bakugo. Then Aizawa spoke up. "Alright then, first W," he said but was cut off by a sudden electric disturbance, then he felt it. "Gather together and don't move. Najira, back me up, 13 protect the students," he said as he readied his battle stance and Najira standing behind him as support. Then Kirishima noticed what they were seeing. "Is this like the entrance exam where the test already started?" Then he tried to get a closer look but was stopped by Izuku, and he had an angered look in his eyes directed at the villain in front covered in hands all over his body. "It's that guy," he thought. Then the other students noticed the look in his eyes and scared the living hell out of them, they had never seen him so angry at someone or something for that matter. "What's wrong, Izu bro?" Kirishima said with a slightly terrified grin. "Those are real villains, powerful ones at that," he answered. "Great judgment there honey, now stand back and let us handle this," Najira said with a calm expression as they all nodded in response. Then Najira and Aizawa ran down towards the central plaza to confront them. Aizawa handled close combat as he erased their quirks and knocked them out in seconds, while Najira handled the long-range support from above. They were able to hold their ground for a bit, but the villains kept increasing in numbers, so they were forced to back up until they were at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the exit where the students are. 13, Aizawa, and one of the big three, the information we got was on point, the foggy presence said. When Izuku and Shoto heard this, they knew. The trespassing the other day was the work of these guys to gather information. "No way, how are they able to break in so easily?" Kaminari asked. "Sensei, what about the security sensors?" Momo added. "We have them of course, but..." 13 tried to reply, but couldn't find the answer himself too. Then Shoto and Izuku started to have a conversation as all heads turned to them. "Did they only appear here or around the whole school?" Shoto asked. "Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone like Kaminari-kun's quirk type with them," Izuku replied. "An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here, they might be fools, but they're not dumb," Shoto answered back. This surprise attack was planned carefully with some sort of objective. Izuku then replies again to connect all the dots. The other students stared at them with amazement to be able to figure out what pros couldn't. Then they noticed Aizawa and Najira slowly losing ground. "That guy warned me about the fall of All Might, but why attack now when All Might isn't around? In what way would they hurt All Might from here? All Might wants to save people, so if students die here, his pride would be shattered and he'd be vulnerable," Izuku thought. "Sensei, their target is us," he said, and 13 took notice of it. "Everybody evacuate outside and call the other teachers for backup," 13 announced, then all of them turned around and ran towards the exit. Then the hand-covered villain said one word, a command that would take someone's life later on. "Nomu," he said calmly, then the black entity that was beside him disappeared. And it reappeared in front of the students with its hands turned into piercing blades, pointed directly at Iida's head who was leading the class outside. It was about to pierce him, but suddenly, it didn't pierce him, it ran its blade right through Izuku's stomach, and he had cuts all over his body like the last time he used his body scatter quirk. Blood trickled down the side of his mouth. Izuku. Izuku. Momo suddenly screams as she ran towards him to try and save him as the other students followed, but a sudden gust of wind pushed them back, and there they saw it, blood rolling down from both his eyes. He was overusing his quirk. Izuku, stop. We'll help. Why? But Izuku cut them off. I'm already a dead man, now get out of here and carry these two too. He shot them a weak pained smile and used his quirk to bring over an unconscious Najire and Izawa as he grabbed onto the blade that pierced him and held the monster in place with a little help from his wind manipulation quirk. No. We won't leave, yo. They tried to say, but another gust of wind blew from behind them. It was strong enough to push them all towards the exit. Then when everybody was outside, Izuku let go of the blade. He was losing strength. Looks like I'm joining you early, mom and dad. He thought as he gave off a genuine smile as the hand-cover villain walked towards them, smiling evilly. Turn him around so his classmates could watch him suffer. He said coldly, and the black entity turned around to face the students with Izuku still skewered by his piercing blade. When the students together with 13 saw Izuku bleeding all over from his eyes, his mouth, and from the gigantic hole the monster made in his stomach, they all fell on their knees, crying, holding their mouths to muffle their screams. Even Bakugo shed some tears and gritted his teeth. They all felt helpless, not even able to stand up to save their friend. Then suddenly, Izuku mouthed a single word. Smile. As he gave them a smile of his own which pushed the students off their limit, they broke into tears. Izuku. They all screamed at the top of their lungs. Looks like they've had enough. The hand-covered villain said. Nomu. He added with an evil grin. Then the black entity took out the blade from Izuku's stomach and held his head still facing the other students. They knew what the monster was about to do and they had enough. They all stood up and ran towards them with hatred blinding their minds. Then they stopped in their tracks when it lifted Izuku up and smashed him towards the ground face first so hard, it created a small crack on the ground. No signs of movement could be seen from Izuku. That broke them to the point they didn't even want to stand. They felt useless, just a bunch of wimps who couldn't even save a friend who was dying for them. Then they heard footsteps from the entrance. When they turned, they saw all the teachers who froze because of what they saw, except for All Might who walked towards the villains, his face filled with rage as tears began falling from his eyes. Bork me out, Kurogiri, let's leave the Nomu to hold off All Might. The hand-covered villain said. Then a foggy gate opened up beside him and he walked through. Enjoy the dead boy, All Might, courtesy of the League of Villains. He added before completely walking through and the gate closed. All Might walked towards the monster holding Izuku down on the ground. He punched it so fast it didn't even have a chance to block and got knocked back. Students. Carry Izuku to Recovery Girl, he will live, if not. I'll hunt his killers down and avenge him for you. All Might said then jumped off to follow the monster he knocked back. Then all the students came running towards Izuku. You will live, bro. Don't you die on us. Kirishima said with tears rolling down as he and Ejiro carried him outside with the others and headed towards Recovery Girl who was waiting outside. Hurry, young lads. Bring him here. She said as Kirishima and Ejiro laid him on the ground like Recovery Girl told them to. The teachers all gathered around and saw what happened to the boy's body and couldn't stop tearing up, their heads filled with guilt that they didn't arrive earlier. Then Recovery Girl used her quirk on him, the hole on his stomach and the cuts and wounds all over his body slowly closed up until it looked like it never happened. This brought smiles of relief to everyone who witnessed it happen. Is he alive? All Might asked as he carried the monster on his shoulder. It was now unconscious. He will live. But I don't know when he'll wake up. I used my quirk on him and his stamina was nearly depleted last to the last drop. Recovery Girl answered. That's good enough then. All Might said as his smile returned. Now smile, students. He did not save you to cry on his body, he saved you so you could live. All Might said as he laid the unconscious monster down and walked over to them. If there was anything young Izuku learned from me, it's to smile. Heck, he probably told you young ones to smile too, even if he was in a pinch. He will live. He added as he carried Izuku back to the main building as the others followed. When they got there, they laid Izuku on the bed inside the nurse's office, same with Izawa and Najire who were still unconscious. You can visit him here anytime, now go back to your dorms and cry, you probably have a lot to pour out right now. You don't want to welcome young Izuku home with tears. Recovery Girl said as the whole class nodded trying to hold back tears of worry for their friend as they walked out and returned to their dorm. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.